Author's note. While teaching English in class, I was having my students play Dungeons and Dragons to improve their speaking skills. I was acting as the dungeon master and encouraging them to communicate with each other. That is how I started creating the story of the Abyss of Kentunia. Then one day, stepping out of my comfort zone, I wanted to advance this story and start writing a book, which has always been my dream. And this is how the book came to be. If you, whoever you are reading these lines right now, it is a sign for you to start doing the things you have been wanting to do but have been postponing. I believe that you have a huge potential in your soul. I wish you a pleasant time on these pages. Hasan Samurai Yolcu, Abyss of Kentunia, an epic fiction novel. By Hasan Samurai Yolcu. Prologue. Argathlon, the capital of Shepherd Kingdom, is the city of might and magic. Nestled among green forests and gentle hills covered with ancient trees, this majestic city harmoniously blends with its enchanting natural surroundings. The cityscape is dominated by sturdy, stone-built structures, their medieval architecture reflecting the enduring strength and timeless beauty of the Shepherd people. Tall spires and intricate carvings adorn the buildings, standing as silent witnesses to centuries of history and magnificence. The streets of Argathlon are a mosaic of serenity and vitality. Cobbled roads wind gently through the city, flanked by lush greenery and vibrant gardens that contrast beautifully with the gray stone of the buildings. The air is filled with the soothing murmur of nearby streams and the soft rustling of leaves, creating an atmosphere of peace and tranquility that pervades every corner of the city. Argathlon is a melting pot of cultures and traditions. Its bustling marketplaces showcase a rich tapestry of goods and foods from distant lands, while festivals and ceremonies reflect the city's diverse heritage. The harmony among its people is palpable, their interactions marked by a mutual respect and a shared sense of community. The city's blend of natural beauty, historical grandeur, and cultural diversity makes it a beacon of calm and unity in the heart of the Shepherd Kingdom. Humans arrived on the planet Kentunia from unknown origins thousands of years ago and colonized the Central Islands. Over time, 3 separate kingdoms united against the orc threat and declared Shepherd, their wisest leader, their first king. Since then, for centuries, the king has been elected among the elite, individuals who are renowned for their wisdom and experience, and who have also gained the trust of their civilians. This system has evolved over time, with different methods of choosing the mayors being implemented depending on the region, culture, and the specific circumstances. Regardless of those innovations, the general idea of selecting a ruler from members of the upper class who are approved by the people and asking for their opinion has remained throughout the history. However, some schismatic unions don't seem to like this situation at all. While the whole city was asleep, a ritual-style meeting was being held in the mysterious and pitch-black part of the royal castle. In the heart of the ancient castle, where the stones whispered tales of forgotten kings and vanquished heroes, a clandestine gathering unfolded. Deep within the labyrinthine corridors, where torchlight dared not trespass, a chamber awaited, a chamber known only to those who wore the red robes of that shadow guild. As the shadows deepened and the echoes of their whispered machinations faded into the darkness, a chill wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it a dire prophecy whispered by the spirits of old.
Beware, O world of light, for in the hearts of men shall arise the night, bound by oaths of darkness, sworn to herald the age where all is torn.
And thus, beneath the castle's ancient stones, amidst the flickering runes and the whispered promises of power slavery, the fate of realms was set in motion. A cataclysmic dance of shadows and steel, where heroes would rise and fall, and the vicious fabric of existence would tremble before the might of those who dared to wear the red robes of deceit.
The elite is too optimistic,
said the elder man wearing a red robe and a white mask, while striking her staff on the ground.
This whole system has to change. Sheparian plebs constantly oppose the royal section and question our decisions. This causes everything to develop slowly. Our progressive politics is being held back by the lower classes. I don't understand why we are asking for their opinions in the first place.
After a brief thought, he continued,
The worst part is the king, and his supporters are doing nothing about it. Traditions are not beneficial anymore. That is why we have to go back to the system that our civilization used to have on Earth. People should have comfort, not freedom. So those pitiful creatures can live comfortably without worrying about our actions while we guide them with our noble decisions.
The rest of the red-robed, unknown elites nodded.
The plebs' resistance is a nuisance, Elder,
retorted a figure in crimson robes, their voice resonating with restrained authority.
But upheaval can serve our ends. Tradition anchors our control. We must adapt it, not discard it. Earth's archaic systems lack our finesse. Our realm demands an absolute control in order to maintain progress, whereas the king's supporters prioritize balancing comfort and guidance. The king's inertia is a symptom, not the main cause. Our role is to strengthen our grip, not merely placate, as far as the authority of our kind is concerned.
As he spoke, another cloaked figure stepped forward, the shimmer of arcane symbols glinting on his robes.
Perhaps it's time we utilize our true power,
he suggested, his tone carrying a hint of dark intrigue.
Imagine a portal, forged with ancient rites and fueled by our combined mastery of the arcane. Through it, we could unleash controlled chaos, disrupt the plebs' unity, demonstrate our supremacy. It would be a testament to our authority, a spectacle that binds the realm under our banner once more.
His words ignited a spark among the gathered elites, their murmurs of approval weaving through the shadows like a sinister incantation. One, whose eyes burned with ambition, stepped forward, his voice resonating with admiration.
Brilliant. A portal to sow discord and wield chaos as a weapon of governance. This is the innovation our stagnant rule requires. Let us harness the ancient arts to reshape the very fabric of Sheparian society in our image.
The chamber trembled with anticipation, the air thick with the heady scent of power and possibility as their plans unfurled like dark tendrils reaching towards a future where their dominion knew no bounds. That night, a decision has been made. Rascal Fellowship. An unprecedented grappling match was going on in the dormitory of the kingdom's military academy. Two warrior friends were wrestling with all their strength and giving the other students a visual feast.
Hey, look at that. Crodar just mounted Clint,
said one of those freshmen in the audience.
I don't think that he can escape from that horrible position,
answered another one while laughing. Clint grabbed one of Crodar's arms and bridged up with his hips while rolling sideways. This subtle and technical move made him escape from that position. They were heavy breathing while pushing each other in a toe-to-toe standing position. Nevertheless, this physical scramble was just an indicator of bromance between those two close friends. Crodar was a young man who was put in an orphanage years ago and did not know anything about his family. Commanders in the army discovered him in an aptitude test and included him in rigorous training. Found as a promising child, he was taken in by the headmaster and raised alongside the other cadets. Growing up in the dormitory of the prestigious Warrior Academy, he was known for his fiery spirit and unwavering determination. From a young age, he developed both offensive and defensive skills in the art of combat and specialized two-handed sword weapon. In addition, he became an intellectual bookworm as far as art of war and technical tactical strategies are concerned. Over time, he became one of the students who were the best swordsmen and had high leadership skills. Years of intensive warrior training gave him the confidence and identity he needed. When it came to Clint, he was a naughty little jerk. He was the only son of a wealthy royal family. His family sent him to military school in order to instill discipline in him. He did not become less naughty than before, but at least turned into a happier, more responsible adult. His being physically active every day was decreasing his aggression. Because it was the first time in his life that he met someone who wanted to befriend him. He was feeling lucky. Spending his free time with Crodar was the reason he was able to push through all the family-related traumas he had. Crodar grabbed Clint from the shoulder and pulled him towards himself, and once he resisted with his upper body, it was the perfect timing to shoot a single-leg takedown. Crodar ducked under and rushed at his opponent's lower body like a flying spear. He grabbed one of the legs deeply and lifted him into the air, resulting him scoring a blasting takedown. Clint was resisting on the ground even if he was tired and heavy breathing. Crodar used that as an advantage and took his back with a somersaulting flashy move. He wrapped his legs around his legs and sneaked his arms around his necks. Now Clint was in a rear naked chokehold.
"Are we done, brother?"
said Crodar with a warm, cheerful tone while giggling. Clint tapped out, and then, with a reassuring smile, Crodar gently grasped his opponent's hand, lifting him up with a careful, supportive grip, his eyes reflecting both respect and camaraderie.
"You may have gotten me this time, buddy,"
said Clint, smiling back.
"but you will not have a chance next time."
Students watching the entertaining show were shouting slogans to congratulate both of them. Applause and whistles echoed through the air. This dynamic duo was incredibly popular at school, with their every performance and appearance sparking widespread admiration and excitement among their peers. As they walked out of the room, Clint said,
"Come join us after everybody falls asleep. We'll carry out another operation tonight."
"Is this what I think it is?"
Crodar asked, his voice filled with shock. Clint smiled mischievously at him without saying anything. Crodar maintained eye contact while saying,
"Listen, my friend, Vanessa is a member of the clergy. Do you realize the danger of pursuing this love?"
Clint placed his hand on Crodar's shoulder and said,
"Dude, stop talking like my father and tell me if you're with me or not."
With a steady gaze and a resolute tone, Crodar responded,
"Man, you can count on me always. I stand by your side, ready to face whatever comes our way with unwavering resolve."
Hearing those words, Clint felt a sting of emotion, his eyes welling up with tears. Determined not to reveal his vulnerability, he quickly shook off the moment and turned away. As he took a few steps towards the door, he called back over his shoulder,
"You'll find my comrades at the outer gate. Join them in a few hours."
When the clock struck midnight, Crodar stood with Clint and the other 3 boys.
"Listen carefully,"
Clint said to the group.
"There are night patrols on both sides of the church school. You'll need to watch for the security guards and distract them if they come near. We will work together with Crodar to scale the tall walls and jump from the roofs. Understood?"
The young fellows nodded to show that it was crystal clear. When they arrived at the cleric school, the priest candidates had already finished practicing their healing and buffing skills and had all fallen asleep. Once they surveyed their surroundings, they agreed it was the perfect moment for the duo to begin their ascent. Crodar and Clint helped each other as they tackled the challenging walls. In the stillness of the night, they moved like shadows, leaping over obstacles and silently advancing toward the girls' dormitory. As they approached the windows of the Virgin Cleric girls' dormitory, Clint whispered,
"Hey, Vanessa, it's me. I've missed you so much."
A girl with black hair and blue eyes opened the window, looking drowsy. As soon as she saw Clint, her face lit up with a mix of happiness and frustration. For a moment she smiled warmly, but then her expression turned serious as she said,
"Oh, Clint, I should have known. What are you doing here?"
"I didn't want to sleep without seeing your beautiful eyes, my love,"
Clint answered in a heart-melting voice. Vanessa seemed to be happy after hearing those words.
"Oh my, you will never change, Clint, will you?"
These words were followed by a kiss, making Clint's heart beat faster, while his lover's eyes sparkled with unspoken affection as they exchanged tender kisses on the cheeks, a silent vow of devotion in the secrecy of their forbidden romance. Crodar, always on alert, looked across the rooftops, his eyes sharp. He saw lanterns moving on the cobblestone paths below.
"Clint, hurry! A patrol is coming!"
Crodar whispered urgently. Clint quickly pulled away from Vanessa, his face turning pale with worry.
I've been waiting all night to see you, Vanessa. I wish we had more time.
I know.
Vanessa murmured, her voice thick with emotion.
Be safe.
With one last look, Clint joined Crodar, and the two friends ran to the edge of the roof. The patrol's lanterns were getting closer, their shadows moving on the walls of the dormitory. Crodar led the way, moving quickly and carefully. He rolled down onto a lower roof and landed softly. Clint followed, moving fast and accurately. They jumped over a narrow alley and landed quietly on a low stone wall. The sounds of the patrol grew louder, with the guards shouting and their weapons clanging. Crodar saw some trees near the edge of the school grounds and pointed.
There, we'll hide in the trees.
They ran towards the trees, jumping from roof to roof with practiced ease. The night air rushed past them as they crossed the uneven ground. Crodar grabbed a thick branch and swung down to the ground. Clint followed, landing lightly and darting into the trees. The guards arrived, their torches casting long shadows. They searched the rooftops, looking for the intruders. Crodar and Clint crouched low, breathing quietly. Crodar signaled Clint to move, and they carefully made their way through the bushes. The patrol's voices became fainter as they moved away, believing the intruders had escaped. When the patrol was out of sight, Crodar and Clint came out of the trees and ran across the open ground. They saw the Warriors Guild's dormitory in the distance and rushed towards it. Out of breath but relieved, they burst through the dormitory doors, glad to be back in the safety of the Guild's walls. Crodar leaned against the door and laughed softly.
Another adventure to remember, right?
Clint, still catching his breath, grinned and nodded.
Let's hope Vanessa forgives me quickly.
As they relaxed in their quarters, they felt a strong sense of friendship. The night's adventure had tested them, but it had also made their bond even stronger. The dormitory was quiet, the only sounds being their heavy breathing and the faint murmur of the other warriors settling down for the night. Crodar and Clint exchanged a weary but contented smile, glad to be back where they felt safe. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. Crodar straightened up, a frown forming on his face.
Who could that be at this hour?
Before Clint could answer, the door swung open, revealing an imposing figure, an inspector dressed in the guild's official garb, flanked by two stern-looking soldiers. The inspector's gaze was hard, and the soldiers stood at attention, their expressions unreadable.
Is there a problem?
Crodar asked, trying to mask his anxiety. The inspector's voice was crisp and authoritative.
Crodar of the Warriors Guild, you are under arrest.
Clint's eyes widened in shock.
Wait, what? What's this about?
Several students in the room began to whisper among themselves.
They must have found out about our little adventure at the clergy school,
one said.
They're probably here because we were caught sneaking into the girls' dormitory.
Yeah,
another added.
They're probably here to teach us a lesson for breaking the rules.
The inspector's gaze briefly shifted to Clint, but then returned to Crodar.
The charges are of the highest order, treason against the king.
A stunned silence fell over the room. Crodar's heart skipped a beat.
Treason? There must be some mistake. We were just at the clergy school.
The inspector's expression remained unchanged.
We are aware of your recent activities, but this is a separate matter. You are to come with us immediately.
The students' whispers grew louder, filled with confusion.
Treason against the king, that can't be right,
one of them said.
There must be some mix-up.
Crodar's mind raced, struggling to make sense of the situation. The seriousness of the charge against him was overwhelming. Treason was a grave accusation that could destroy lives. The inspector gave a final indifferent nod to Crodar.
We have our orders. Come quietly.
Crodar took a deep breath, his mind still spinning with questions. He cast a final worried glance at Clint, whose face was a mix of concern and helplessness.
Are you sure this isn't a mistake?
Clint asked, his voice barely more than a whisper.
I don't know,
Crodar replied.
but I'll find out.
As Crodar was led out of the dormitory by the inspector and his soldiers, the silence of the room seemed to amplify the sense of dread. The other warriors watched, their faces a blend of shock and confusion. Honor amongst thieves. On the night when Crodar and Clint had these adventures, something happened in another part of the city. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the cobbled streets of the Shepherd Kingdom. Shadows danced across the narrow alleys as a lone figure slipped silently through the darkness. This was Jareth, a rogue notorious for his trickery and agility. Before Jareth embarked on his mission, he had received his instructions from the Thieves' Guild. The Guild, a secretive organization that operated in the underbelly of Shepherd, was both feared and revered. Its members were skilled in the art of stealth and deception, bound by a code of silence and loyalty. The Guild's headquarters was a sprawling network of hidden chambers and dark passageways beneath the city, accessible only to those who knew the secret knocks and coded phrases. Inside the Guild's sanctum, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and secrecy. Flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the stone walls, and the air was scented with a mix of incense and old leather. Rogues gathered in the dimly lit hall, each one adorned in dark, practical clothing suited for their trade. They communicated through a complex system of signals and coded messages, ensuring their conversations remained hidden from prying ears. Training in the Guild was tough and demanding. New recruits started with basic skills, picking locks, moving silently, and staying hidden. As they advanced, they learned more complex techniques, like blending into their surroundings and using special tools and magic. Experienced rogues often taught these skills, making sure every member was skilled and discreet. Jareth had earned his place among the top rogues through hard work and natural talent. His reputation for pulling off difficult heists perfectly had earned him a spot among the elite. It wasn't just his physical skills that made him stand out. He was also great at gathering and using important information. On this particular night, Jareth had been called to the Guild's meeting room, a round chamber with a large wooden table in the middle. The walls were covered with city maps and detailed plans of various targets. At the head of the table sat the Guild's leader, known only as the Shadow Master. With an unreadable face and a commanding voice, the Shadow Master was the key figure in the Guild. When Jareth entered, the Shadow Master handed him a parchment with the Guild's seal. Unrolling it, Jareth saw details about his target, a grand mansion.
Tonight, you need to steal a collection of valuable items from this mansion,
the Shadow Master said firmly.
The items are kept in a chest behind a hidden door in the study. Avoid being caught. This mission is very important, and you must succeed.
With the instructions clear and the parchment in hand, Jareth prepared himself. The briefing gave him a good idea of the mansion's layout and what to expect. His training and experience had prepared him for this high-risk job. Later that night, Jareth approached the grand mansion with practiced ease. He moved with the stealth of a shadow, every step measured and light. He started by scaling the ivy-covered wall with expert precision, his fingers finding holds and his feet bracing against the stone. At the top, he paused, peering over the edge to survey the grounds below. As he dropped silently onto the lawn, Jareth crouched low, blending into the darkness. The mansion's exterior was elaborate, with intricate carvings and ornate windows that glimmered faintly in the moonlight. He made his way to a side entrance, one he had studied in advance. A few quick, deft movements allowed him to pick the lock and slip inside. The interior was a maze of luxury, with richly decorated rooms and hallways adorned with tapestries and paintings. Jareth's sharp eyes took in every detail as he moved quickly and quietly through the mansion. His footsteps were barely a whisper against the polished floors. He leaped nimbly over a low table and slid through narrow passages with the grace of a dancer. In one room, he found what he was looking for, a heavy wooden chest covered in intricate designs. With a quick flick of his wrist, he picked the lock and opened it, revealing a trove of jewels, gold coins, and unique magical artifacts. His heart raced with excitement as he began to fill his satchel bag. Just as he was about to close the chest, a sudden chill filled the room. The temperature dropped sharply, and an eerie blue light began to glow from the center of the room. Jareth spun around, his eyes wide with alarm. The blue light intensified, coalescing into a shimmering elemental orb that floated above the ground. It pulsed with a rhythmic glow and seemed to search the room, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. From the darkness, an elderly man emerged. He was tall and imposing, with a flowing white beard and a staff tipped with a glowing crystal. Master Alaric, a name Jareth had heard whispered in the streets, but never fully understood, stood before him. The magician's eyes were sharp, and his presence radiated authority. Jareth's heart pounded as he recognized the man's formidable presence. The realization of who he had intruded upon struck him like a thunderbolt. He dropped the stolen goods and fell to his knees, desperation etched on his face.
Please, Master Alaric, I didn't know this was your house. I was just following orders. I'll leave everything behind, just don't kill me.
Alaric studied him with a mixture of sternness and contemplation. The magical orb continued to float behind him, its glow steady and unyielding. After a moment, Alaric spoke in a voice that resonated with calm authority.
I will not kill you, but you have broken into my home, and there must be consequences.
Jareth's relief was mixed with confusion.
What will happen to me?
Alaric's expression softened slightly.
You will go to prison for your crime. When you are released, you will come to serve me. This will be your punishment and your chance for redemption.
As the city guards, who had been waiting outside, entered the room, Jareth couldn't help but reflect on the man he had wronged. The stories he had heard about Master Alaric suddenly came rushing back. The elderly magician was no mere recluse. He was a legendary figure, a hero from a time of great peril. Decades ago, Alaric had fought in the Orc Wars, a brutal conflict that nearly destroyed the Shepherd Kingdom. His name was spoken with awe and respect among those who remembered the dark days of the siege. He had been a key figure in the defense of the realm, using his formidable magical powers to turn the tide of battle against the marauding orc hordes. His bravery and strategic mind had saved countless lives and earned him a place of honor in the kingdom's history. Despite his storied past, Alaric had chosen to step away from the battlefield and focus on the study of magic and the education of future generations. His mansion had become a place of learning and wisdom, where he continued to serve the kingdom in a different capacity, protecting ancient knowledge and guiding aspiring magicians. As Jareth was restrained and led toward the door by the guards, the weight of his new reality settled heavily on him. The city seemed different now, each street and shadow reflecting the gravity of his situation. The night that had begun with ambition and excitement was ending with the sobering reality of imprisonment. The rogue's life of crime had come to an abrupt halt, and he was taken away to the city's dungeon, his future uncertain and bound by the harsh walls of the prison. Courage of the Sorcerer. The sun cast its warm rays over the grand magic academy of Shepherd, a marvel of both architecture and history. Located on the edge of the city, the school stood atop a lush hill, surrounded by gardens and fountains that sparkled in the daylight. Its towers reached high into the sky, adorned with intricate carvings of mythical creatures and magical symbols. The academy's main building, constructed from white marble, was adorned with glowing runes that shimmered softly even in the daytime. Founded centuries ago, the Magic Academy had long been a cornerstone of the Shepherd Kingdom's magical education. It was renowned across the land for producing powerful sorcerers and skilled magicians who contributed to the kingdom's safety and prosperity. The Academy's reputation was built on a tradition of rigorous theoretical study, aimed at mastering complex spells and understanding ancient magical lore. As the students enjoyed their midday break, the courtyard of the Academy buzzed with chatter. The garden was filled with vibrant flowers and neatly trimmed hedges, providing a pleasant setting for students to relax and socialize.
Did you hear about that new massage place downtown?
One cute blonde student with green eyes, Lila, said with a grin.
Apparently, they have women who give massages to men and take very good care of them.
A male student named Tom smirked and said,
"Oh, that sounds disgusting. Can you give me the address so I can avoid it?"
Laughter erupted among the group, and Tom shrugged, pretending to be offended.
"Hey, I'm just saying, who needs that kind of luxury?"
The atmosphere was full of camaraderie and relaxation. Yet, amidst the jokes and casual chatter, one student stood out with a look of determination. Sophia, a brilliant and outspoken student known for her sharp mind, sat apart from the group. Her brow was furrowed as she watched the other students. As the bell rang to signal the end of the break, Sophia decided it was time to address her concerns. Gathering her courage, Sophia walked to the center of the garden where students were slowly returning to their classes. The courtyard, usually a place of idle talk and relaxation, was about to become the stage for her unexpected speech. Clearing her throat, Sophia raised her voice so that it carried across the courtyard.
"Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention for a moment?"
The chatter died down as students turned their heads, curiosity piqued. Sophia's voice was steady and clear as she continued.
"I have something important to say about our education here at the Academy."
A murmur of intrigue rippled through the crowd. Sophia took a deep breath and began her impromptu speech with passion and resolve.
"Every day, we are told that this academy is the pinnacle of magical education," she said. "But I have to ask, are we really being prepared to be the best magicians we can be? Or are we simply being trained to fit into a mold?"
She paused, letting her words sink in.
"We spend countless hours in theoretical classes, memorizing ancient texts and spells. We're tested on our ability to recite information, not on our ability to think critically or apply our knowledge in practical ways. We're not learning to become independent thinkers. We're learning to repeat what we've been told."
A ripple of surprise spread through the students. Sophia's words were striking a chord.
"This system,"
she continued,
"is designed to make us obedient and compliant, not to foster innovation and creativity. The exams focus on memorization rather than real understanding of magic. It's as if they want us to become yes men, easily manipulated and unable to question the status quo. Is this what it means to be a wizard? Is this why we entered through that ornate door years ago? Think deeply, my fellow friends. Is this the path to elemental mastery that we have dreamed of since childhood?"
Some students began to nod in agreement, their expressions thoughtful. Sophia's voice grew more passionate as she pressed on. Sophia's gaze swept across the courtyard, her eyes locking with those of her peers. The stirring words seemed to hang in the air, electrifying the space. She could see the flickers of realization and discomfort on some faces, the murmurs of assent growing louder.
"This academy should be a place where we explore, where we question, where we create." Sophia's voice rose, her fervor unmistakable. "We need to reform our approach, to encourage not just rote learning, but true mastery of magic. Our education should inspire us to push boundaries, to innovate. We must demand a system that values critical thinking, practical application, and personal growth."
Her words resonated with a fervent energy. A few students, emboldened by her courage, began clapping. Slowly at first, But then the applause grew, reverberating through the courtyard. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their voices blending into a unified wave of support.
"Here, here!"
shouted a student from the back, his voice carrying the sentiment of many. Sophia's eyes caught the subtle smiles and nods of several instructors positioned discreetly among the students. Though their faces remained composed, their eyes betrayed a hint of approval. They understood the gravity of her words and the truth they carried, even as they kept their emotions carefully concealed. The applause reached a crescendo, the clapping hands and enthusiastic cheers echoing off the academy's marble walls. The students' admiration was palpable, their voices forming a chorus of encouragement. But as the noise began to die down, a shadow fell over the courtyard. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and the atmosphere shifted abruptly. From the archway leading to the administration offices, a group of stern-faced guards emerged, their presence commanding immediate attention. Sophia's heart sank as she saw them. She had anticipated repercussions, but hoped for a different outcome. The guards moved with purpose, and a palpable tension spread through the crowd. Whispers of concern rippled among the students. One of the guards, a burly man with a grim expression, stepped forward and addressed Sophia.
"Sophia of the Academy,"
he said, his voice cold and authoritative.
"You are to come with us."
Sophia took a deep breath, her moment of triumph abruptly overshadowed by the reality of her situation. She looked at the students around her, their faces a mix of shock and sympathy. The cheers had faded, replaced by anxious murmurs and worried glances. Sophia's heart sank. She had anticipated consequences, but hoped for a different outcome. The crowd's cheers died down, replaced by anxious whispers and concerned glances.
"Is this really happening?"
murmured one student, eyes wide with shock.
"Why are they taking her away? Will they put Her in jail?"
another asked, their voice tinged with worry. As the guards led Sophia away, the courtyard fell into a tense silence. The vibrant energy of the moment was now replaced by a somber mood. Sophia walked with a steady but heavy heart as she was escorted through the grand hallways of the academy by the guards. Her steps were steady, but her mind raced with thoughts of what this moment would mean for her future and for the academy's future. As she was led through the grand hallways of the academy, the marble floors seemed to echo her footsteps in a somber rhythm. The vibrant colors and lively magic of the academy's interior now felt distant and hollow. The price of innocence. The morning sun filtered through the tall, arched windows of the clergy hall, casting a warm, golden light over the rows of students seated in neat, orderly fashion. Vanessa sat among her classmates, her posture attentive as she absorbed the lecture on curing undead curses. Her robes, pristine and white, marked her as one of the academy's promising students. Her golden hair was neatly tied back, and her demeanor was calm, reflective of her inner strength. The instructor, Father Alistair, stood at the front of the room, his voice a deep, soothing rumble. He was a venerable figure, his years of service evident in the lines etched into his face. Today, he spoke with a gravitas that commanded the students' full attention.
"Today, we delve into a vital aspect of our healing practices,"
Father Alistair began.
"Curing an undead curse requires not only our spiritual strength, but also a profound understanding of the nature of these dark afflictions."
Vanessa took notes diligently as Father Alistair explained the intricate process of dispelling the dark magic that bound the undead. The lecture was both a historical and practical examination, linking ancient methods with modern techniques. The history of Shapurian priests was a tale of devotion and sacrifice, their prestige rooted in their ability to heal and protect the kingdom from various supernatural threats.
"The Shapurian clergy,"
Father Alistair continued,
"have always been revered for their unwavering purity and strength. Our role in society is not just to heal the wounded, but to maintain the spiritual sanctity of our kingdom. Through centuries of service, we have preserved the essence of our sacred duties, keeping the kingdom safe from malevolent forces.
Vanessa's mind wandered momentarily as she pondered the weight of her responsibilities. The Academy's strict rules regarding relationships, especially for healers, were a constant challenge. The belief was that maintaining a state of innocence was essential for their spiritual efficacy. It was a belief she adhered to, though it sometimes felt like a heavy burden. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lecture. The students gathered their things, chatting quietly among themselves as they prepared for their next class. Vanessa, lost in thought, barely noticed the murmur of conversation around her. As she exited the clergy hall, her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden commotion. She turned to see two guards hurrying towards her, their faces set in grim determination. They carried an air of urgency that immediately put her on edge.
"Vanessa, please come with us,"
one of the guards said, his tone brooking no argument. Confused and alarmed, Vanessa followed them through the stone corridors of the Academy. Her mind raced with questions. The guards led her to a dimly lit room where the disciplinary service awaited. The room was sparsely furnished, its cold, austere atmosphere a stark contrast to the warmth of the clergy hall. Inside, a stern-faced officer, Captain Rendell, stood behind a wooden desk. He was a formidable man, known for his strict enforcement of Academy rules. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, met Vanessa's with a scrutinizing gaze.
"Vanessa,"
Captain Rendell began,
"you are here to answer to charges of misconduct."
Vanessa's heart sank.
Misconduct? I don't understand.
"It has come to our attention,"
Captain Rendell continued,
"that you have been involved in a relationship that violates the Academy's strict code of conduct regarding personal relationships."
The accusation hit Vanessa like a physical blow.
That's impossible.
She protested.
I haven't...
"Witnesses have reported seeing someone enter your dormitory."
Captain Rendell interrupted, his voice cold.
"Though the individual was able to escape, the evidence of your involvement is undeniable."
Vanessa's mind raced. Clint, her lover, had visited her in secret, but she had never thought such a visit could lead to this. She had been careful, always adhering to the rules, but now it seemed that even a fleeting, innocent act of affection had been misconstrued.
I didn't...
Vanessa tried to explain, but her words faltered as she saw the resolute expressions of the disciplinary officers.
"You are accused of breaking the rules regarding personal relationships,"
Captain Rendell said, his tone unyielding.
"Given the gravity of the offense and the Academy's zero-tolerance policy, you are hereby sentenced to imprisonment."
Vanessa's knees felt weak. The thought of being imprisoned for a false accusation was almost too much to bear. The guards, their expressions impassive, approached her and began to lead her away. As Vanessa was escorted from the disciplinary room, her classmates in the hall looked on with shock and disbelief. Whispers spread among them as they tried to grasp the situation.
"Is it true?"
one student asked, voice trembling.
"Did Vanessa really break the rules?"
She's such a dedicated student.
Another murmured.
I can't believe this.
The whispers followed her as she walked through the academy, each step echoing with the weight of her impending punishment. The guard's grip was firm, but not unkind as they guided her through the hallways and towards the prison cells. The corridor leading to the prison was stark and unwelcoming. The harsh, flickering light from the torches cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. Vanessa's heart pounded as she was led past the iron bars of the cells, her once proud stride now heavy with resignation. In the midst of a healing class, her classmates could only watch in stunned silence as Vanessa disappeared down the corridor, the door to the prison clanging shut behind her. The warmth and light of the clergy hall seemed to fade into a distant memory, leaving only the cold, unforgiving reality of her imprisonment. Dungeons and prisons. Azkira is an island located in the middle of the planet Kentunia, where not many people live due to the dryness of the land, and there are not many settlements except a few small towns and a port. For an unknown reason, a prison was recently built on this deserted island, and prisoners began to be brought here from all over the kingdom. The clamor of the prison door echoed through the cold stone corridor as it swung open. Vanessa, Crodar, Sophia, and Jareth were ushered into the dimly lit cell, its sparse furnishings consisting of a few straw-stuffed mattresses and a single barred window high up on the wall. The cell's occupants glanced at each other with varying degrees of curiosity and apprehension. Crodar, a rugged figure, took a seat on one of the mattresses with a resigned sigh. Vanessa, her face a mask of both sadness and determination, sat down beside him. Sophia, with her sharp eyes and determined demeanor, leaned against the wall, while Jareth, a wiry rogue with a mischievous glint in his eye, gave the cell a skeptical look.
"Well, this is quite the motley crew,"
Jareth remarked, grinning.
"Looks like we've all made quite the impression on our dear rulers."
"Yeah, you've got that right,"
Sophia said dryly.
"I'm here for criticizing the education system. Apparently, wanting to think for ourselves is a crime now."
Vanessa sighed.
I'm in for breaking the clergy's no relationship rule. Someone saw my boyfriend Clint kiss me on the cheek. It was just a kiss. Nothing more.
"Ah, the infamous kiss of doom,"
Jareth said, trying to hide his amusement.
"That'll get you every time. Did you at least enjoy it?"
Vanessa gave him a half-hearted smile.
It was a nice kiss. Too bad it led to a prison sentence.
Jareth snorted.
"Well, that's nothing compared to the time I got caught trying to burgle a veteran magician's house. Alaric, the old coot, made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Prison time followed by a lifetime of servitude. Guess that's what happens when you mess with magic."
Wow, that's the first time anyone said they feel responsible for my love life.
Vanessa said, her tone a mixture of gratitude and humor.
But I appreciate it. At least someone's taking it seriously.
Jareth snorted.
"You know, it's funny. Injustice. We're all here for what seems like petty reasons. I mean, a kiss, a bit of criticism, and some thievery."
"And a lifetime of servitude,"
Crodar added, shaking his head.
"Don't forget about Jareth's eternal sentence. Sounds like a really bad deal on a really boring cruise."
Jareth grinned.
"Yeah, but I guess the only treasures I'll be finding now are dust bunnies and cobwebs."
Sophia chuckled.
"Well, at least you're not being punished for something absurd, like unapproved sock colour. I heard rumours that the academy had a strict dress code for a while."
Vanessa raised an eyebrow.
Unapproved sock color? Really?
"Oh, definitely,"
Sophia said, nodding seriously.
"There was a whole scandal. Some students showed up in red socks instead of the approved green. The horror."
Did they get a prison sentence too?
Vanessa asked, trying not to laugh.
"Only a week of mandatory meditation in the courtyard."
Sophia replied with a smirk.
"It was a tough punishment."
Jareth leaned against the wall with a grin.
"And here I thought the real crime was having poor taste in clothing."
Sophia laughed.
"Who knows? Considering these oddities, maybe our next punishment will involve a fashion critique."
Vanessa smiled, appreciating the light-hearted banter.
If we do end up in a fashion critique, can we at least have a professional stylist? I could use some pointers.
Crodar chuckled.
"And here I was worried about the state of our outfits. Maybe we should request a tailor for our next cell inspection."
Jareth, still grinning, added,
"As long as they don't ask me to model, my days of walking the runway are long gone."
Their laughter filled the small cell, easing the tension of their situation. But as the conversation naturally shifted, their amusement began to give way to more serious reflections. Crodar, who had been mostly silent until now, looked at Vanessa with a mix of sympathy and regret.
"I know, Clint,"
he said quietly.
"I was actually there that night. I was helping him hide from the patrols. I'm sorry. I should have done more to protect him, and you."
Vanessa blinked, her eyes wide with surprise.
Protect us?
she echoed, disbelief tinging her voice.
You were there?
Crodar nodded, his expression somber but determined.
Yeah, I saw you both.
He paused, his jaw tightening.
I feel like it's my responsibility to look out for you now, just as much as I do for Clint.
Vanessa's brow furrowed as she processed his words.
Wait.
She asked, her tone a mix of confusion and disbelief.
You were there that night? You saw Clint and me?
Crodar's eyes darkened with regret. He shifted slightly, as if burdened by the memory.
Yeah, I did, he said, his voice quieter. I was helping Clint hide from the patrols. I should have done more to protect both of you. I'm sorry.
Sophia, who had been listening intently, tilted her head, curiosity dancing in her eyes.
That's really something,
she murmured, her voice thoughtful.
But if you were there helping Clint, why are you in prison? What's your charge?
Crodar's face hardened as he considered her question, the muscles in his jaw working as if he were grinding stones between his teeth.
At first,
he began, his tone carrying a touch of bitterness.
I thought it was for sneaking into the clergy dormitories with Clint. You know, it's not exactly allowed.
His lips curled into a brief wry smile before the gravity of the situation returned.
But if that were the case, Clint should be here too, not just me.
Jareth, who had been leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed, suddenly straightened. His eyes narrowed with sharp focus.
So what's the real reason?
Crodar sighed, running a hand over his unshaven face as if trying to scrub away the frustration that lingered there.
Turns out, I'm here for high treason,
he revealed, the weight of those words landing like stones in the room.
I guess they think I'm plotting against the king or something.
Vanessa's gasp was soft, but filled with shock.
High treason?
She repeated, her voice a mix of disbelief and concern.
That seems a bit extreme.
Yeah.
Crodar agreed with a shrug, though the gesture couldn't mask the confusion in his eyes.
I thought so too. It's not like I'm a secret spy or anything.
He let out a humorless laugh, but the sound quickly faded.
But then I started thinking...
Sophia leaned forward, her brows knitting in concentration.
Thinking about what?
Crodar hesitated, as if wrestling with the thoughts that had plagued him since his imprisonment.
About why they'd accuse me of such a serious crime when I'm just an honorable member of the army. I mean, there must be a reason behind these charges, right?
Jareth rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a calculating gleam in his eyes.
You're onto something,
he said, nodding slowly.
They wouldn't throw around accusations of treason so easily. It's not just about you or Vanessa.
Crodar's gaze flickered with realization as he locked eyes with Jareth.
Exactly,
he said, his voice growing more urgent.
It feels like there's a pattern here. Maybe some political groups see the army and the Warriors Guild as a threat. They're trying to eliminate anyone who's not on their side.
Vanessa's expression shifted, her mind racing to connect the dots.
That makes sense,
she murmured, more to herself than anyone else.
If they want to consolidate power, they'd need to get rid of those who might challenge them. The clergy, the warriors, free thinkers, or anyone with influence.
Sophia's eyes darkened, her usual calm giving way to a simmering anger.
And it's not just us,
she said, her voice laced with conviction.
They might be targeting others who think differently, or have the potential to disrupt their plans.
Jareth's voice was low, but the intensity in it cut through the air like a blade.
So this isn't just about petty crimes or breaking rules, it's a broader scheme to control and suppress dissent.
Crodar clenched his fists at his sides, his knuckles white.
Seems like it,
he said, his tone bitter.
It's like they're making examples of us to intimidate others. If they can make us disappear, they can scare everyone else into submission.
Vanessa's eyes flashed with determination, her earlier shock replaced by a fierce resolve.
We need to figure out how to fight back,
she said, her voice steady, full of purpose.
If they're using the prison system to silence us, then we need to expose their motives.
Sophia nodded in agreement, her expression hardening.
Agreed. We can't let them get away with this. There's more at stake here than just our own freedom.
Jareth, always the pragmatic one, smirked, though there was no joy in it.
Looks like we've got more to worry about than just surviving in this cell,
he said, his tone sharp with understanding.
We've got to take a stand against whatever's going on out there.
For a moment, the room fell into silence. The weight of their realization settled over them, heavy and suffocating. Each of them understood in their own way that this imprisonment was not just a personal injustice. It was part of something much larger, a calculated move in a dangerous game of power and control, and they were determined not to be its pawns. As they sat together, the reality of their situation became clearer. They were not just victims of their own misfortunes, but part of a broader struggle against a system that sought to suppress individuality and dissent. The thought was sobering, but it also ignited a spark of determination within them. They spent the rest of the day discussing their ideas and plans, their conversations a mix of seriousness and dark humor as they navigated their shared predicament. Amid the bleakness of their cell, they found a sense of solidarity, knowing that their struggle was part of a greater battle against an unjust system. Chaos awaits. The clamor of footsteps and the clinking of keys announced the arrival of the guard with their meager meal. As the guard unlocked the cell door, Jareth's eyes gleamed with mischief. He had been waiting for this moment. With a sleight of hand, honed through years of thievery, Jareth swiftly lifted the key from the guard's belt, while pretending to stretch nonchalantly. Vanessa, Crodar, and Sophia watched with bated breath. Jareth pocketed the key with a triumphant grin and gave a subtle nod to the others.
All right, here's the plan,
Jareth whispered, holding up the key.
We make our move now. They won't be expecting it.
Sophia looked skeptical.
Are you sure this will work? We're outnumbered. And we don't even know where the keys to the other cells are.
Jareth leaned in closer.
Do you really think they'll judge us fairly here? This is obviously a trap. They want to let us die or disappear. We have to do something, not just for ourselves, but for the kingdom.
Vanessa's eyes widened.
He's right. If we stay, we're at their mercy. But if we escape, maybe we can find out what's really going on.
Crodar nodded, his warrior's resolve returning.
All right, I'm in. What's the plan?
Jareth took a deep breath.
First, we need to get out of this cell without alerting too many guards. Then, we make our way to the exit, using our skills to neutralize any obstacles.
With the plan set, Jareth unlocked the cell door. Vanessa and Sophia quickly moved to stand guard as Crodar and Jareth slipped out. The guards, busy with their own tasks, were unprepared for the stealthy intrusion. Vanessa used her mind-affecting skills to create a gentle aura of calm around a pair of approaching guards, making them drowsy and less alert. As they stumbled and yawned, she and Crodar easily slipped past them. Sophia followed with her magic, casting a spell to silence their footsteps, making their approach almost inaudible. She also used a quick gust of wind to gently blow a guard's torch out, providing them with more cover. Areth, moving with the agility of a cat, used his skills to disable another guard with a deftly aimed sleep dart, ensuring the guard wouldn't wake up until after they were long gone. As they crept through the labyrinthine corridors, they noticed something unsettling. The familiar emblems of the kingdom that once adorned the walls had been replaced by an ominous, shadowy symbol. It was the emblem of the Shadow Guild, a secretive organization rumored to be working in the dark corners of the kingdom. Crodar whispered,
This is worse than we thought. The prison has been taken over.
Sophia frowned.
If they manage to control Askira prison, They might be behind other moves too. We need to get out and find out what's happening.
Finally, they reached the prison's outer gate. With a combined effort, Crodar and Jareth managed to pry it open. They emerged into the open air and looked up at the sky. The clouds were dark and swirling, casting an ominous shadow over the kingdom.
Look at the clouds,
Vanessa exclaimed, her voice filled with dread.
Something big is happening out there.
They quickly made their way to the nearby mountains, seeking refuge and a moment to catch their breath. As they rested, an eagle descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of them. In its talons was a rolled-up parchment. Jareth took the parchment and unrolled it. The message was from Alaric, the veteran magician.
To my unexpected allies, what you experienced was no ordinary prison. It was controlled by the Shadow Guild, who are working covertly to seize control of Shepper. None of you were real criminals, except Jareth. However, because he identified himself as my servant, they saw him as a threat as well. I must inform you that a portal has been opened by some dark sorcerers, and an undead army is emerging through it. Your mission is to travel across the kingdom, consult with the mayor, and unite a large force to combat this threat. The kingdom's future depends on you. Be cautious, trust few, and act quickly. Alaric.
They folded the parchment and put it in Sophia's bag as they stared at each other in shock. Vanessa finally broke the silence.
An undead army? And we're supposed to save the kingdom?
Crodar shook his head, disbelief etched on his face.
This just got a lot bigger than we thought.
Sophia took a deep breath.
Looks like we've got a kingdom to save.
As they prepared to set off on their quest, the weight of Alaric's message hung heavily in the air. The kingdom was in chaos, and their adventure was only beginning. Raid across the kingdom. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a golden hue over the jagged peaks of the mountain. The group had deliberately climbed to the summit, driven by the need to understand the full scope of the devastation that had befallen Shepper. Crodar, Jareth, Vanessa, and Sophia stood at the top, their breaths heavy from the ascent, their eyes scanning the horizon.
Look,
Crodar said, pointing towards the smoke rising from below.
The entire kingdom is burning.
Jareth nodded, his gaze sharp as ever.
And judging by the scale of the fires, this isn't just a skirmish. The Urgles are attacking everywhere.
Sophia, her robes fluttering in the mountain breeze, stepped forward.
We need to see more. I can conjure a magical magnifying glass to get a clearer view. Just give me a moment. She closed her eyes and began an incantation, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. A soft blue light enveloped her hands, and with the final word, a large, shimmering lens materialized before them.
Vanessa peered through the magical device first. Her face paled as she saw the devastation more clearly.
The kingdom. It's worse than we thought. But wait, there's a place to the north, near the coast. It looks like it hasn't been attacked yet.
Jareth took his turn, his eyes narrowing.
It seems like a decent place to start. There's a castle and a settlement there. If we can reach it, we can talk to the mayor and begin gathering an army.
Crodar clenched his fists, his muscles tensed.
By ship, then. We need to head to the coast and secure passage.
As they prepared to descend the mountain, a guttural roar echoed around them. 10 towering Urgles, with dark, sinewy muscles and eyes burning with malice, emerged from the rocky outcrops, surrounding the party. Jareth quickly drew 2 daggers, grinning.
We have companions,
he said, holding them up.
Picked these off some guards we stunned. Let's see what they can do.
Crodar, his hands still sore from their escape, grimaced.
I'll have to fight barehanded. This will be interesting.
The Urgles charged, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Their weapons, mighty clubs, jagged axes, and crude spears, glinted ominously in the early light. Crodar met the first Urgal with a powerful punch, his knuckles connecting with the beast's jaw. The Urgal staggered, but quickly recovered, swinging a heavy club in a wide arc. Crodar ducked and rolled, coming up behind the Urgal and landing a series of rapid, bone-jarring strikes.
"Take this!"
Crodar roared, landing a solid blow that sent the Urgal crashing into a rock. Jareth darted between the enemies, his agility unmatched. He slashed at tendons and weak points with his newly acquired daggers, evading clumsy strikes with ease.
Too slow,
he taunted, weaving between the beasts. He ducked under a sweeping attack from an Urgal wielding a massive axe, then sliced upwards, catching the beast's exposed side. Vanessa raised her staff, chanting a prayer. A golden barrier formed around them, deflecting the blows of the Urgals.
"Stay within the light,"
she called, her voice steady. Her barrier shimmered and absorbed the impact of a dozen strikes, while she healed Crodar's bruised knuckles and Jareth's minor cuts. Sophia stood at the center, her eyes glowing with arcane power. She extended her hands, and bolts of lightning shot forth, striking multiple Urgals. The lightning crackled through the air, searing their flesh and sending them sprawling.
"Feel the wrath of the elements,"
Sophia shouted, her voice echoing with magical resonance. As the battle raged, the Urgals fought back with brutal efficiency. One Urgal swung a spiked mace at Crodar, who barely managed to deflect the blow with his bare arm, the impact vibrating through his bones. Another Urgal, a hulking brute with a jagged sword, charged at Jareth. Jareth nimbly dodged the swing, using the ship's rigging to perform a flip and land a deadly strike from above. A group of Urgals, sensing an opportunity, attempted to flank Vanessa's barrier, trying to pierce through the protective shield with their spears. Vanessa's eyes narrowed in concentration as she focused on maintaining the barrier while casting a quick healing spell to mend a gash on Crodar's arm.
"Hold them off,"
Vanessa shouted.
"I need to reinforce the barrier."
Sophia, seeing the danger, conjured a frost spell.
"Ice, be my ally,"
she cried, sending waves of icy magic that slowed down the attacking Urgals, encasing some of them in a thick layer of frost. This made them easier targets for Crodar and Jareth. One Urgal, enraged by the icy assault, roared and charged at Sophia, swinging a massive axe. Crodar intervened, intercepting the attack with a powerful punch that sent the Urgal staggering back.
"Watch your back,"
Crodar called. Sophia, regaining her focus, cast a lightning bolt that struck the charging Urgal, causing it to convulse and collapse.
"Thanks for the save,"
she said, her breath coming in short bursts. The battle continued with intense ferocity. Jareth used his daggers to slice through the tendons of a charging Urgal, while Crodar used his sheer strength to throw another Urgal against the rocky mountain wall. Vanessa's holy shield held firm against the barrage of attacks, and Sophia's elemental magic wreaked havoc on the enemies. As the last Urgal fell, the group took a moment to catch their breath. Vanessa's golden barrier faded, and she exhaled heavily.
"We need to move quickly. More will come."
Crodar nodded, his fists bruised but his resolve unshaken.
"To the coast. We need to find a ship and make for that settlement."
Sophia, leaning heavily on her staff, looked pale and weary. Vanessa and the others exchanged concerned glances.
"Sophia, are you all right?"
Vanessa asked. Sophia forced a reassuring smile.
"I'm fine. Just exhausted. I used a lot of mana today. I need to rest and meditate to recover my strength."
Vanessa nodded, understanding the toll magic could take.
"All right. Just make sure you stay close. We'll find a safe place for you to recover."
Sophia found a sturdy wooden staff among the rocks and used it to steady herself as they began their descent.
"Thank you,"
she said softly, leaning on the staff as they moved down the mountain.
"I'll be okay. Just need a bit of rest."
With one last glance at the smoking kingdom below, they continued their descent, each step a reminder of the quest ahead. The fate of Shepper rested on their shoulders, and they were determined not to falter. Campfire. The descent from the mountain was grueling but manageable, and the group found solace as they entered the dense forest. They located a clearing, a perfect spot for a campfire. The crackling flames provided warmth and light, casting a cheerful glow over their tired faces. As the night fell, they gathered around the fire, relieved to finally rest and let Sophia recover her mana.
All right, let's make this a relaxing evening,
Crodar said, flopping down onto a log. We've earned it after that battle. Jareth, already starting to roast a rabbit he had skillfully caught, added with a grin,
At least we've got food. If Sophia could cook, we'd have a feast.
Sophia, leaning on her staff, smirked.
Oh, so my magical abilities don't extend to culinary skills?
Vanessa chuckled.
I'd pay good money to see you attempt to stew with that staff.
As laughter filled the air, Jareth nudged Crodar.
Speaking of skills, Crodar, how do you feel about fighting barehanded?
Crodar flexed his bruised hands.
It's challenging, yet rewarding. Let's just say I won't be missing my sword anytime soon.
Sophia rolled her eyes playfully.
Well, next time we're in a tavern, I'll make sure to put in a good word for you as most intimidating bare-knuckle fighter.
As they laughed, a shadow loomed over them. The sound of powerful wings beating against the air grew louder, and the laughter died down into uneasy silence. The group looked up, their faces turning from amusement to shock as a massive dragon came into view, its scales shimmering in the firelight. Jareth instinctively pulled out his daggers.
You've got to be kidding me.
Vanessa's eyes widened.
I thought they only existed in myths. This is real?
As the dragon descended, a rider atop it called out in a jovial tone.
Only a fool thinks he has a chance against a dragon with those tiny daggers. Don't worry, I'm on your side.
The dragon landed gracefully, and the rider dismounted with a flourish. He was clad in intricate armor and exuded an air of confidence.
Greetings, travelers. I am Rakion, the dragon rider of the kingdom. Archmage Alaric sent me to assist you.
He began distributing the items with a dramatic flair.
Crodar, for you, I bring this plate armor and a two-handed flamberge. This will make you an unstoppable force in battle.
Crodar's eyes lit up as he examined the flamberge.
This is incredible. Thank you. This will definitely help.
Rakion turned to Jareth, holding out a sleek leather armor and two exceptionally artistic-looking sharp daggers.
Jareth, these daggers are a perfect match for your skills. They'll enhance your agility and precision.
Jareth grinned, testing the weight of the daggers.
These are beautiful. I can't wait to put them to use.
For Sophia, Rakion presented a staff adorned with magical runes.
Sophia, this staff will aid you in channeling your mana more effectively, and during battles you can elementally rune your staff and weapons of your companions to adapt to different threats. For example, if you're up against a fiery Urgle, an ice rune will make your spells and attacks more effective.
Sophia's eyes widened with excitement.
That's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Lastly, Rakion handed Vanessa a talisman.
And Vanessa, this talisman will multiply your healing power and extend the duration of your buffs and debuffs.
Vanessa accepted it gratefully.
This will make a huge difference in our efforts. Thank you.
With the gifts exchanged, Rakion settled down by the fire, clearly enjoying the attention. The conversation soon turned to dragons.
So, dragons are real?
Vanessa asked, still in awe. Rakion nodded.
Indeed. Dragon skin was once highly prized, leading to illegal hunting. The first King Shepherd tamed dragons and brought them far from the islands. Only the chosen soldiers of his army became dragon riders. It was kept a secret for centuries.
The group was stunned. Crodar's eyes widened.
I had no idea. That's incredible.
Rakion continued.
Now as for your plan to head to Oaksuville, it's a good choice. It's far from here. which is why it hasn't been attacked yet. However, the closest seaport is captured by the Shadow Army, those who work for the Shadow Guild.
Jareth furrowed his brow.
So we'll have to sneak in, seize a ship, and rescue the crew.
Rakion nodded.
Yes, wherever you go, if you don't see Urgals, it's probably the Shadow Army. They work with the Urgals, but don't harm them due to their alliance.
Crodar grunted.
Even though they're still human, their souls are probably as ugly as those monsters. They've sold their honor for power.
Rakion smiled.
You're right, but if you're careful, you can succeed. I'll keep an eye on you from afar and meet you again soon.
With that, Rakion mounted his dragon.
Good luck and remember, stay hidden. I'll be watching.
As Rakion flew off into the night sky, the group prepared to set their plan into motion. With Rakion mounted on his dragon and flying off into the night sky, the group sat around the campfire, their minds buzzing with questions and new plans.
That was incredible,
Crodar said, still marveling at the dragon's departure.
But now we have to focus on our next steps.
Vanessa leaned forward, her expression thoughtful.
What else do you think we'll discover in Shipuria? It feels like there's so much more going on than we initially thought.
Sophia, feeling slightly more energized thanks to the rest, nodded.
Indeed. The fact that dragons were real all along, and that there's a Shadow Guild. There must be other secrets and hidden threats we haven't even encountered yet.
Jareth, sharpening one of his new daggers, interjected.
It's not just about what's hidden, it's about who's behind it all. The Shadow Guild must have some powerful elites backing them. Who do you think they are?
Crodar scratched his chin, considering the question.
Could be anyone from the old royal families who were disgraced or exiled, maybe even someone with a personal vendetta against the current regime.
Vanessa raised an eyebrow.
Or someone who's been manipulating events from the shadows for years. The goals behind opening a dark portal? It's more than just chaos. There must be a strategic advantage they're seeking.
Sophia nodded in agreement.
And why would they want the Urgals to capture all of their own cities and castles? It doesn't make sense unless they're planning something drastic.
Jareth smirked, twirling one of his daggers.
Maybe they're using the Urgals as a distraction to hide their true objective. Or perhaps they're trying to weaken Shipuria so they can seize power more easily.
Crodar leaned back, his eyes scanning the forest around them.
Whatever their plan is, it's clearly big. They're not just looking to conquer. They want to dismantle everything and rebuild it according to their own vision.
Vanessa sighed.
And we're caught right in the middle of it. Our quest to gather an army and fight back is more crucial than ever. But it's clear that there's more at stake here.
Sophia looked at the others, determination in her eyes.
We need to stay vigilant and keep uncovering the truth. If the Shadow Guild has these kinds of resources and alliances, we need to be prepared for anything.
Jareth nodded, his expression serious.
Agreed. We can't afford to underestimate our enemies. We need to be smart about how we approach the seaport and deal with the Shadow Army.
Crodar's expression softened slightly as he looked at his companions.
We've come a long way already. We've got the strength and the skills. With these new weapons and gear, we can make a real difference.
Vanessa smiled, her eyes shining with resolve.
Yes, let's rest up tonight. Make our plan and get to Oaksville. We have a kingdom to save.
Sophia, feeling reassured by her friend's determination, nodded.
Tomorrow, we start a new chapter of our quest. And with the help we've received, I'm confident we can face whatever comes our way.
As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the group settled into a more reflective silence, each lost in their thoughts about the journey ahead. They knew that their quest was far from over and that many challenges awaited them, but with their new allies and their strengthened resolve, they felt ready to face the unknown. The Shadows Harbor. The harbor was a grim sight. The air was thick with the stench of salt and rust. A grizzled man, clad in dark armor adorned with the emblem of the Shadow Guild, shouted orders to the tied-up ship crew.
If you want to live,
he barked,
you will work on the ship as slaves. There will be a weapon transformation for the Master's army. You will not only be sailors, but also laborers, carrying these items to their designated locations.
The poor sailors, bound and frightened, looked on with horror as the soldiers forced them to begin their grueling tasks. Their faces were a mix of despair and dread. Back at their makeshift camp, the group gathered around as Sophia prepared to use her clairvoyant skill to scout the seaport.
All right, everyone,
Sophia said, her eyes glowing with arcane energy.
I'll use my clairvoyance to get a clear picture of what we're dealing with.
She focused, and after a moment, images of the seaport appeared in the air, revealing the layout of the docks and the ship in question. So? Jareth asked, peering over her shoulder.
What do you see?
Sophia pointed at the ship.
There's a large vessel docked at the pier. It's heavily guarded by Shadow Guild soldiers. The crew is tied up and being forced to work. The ship itself is packed with crates. Probably the weaponry they're transporting.
Crodar frowned.
We need to sneak in and take control of that ship. Any advice on how to avoid detection?
Sophia examined the images further.
There's a narrow passage leading to the ship that's less guarded. If we move quickly, we might be able to slip past without being seen. However, once we're on board, we'll have to act fast.
With a plan in mind, the group made their way to the harbor, using the cover of night to approach the ship. They managed to sneak on board, but as they began to assess their surroundings, the alarm bell rang out, echoing across the docks.
Looks like we're not alone,
Jareth shouted, drawing his daggers. The Shadow Guild soldiers sprang into action. They poured onto the deck, their eyes scanning for intruders. Some took defensive positions, drawing their swords and crossbows, while others began to spread out, preparing for a fight.
Enemies on deck,
one soldier shouted as he spotted Crodar.
Prepare for battle.
The battle erupted with fierce intensity. Sophia, seeing the approaching enemies, prepared to use her fiery magic.
I'll cast a firebolt to clear a path.
But Crodar stepped in front of her, shaking his head.
No, don't. We need this ship intact. If you use fire magic, we risk damaging it.
Sophia hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Right. I'll switch to the rune spell.
She began to enchant Crodar's sword with an electrical rune.
This will give your blade the ability to channel electricity.
As she completed the enchantment, Crodar's sword began to crackle with electrical energy.
This should help you deal with multiple enemies at once. Now swing away.
With his sword now electrified, Crodar charged into the fray. He swung the blade in wide arcs, sending arcs of electricity crackling through the soldiers. The lightning leapt from one enemy to another, causing them to stagger and fall.
Nice work, Sophia,
Crodar shouted as the electricity scorched through the soldiers. Vianessa, focusing on her holy shield, provided crucial support. She deflected a blow aimed at Crodar.
I've got your back, Crodar. Just keep those enemies away from me.
As Crodar continued his assault, Jareth used the ship's rigging to his advantage. He leapt from one platform to another, his daggers flashing as he performed swift assassinations.
You know,
he called out with a grin,
being a sailor doesn't usually come with this much excitement.
Jareth's agile movements allowed him to strike from unexpected angles. He ducked under a sweeping attack and thrust his dagger into an enemy's side. One more down. We've got to finish this before they overwhelm us. The Shadow Guild soldiers fought back fiercely. One soldier, wielding a spiked mace, charged at Crodar, swinging with powerful, deliberate strikes. Another soldier, armed with a crossbow, took aim at Jareth as he moved through the rigging.
Watch out!
Crodar shouted as he deflected the mace's attack with his electrified sword, sending a shockwave through the soldier. The crossbow bolt whizzed past Jareth, who deftly dodged and retaliated with a spinning dagger throw. Sophia, focusing on freezing magic, cast ice spells to slow down and immobilize groups of soldiers.
Keep them clustered together. My ice magic works best when they're bunched up.
She sent out waves of ice that encased several soldiers, making them easier targets for Crodar and Jareth. One soldier, attempting to break free from the ice, swung a heavy battle axe at Sophia. Vanessa, reacting quickly, raised her holy shield to intercept the blow, deflecting the axe and protecting Sophia. "Stay back!" Vanessa commanded, her shield glowing with protective energy. The Shadow Guild soldiers, struggling against the combined might of the group, began to falter. The commander, observing the battle, shouted orders to his men.
"Regroup and defend. We can't let them take the ship."
In response, soldiers began to form a defensive line, trying to push back the intruders. A group of them, wielding long spears, attempted to keep Crodar at bay. The clash of steel rang out as Crodar's electrified sword met the spear thrusts, sending bursts of lightning through the air. Amidst the chaos, the Shadow Guild commander made a desperate decision.
"Release the Manticore," he roared.
The Manticore, a fearsome beast with the body of a lion, scorpion tail, and bat-like wings, roared as it was released from its cage. It charged onto the deck, its eyes wild with fury. Crodar's eyes widened as he saw the beast.
"I don't think I can handle that thing."
Jareth, spotting the Manticore, swiftly formulated a plan.
"I'll deal with it. Cover me."
As Jareth approached the beast, he overheard the Shadow Guild soldiers talking among themselves.
"They were planning to use the Manticore in their entertainment circus,"
one soldier muttered.
"It was supposed to be a highlight of their twisted show."
Jareth grimaced.
"That's just great. Well, let's put a stop to their circus."
He sprinted toward the Manticore, dodging its powerful strikes with agile movements. The beast roared and lunged, but Jareth nimbly jumped aside, provoking the creature to charge after him. The Manticore's tail lashed out, narrowly missing Jareth as he rolled to safety. The beast, losing its footing after charging at Jareth, tumbled off the edge of the ship and fell into the sea with a splash. It struggled momentarily before sinking below the surface. As the Manticore was dispatched, the remaining Shadow Guild soldiers, witnessing the chaos and the loss of their monstrous ally, began to retreat. The commander, seizing the opportunity, ordered his remaining men to fall back.
"We're pulling out,"
he barked.
"Fall back to the harbor."
The soldiers, though defeated, managed to escape with their commander. The group, panting from the intense battle, moved to free the captured crew. Vanessa approached the sailors, her expression serious.
"We're here to help. We're heading to Oaksville to aid Shapuria. Will you join us?"
One of the sailors, visibly relieved and grateful, nodded enthusiastically.
"We're in. We'll help you get to Oaksville and fight back against these invaders."
With their new allies on board and the ship secured, the group set sail for Oaksville, battened down the hatches. The ship cut through the waves with a steady rhythm as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight. On the deck, a group of adventurers found themselves enveloped in the calm of the evening. The distant chime of the ship's bell marked the passage of time, and the air was rich with the briny scent of the sea and the occasional laughter of the sailors. Vanessa leaned against the rail, her gaze lost in the darkening expanse of the ocean. Her expression was distant, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Crodar approached her, his presence of comforting anchor in the twilight.
"You seem miles away, Vanessa. Everything all right?"
Vanessa's voice was soft, carrying a hint of melancholy.
"I miss Clint. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I keep wondering how he's doing."
Crodar's face softened with understanding.
"I know it's tough. He would have been a great asset on this mission, but he is safe for now, and that is what matters."
Jareth, lounging nearby and polishing a dagger with casual precision, raised an eyebrow.
"How did you and Clint meet anyway? I don't think I've heard the story."
Vanessa's eyes brightened at the memory, her sadness momentarily giving way to warmth.
"Oh, it's quite a story. It all began on a sunny day in the street market of Shepherd Kingdom.
A.S. Vanessa's voice trailed off. The scene shifted seamlessly, like a page turning a book. The bustling street market and trade district unfolded, alive with vibrant colors and sounds. Merchants called out their wares, their voices mingling with the aroma of exotic spices and fresh bread. Children dashed between stalls, their laughter ringing out like cheerful bells. And meanwhile at Clergy Academy, Clint paced restlessly outside the Clergy Academy, his eyes scanning the crows with growing anxiety. He had been waiting for Vanessa for days, but she had not appeared, and no one seemed to know where she was. His usual confidence was replaced by palpable nervousness. He glanced repeatedly at the grand entrance of the academy, hoping for some sign of her. An elderly woman, her robes flowing with an air of authority, approached him. Her eyes were sharp, and her presence commanded respect.
Clint, you are here for Vanessa, aren't you?
Clint straightened, his expression a mixture of hope and concern.
Yes. Have you seen her? I've been waiting, but no one seems to know where she is.
The old woman's face grew solemn.
She's been taken to jail.
Clint's eyes widened in shock.
What? Why?
They have accused her of misconduct.
The woman explained, her voice tinged with frustration.
They claim she was seen flirting with you and thus judged her with promiscuity. Even though I don't approve your relationship, I am well aware that this is not a fair trial. I have been a professor here for more than 20 years, and I have never witnessed such an injustice. There is something more sinister happening in this kingdom.
Clint's fists clenched, his voice tight with resolve.
First Crodar, now Vanessa. Young people all around are being imprisoned for trivial reasons. I need to uncover the truth behind all this.
The old woman nodded, her gaze filled with sympathy.
Be careful, Clint. There are darker forces at play than you might realize.
With determination set in his stride, Clint turned and walked away, the weight of the situation hanging heavily on him. His resolve was firm. He would get to the bottom of this. Back on the ship, Vanessa resumed her story, her voice tinged with nostalgia and amusement.
When I first met Clint, he was so shy. It was a stark contrast to his usual bravado,
said Vanessa. Crodar chuckled, shaking his head.
I find it hard to imagine him shy. He is always so full of himself.
Vanessa smiled warmly.
Oh, it is true. He approached me in the market with this adorably awkward demeanor. He was stumbling over his words, trying to compliment me. He kept talking about how he couldn't get my eyes out of his mind and how elegant I looked. It was like watching a fish out of water.
Sophia raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Sounds like quite the transformation.
Vanessa laughed softly.
It was. Clint's known for his roguish charm and quarrelsome nature, but there he was, shy as a kitten. It was cute, endearing and amusing. We ended up spending the entire day together, talking and laughing. From that moment on, we were inseparable.
The group shared a smile over Vanessa's story. Crodar grinned, his expression full of camaraderie.
Yeah, that's Clint for you. He might be full of bravado, but when it comes to matters of heart, he is surprisingly soft. I am sure he will be waiting for you once this is all over.
Vanessa's smile softened. Through her eyes remained wistful.
I hope so. I just wish I knew what was going on back in the city.
Just then, the door to their quarters burst open, and a sailor stumbled in, his face pale with fear.
We are under attack. A giant shark. It is not normal.
Before he could finish, the ship lurched violently, and a guttural roar echoed through the night. The group rushed outside to see an enormous, undead shark approaching, its eyes glowing with a deathly energy, and its massive jaws agape. Sophia, eyes wide with alarm, cast a firebolt spell. To her dismay, the flames dissipated harmlessly against the shark's rotting hide. The creature drew closer, its monstrous maw opening wider, threatening to engulf the entire ship. As the situation grew increasingly dire, A powerful gust of wind swept across the deck. From the darkness above, a dragon emerged, its scales shimmering in the moonlight. With a mighty roar, the dragon swooped down, lifting the undead shark into the air.
"It's Rakion, the dragon rider,"
Jareth shouted, relief evident in his voice. Rakion tossed the shark into the night sky, his powerful wings beating with strength. With a casual wink to the crew, Rakion and his dragon soared away, the shark disappearing into the distance. The crew let out a collective sigh of relief as the ship resumed its course. The first light of dawn touched the horizon, and the ship finally approached Oaksuville. The weary but relieved adventurers thanked the sailors, their gratitude heartfelt. With a final wave of thanks, the adventurers disembarked, ready to face whatever awaited them in Oaksuville. The journey was far from over, but for now, they had triumphed over the challenges of the sea. Oaksuville! The ship docked in the bustling harbor of Oaksuville just as the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon. The weary but relieved adventurers disembarked, their steps heavy with the weight of their mission. The scent of salt and fresh fish filled the air, mingling with the sounds of merchants and sailors beginning their day. As they walked through the cobblestone streets, the group took in the sights and sounds of the city. Oaksuville was a stark contrast to the devastation they had seen elsewhere. The streets were lined with vibrant market stalls, children played in the alleys, and the citizens went about their daily routines, seemingly unaware of the looming threat. Vanessa paused by a flower stall, her eyes lingering on a bouquet of roses.
It's hard to believe that places like this still exist,
she said softly.
It's almost like a different world.
Crodar nodded, his expression somber.
We have to protect it. We can't let the Urgles destroy everything we hold dear.
As they approached the towering castle of Oaksuville, they were met by a pair of guards. The guards, clad in polished armor, eyed them warily, but allowed them entry after a brief exchange of words. They were escorted through the grand halls of the castle, their footsteps echoing off the marble floors. The adventurers were finally led into the throne room, where the mayor of Oaksuville, Lord Cedric Thornvale, awaited them. A man of imposing stature, Lord Cedric had a presence that commanded attention. His sharp eyes assessed them as they entered, his expression one of curiosity and concern.
Welcome to Oaksuville.
Lord Cedric greeted them, his voice deep and resonant.
I understand you have urgent news to share.
Crodar stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute.
My lord, we come bearing grave news and a dire request. The kingdom of Shepper is under attack by the Urgles, and a dark portal has been opened, threatening to unleash even greater horrors upon our land.
Lord Cedric's expression darkened.
A dark portal, you say? This is indeed troubling news. But what is it that you seek from us?
Vanessa stepped forward, holding up the magical parchment they had received from Alaric.
We received this message from Alaric, a veteran magician. It details our quest to gather an army and fight against the Urgle invasion. We need your help, my lord, to rally the people of Oaksuville and prepare for the battle ahead.
Lord Cedric took the parchment, his eyes scanning the ancient script. After a moment, he looked up, his expression grave.
This is no small request you bring before me, but if what you say is true, then we cannot stand idly by while our kingdom is threatened.
He turned to his advisors, who had been listening intently.
Prepare the town criers. We must rally our forces and call upon every able-bodied man and woman to join the fight. We will not let Shepper fall to these invaders.
As the advisors hurried to carry out his orders, Lord Cedric turned back to the adventurers.
You have our support. We will gather our army and prepare for the coming battle. In the meantime, rest and recover. You have been through much, and we will need you at your best in the days to come.
The adventurers bowed in gratitude, their relief palpable. They were led to quarters within the castle, where they could rest and prepare for the next phase of their journey. The following day, the adventurers awaited word from Lord Cedric about the preparations. They knew their time in Oaksuville was limited, but they needed to ensure the town was ready, before moving on to gather more allies. As they walked through the market square, a commotion drew their attention. A crowd had gathered outside the blacksmith's workshop, murmuring in hushed tones. Curious, the adventurers approached, their expressions wary. An elderly woman, her face pale with fear, rushed up to them.
Please, help us. The blacksmith has been murdered.
The news sent a ripple of shock through the group. Crodar pushed through the crowd, followed closely by the others. Inside the dimly lit workshop, the body of the blacksmith lay sprawled on the floor, a pool of blood surrounding him. Crodar knelt beside the body, examining the wound.
This was no ordinary attack. The cut is too precise. This was done by someone with skill.
Jareth inspected the workshop, his keen eyes taking in every detail.
There are no signs of a struggle. He must have known his attacker.
Vanessa spoke with the townspeople who had gathered outside, her gentle demeanor putting them at ease.
Did anyone see or hear anything unusual last night?
She asked. An elderly woman stepped forward, her hands trembling.
I saw a figure in a dark cloak leaving the workshop late last night. I thought it was just a customer.
Sophia, her eyes glowing with arcane energy, cast a spell to reveal hidden traces of magic. A faint trail of dark energy lingered in the air.
This was done with dark magic. The killer is someone skilled in the arcane arts.
The adventurers followed the trail of dark energy through the streets of Oaksville, piecing together clues and questioning suspects. They discovered that the blacksmith had recently been working on a special project for a mysterious client. The trail led them to a secluded house on the outskirts of town. Inside the house, they found evidence of dark rituals and a hidden room filled with forbidden tomes. As they searched the house, they were confronted by a hooded figure who attempted to flee. Jareth's agility and quick reflexes allowed him to catch the suspect, pinning him to the ground. The hooded figure was unmasked, revealing a young man with a look of desperation in his eyes.
Please don't kill me. I was forced to do it.
Vanessa stepped forward, her voice calm but firm.
Who forced you? Why did you kill the blacksmith?
The young man trembled, his eyes darting around nervously.
It was the Shadow Guild. They threatened to kill my family if I didn't do as they asked. The blacksmith was making a weapon for them, something powerful. They couldn't risk him telling anyone.
Crodar's expression hardened.
The Shadow Guild is involved. This complicates things. We need to find out more about this weapon.
Sophia nodded, her eyes narrowing.
And we need to ensure the safety of this man's family. We can't let the Shadow Guild continue to terrorize the people.
With the young man's cooperation, they were able to uncover more information about the Shadow Guild's plans. The weapon being crafted was designed to channel dark magic, a powerful tool in the wrong hands. The adventurers knew they had to stop it from being completed. They gathered the evidence and returned to Lord Cedric, who listened intently to their findings.
This is indeed troubling,
he said, his expression grave.
The Shadow Guild's influence is spreading, and we must put an end to it.
Lord Cedric ordered the arrest of those involved with the Shadow Guild within Oaksville, and the adventurers ensured the young man's family was brought to safety. The townspeople, now aware of the lurking danger, were more determined than ever to join the fight against the Urgles and their dark allies. The following evening, the adventurers were once again summoned to the war room. The table in the war room was covered with maps and plans, detailing the defensive positions and attack strategies. Lord Cedric pointed to various locations on the map.
We will split our forces into 3 main groups. Crodar, you will lead the frontline defense. Jareth, you will coordinate the reconnaissance and sabotage missions. Vanessa and Sophia, your skills will be crucial in both support and direct combat. We need to be flexible and adaptive, ready to respond to whatever the enemy throws at us.
Crodar nodded, his expression serious.
We are ready, my lord. But what about the other parts of the kingdom? We need more allies to gather a full army.
Lord Cedric sighed, his face grim.
Indeed, Oaksville is but one part of Shepherd. Many other castles and settlements are already under attack. We must send envoys to those still standing, urging them to join our cause. It will be dangerous, but it is our only hope.
Vanessa looked at the map, pointing to various locations.
We could start with the northern settlements. They seem to be less affected by the Urgal attacks. If we can gather support there, we can create a stronger front.
Sophia added,
And we should also consider the coastal cities. They have resources and ships that could be crucial in our efforts.
Lord Cedric nodded in agreement.
You are right. We must send word to them immediately. Time is of the essence. I will prepare the envoys and send out messages. Meanwhile, you must continue your journey and gather as many allies as you can.
The adventurers exchanged determined looks. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but they were ready to face it together. As they left the war room, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. The fate of Shepper rested on their shoulders, and they would not falter. As the adventurers gathered their belongings, preparing for the journey ahead, a soft rustling caught their attention. The inn-room's window was slightly ajar, and through it, a sleek, graceful puma slipped into the room, its golden eyes gleaming in the dim light. Crodar instinctively reached for his sword, but Vanessa placed a calming hand on his arm.
Wait,
she whispered.
There's something different about this animal.
The puma padded silently across the wooden floor, its gaze never leaving the group. As it reached the center of the room, its form began to shimmer and shift. Within moments, a woman stood in its place, her eyes still reflecting the wisdom and wildness of the creature she had been.
I am Alara,
she said, her voice carrying the cadence of the forest.
A druid sent by Master Archmage Alaric. I bring urgent news and a mission of great importance.
Sophia stepped forward, her eyes wide with curiosity and respect.
What message do you bring from Alaric?
Alara's expression turned grave.
There is a city to the north of Oaksuville called Kumpas. The Shadow Guild has captured it. Because the city surrendered early to the Urgal army, the guild did not kill the inhabitants but enslaved them. The people live in fear, oppressed under the cruel rule of Raktor, a human appointed as the new mayor by the Shadow Guild.
Crodar's jaw tightened.
What do you need us to do?
Alara met his gaze, her voice steady.
Your next quest is to secretly enter Kumpas and assassinate Raktor. His death will weaken the Shadow Guild's grip on the city and give the people a chance to rise against their oppressors.
Jareth nodded thoughtfully.
An interesting mission. We can handle that. But how do we get into the city without being detected?
Alara smiled, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief.
I will guide you through the forest paths known only to druids. We can avoid the main roads and slip past the guards unnoticed.
Vanessa looked around at her companions, seeing the determination in their eyes.
We can do this. The people of Kumpas need our help.
Sophia took a deep breath, her mind already working through the spells she would need.
We'll have to be careful. Raktor will be well guarded.
Alara nodded.
Indeed. But remember, you are not alone. The spirits of the forest will aid you, and Alaric's magic will protect you.
With their resolve steeled and a new mission ahead of them, the adventurers gathered their gear and followed Alara out of the inn. The night air was cool and filled with the sounds of the forest as they moved silently through the trees. As they approached the outskirts of Kumpas, the city's lights flickering in the distance, Crodar whispered,
We must be swift and precise. This is our chance to strike a blow against the Shadow Guild.
Jareth's eyes gleamed with anticipation.
And to free the people of Kumpas from their chains.
Alara led them to a hidden entrance, a tunnel beneath the city walls known only to a few. As they prepared to enter, she placed a hand on Crodar's shoulder.
May the forest's strength be with you, and may you find victory in your quest.
With a final nod, the adventurers slipped into the tunnel, shadows of Kumpas. Disguised as monks, the group of adventurers moved through the shadows, their robes concealing their weapons and identities. Kumpas was a city under oppression. The group's hearts beat in unison with the quiet determination to liberate the city and topple the tyrant Raktor. As they entered Kumpas through the hidden tunnel, they emerged in an abandoned courtyard. The air was thick with tension, the streets eerily quiet for such a large city. The first step was to blend in and gather information without drawing attention to themselves. They donned the monks' robes provided by Alara, the druid, and adjusted their hoods to shadow their faces. Sophia fumbled with the robes, her frustration evident.
These things are so bulky. I can barely move.
Jareth chuckled, adjusting his own robes with ease.
Just imagine you're a penguin waddling around. Makes it easier.
Vanessa snorted, trying to hide her laughter.
A very dignified penguin, right?
Crodar grinned.
Let's hope the guards think we're just clumsy monks.
The group moved through the narrow streets, careful to keep to the shadows and avoid patrols. The city's architecture was a mix of old stone buildings and newer wooden structures, but there was an air of neglect and fear that hung over everything. They found an inn called the Broken Anchor, its sign swaying gently in the breeze. The warm glow from inside was inviting, a stark contrast to the cold streets outside. Entering, they were greeted by the murmur of conversations and the clinking of mugs. The adventurers took seats at a corner table, their hoods still up. Crodar ordered a round of drinks, and they settled in, listening to the various conversations around them. Vanessa leaned in, her keen ears picking up snippets of talk from the bar.
They say Raktor's planning a public speech soon, one man slurred, his words barely coherent through his drunken state.
Gonna be all about how he's brought order to Compass. Jareth raised an eyebrow.
A public speech. That could be our chance.
Sophia nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination.
We can't just rush in. We need to know the layout, where the guards will be. We need a plan.
After a while, they left the inn and made their way to the city's library. The Library of Kumpas was renowned for its extensive collection and magical artifacts. Fortunately, the Shadow Guild hadn't destroyed it, likely due to its value and the knowledge it contained. The library's entrance was grand, with towering pillars and a large arched doorway. Inside, the group was greeted by rows upon rows of bookshelves, the smell of old parchment and leather filling the air. Sophia's eyes widened with awe as she took in the vast collection.
Let's split up and look for anything useful,
she suggested.
Maps, records, anything that can help us.
As they explored, Jareth's attention was drawn to a secluded corner of the library. There, etched into the stone wall, was a symbol he recognized immediately. It was the mark of the Thieves' Guild. He motioned for the others to join him and pulled a strange coin from his pocket.
Intriguing,
Crodar mused.
I didn't know you had connections with the Thieves' Guild.
Jareth grinned.
There's a lot you don't know about me.
He placed the coin into a small hole behind the symbol. A faint whisper emanated from the wall.
What is the password?
Jareth leaned in and replied,
Don't steal from the poor.
With a soft click, a hidden door swung open, revealing a passageway. The group stepped through, entering the hidden base of the Thieves' Guild. The room they entered was dimly lit, filled with stolen goods, maps, and various tools of the trade. A figure emerged from the shadows, a smirk on his face.
Well, what do we have here? Monks with a taste for adventure?
The adventurers lowered their hoods, revealing their true identities.
We're here to free Compass from the Shadow Guild,
Jareth explained.
And we could use your help.
The thief laughed.
You've got guts, I'll give you that. But why should we risk our necks for you?
Sophia stepped forward, her voice steady.
Because we share a common enemy. Raktor has enslaved this city. Help us. And together, we can overthrow him and free your people.
The thief considered this for a moment, then nodded.
All right, we've been looking for a way to strike back. Count us in.
As plans were made, The room buzzed with activity. The thieves shared valuable information about guard patrols, hidden passages, and potential weak spots in Raktor's security. The next day, as the sun began to set, the adventurers and their new allies took their positions. The city square was filled with people, all forced to listen to Raktor's propaganda. Guards were stationed around the area, their eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of trouble. From a rooftop overlooking the square, Crodar watched the scene unfold.
"There he is,"
he muttered, spotting Raktor stepping up to a makeshift stage. Raktor began his speech, his voice booming across the square.
"People of Kumpas, I have brought you order and stability. Under my rule, this city will thrive."
As he droned on, Vanessa whispered a prayer, casting a protective spell over her companions. Jareth, his movements swift and silent, positioned himself with a clear line of sight to the stage. Sophia readied her spells, her eyes fixed on their target. The Thieves' Guild members moved stealthily through the crowd, blending in seamlessly. The plan was set into motion. Hidden archers from the Thieves' Guild took their positions on rooftops, bows drawn and arrows nocked. In the shadows of the columns surrounding the square, assassins waited, their blades ready. The tension was palpable as Raktor continued his speech, unaware of the danger closing in. Crodar gave the signal, and the first arrow flew, striking a guard in the throat. Chaos erupted as more arrows followed, taking down the front line of guards with deadly precision. The crowd panicked, scattering in all directions. The assassins sprang into action, emerging from the columns and striking down guards with swift, lethal efficiency. Jareth moved like a shadow, his daggers finding their marks with practiced ease. Sophia cast spells of confusion and fear, adding to the pandemonium. Crodar charged through the chaos, his sword cleaving through any who dared to stand in his way. Vanessa's healing and protective magic kept them shielded, ensuring their advance was unstoppable. Raktor, caught off guard, tried to flee, but the adventurers and thieves closed in on him. Crodar's sword struck first, disarming the tyrant. Jareth's daggers followed, cutting off any escape routes. Finally, Sophia's magic held him in place, leaving him at the mercy of the group.
"You've enslaved these people long enough,"
Crodar growled, his blade at Raktor's throat.
"Your reign ends now."
Raktor, his face twisted in defiance, spat back.
"You think you're heroes? You're nothing but pawns in a corrupt system. I was a good lecturer at the Wizard Academy, but they never gave me the title I deserved. The kingdom and its education system are rotten to the core. I joined the Shadow Guild to bring real change."
Sophia stepped forward, her voice steady and full of resolve.
"The same thing happened to both of us, Raktor. But the difference between heroes and villains is their reaction to what happens to them. You chose the wrong response."
With one swift motion, Raktor fell, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. The square erupted in cheers as the people of Kumpas realized they were free. The adventurers quickly moved to the prison, freeing the old mayor, a wise and just man named Lord Edrin. He embraced his liberators with tears of gratitude.
"Thank you for saving our city,"
he said, his voice choked with emotion.
"Kumpas will stand with you against the Urgles. You have my word."
As they brought Lord Edrin to the town square, the people gathered, their eyes filled with hope. The mayor climbed the makeshift stage and addressed the crowd. "People of Kumpas, today we have been freed from tyranny. These brave heroes have risked their lives for us, and we owe them our gratitude. I promise you, when the time comes, we will stand with them against the Urgles. Together, we will reclaim our kingdom." The crowd erupted in applause, the sound echoing through the streets. The adventurers felt a renewed sense of purpose. The dungeon of Zendaru, the city's recent liberation from dark forces, had left them with a sense of accomplishment. But Sophia's discovery in the library had ignited a new spark of curiosity. Sophia approached the group, her eyes alight with excitement.
Before we leave, I need to tell you about something I found. It's a dungeon called Sendaru, located in the mountains nearby. The map I found in the library mentions a powerful artifact called the Stone of Purification.
Vanessa's curiosity was piqued.
The Stone of Purification? That sounds intriguing. What does it do?
Sophia shook her head slightly.
The map didn't specify its exact powers, but it's said to be a potent magical artifact. We should check it out. It could be very useful.
Jareth, leaning casually against a nearby post, smirked.
Another dungeon? I'm in. They're always good for a bit of excitement and hopefully a few treasures.
Crodar, with his usual practical demeanor, nodded approvingly.
Agreed. We could use any advantage we can get. Let's rent some horses and head out.
With their decision made, the adventurers rented horses and embarked on the journey. The route was scenic but treacherous, winding through rugged terrain and dense forests. By the time they reached the base of the mountains, the sky was darkening, and the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above. The entrance to the dungeon proved elusive. The mountain face seemed solid and unyielding, and the night air was filled with the sounds of nocturnal creatures.
Jareth frowned as he examined the rock face.
This is getting us nowhere. Are you sure this is the right spot? Sophia consulted the map again, her brow furrowing in concentration.
The map mentions symbols and coordinates. Maybe we missed something.
Crodar, squinting at the map, began to study the symbols more closely.
These symbols, they don't match any conventional map markings. It looks like a kind of ancient coordinate system. We might need to align these symbols with something on the mountain.
The group spread out and began searching for any signs or markers that matched the symbols on the map. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless searching, Crodar's sharp eyes spotted something.
Wait, I see something over here.
He led them to a small crevice partially obscured by moss and lichen. Upon closer inspection, they noticed faint symbols etched into the rock around the crevice. Vanessa, peering at the markings, whispered,
Could these be the symbols the map mentioned?
Crodar nodded.
I think so. If we can figure out how they align, we might find the entrance.
Sophia and Jareth helped clear away the debris, revealing a hidden mechanism. Crodar worked on it with focused determination, and with a grating sound, a section of the rock face slid aside, revealing a dark passage. The adventurers exchanged relieved smiles as they entered the dungeon. The air was cool and damp, filled with the musty scent of ancient stone. Their torches flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls as they proceeded down the winding corridor. The first sign of danger came suddenly. Skeletal warriors, their bones clattering ominously, emerged from the shadows. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent green light, and they wielded rusted, jagged swords. Jareth's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Let's show them what we're made of.
Crodar surged forward, his massive two-handed sword swinging with powerful arcs. He cleaved through the nearest skeleton, shattering bones with each swing. The force of his strikes created a tremor that sent several skeletons reeling. Sophia chanted a spell, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. A brilliant arc of fire burst forth, engulfing a cluster of skeletons. The heat and flames scorched the bones, reducing them to charred fragments. Vanessa raised her holy symbol and invoked a protective aura, its divine light pushing back the skeletal horde.
By the grace of the gods, I shield you.
Jareth darted around the battlefield with his trademark agility, slipping between the skeletons with effortless grace. His blades danced in the flickering torchlight, finding the gaps in the skeleton's armor and slicing through bone and sinew. The skeletal warriors retaliated with unnerving precision. Their rusty swords clanged against Crodar's armor, their bone-clad hands reaching out to claw at him. Despite their lack of flesh, their strikes were surprisingly forceful. Crodar grunted, pushing through the attacks.
These skeletons are tougher than they look. Keep up the pressure.
Sophia continued to unleash her magic, casting a series of blinding light bursts that disoriented the skeletons and weakened their resolve. One particularly fierce burst caused a group of skeletons to crumble into dust. Vanessa's divine light was a beacon amidst the chaos. Her healing spells tended to the wounded, mending their injuries and keeping their strength up.
Stay strong, everyone. We can't afford to falter now.
Jareth's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge a particularly vicious swing from a skeletal warrior, his blade slicing cleanly through its ribs.
You guys should have taken a day off. These guys are relentless.
As the battle continued, the tide slowly turned in their favor. With a final, coordinated assault, Crodar's sword cleaved through the last of the skeletal warriors, their remains scattering across the floor. Breathing heavily, the group regrouped and pressed on. The corridor ahead grew narrower, and soon they encountered a series of devious traps, pressure plates that triggered spiked pits, swinging blades that sliced through the air with deadly precision. Jareth took the lead, his sharp eyes scanning the floor for hidden mechanisms. He moved with unparalleled finesse, carefully stepping around pressure plates and disarming traps with practiced ease. Each trap he disarmed revealed another layer of the dungeon's danger. Vanessa watched with a mixture of admiration and concern.
Be careful, Jareth. These traps look deadly.
Jareth grinned, his hands working deftly.
Don't worry, I've got this. Just keep an eye out for any more surprises.
As they navigated through the traps, they reached a grand chamber at the end of the corridor. In the center stood a colossal golem, its stony form towering over them. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and the ground trembled as it moved. The golem's voice rumbled like an earthquake.
Intruders! You dare to challenge me?
The golem roared, its massive fists crashing down upon Crodar. The impact reverberated through the chamber, sending shockwaves that nearly knocked the adventurers off their feet. Crodar grunted, bracing himself against the blow. He retaliated with a powerful swing of his sword, slicing through the golem's rocky exterior. Cracks formed in the golem's stony hide, but it remained standing. Sophia began casting spells, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. She summoned a volley of fireballs that exploded against the golem, searing its surface and deepening the cracks. The golem retaliated with a sweeping motion, its massive arms sweeping through the air and catching Jareth off guard. He was thrown back, but he quickly recovered, rolling to his feet and darting in to strike at the golem's weakened points. Vanessa invoked her divine powers, casting a protective shield around her allies and healing their injuries.
Stay focused, everyone. We can do this.
The golem's attacks were relentless, each swing of its massive fists accompanied by tremors that shook the chamber. Crodar found himself struggling to keep up with the golem's sheer force, each clash testing his endurance. Sophia continued her spellcasting, her magic creating a series of explosive bursts that battered the golem. The golem's rocky exterior began to crumble under the onslaught, but it fought back fiercely, lashing out with renewed strength. Jareth used his agility to his advantage, darting between the golem's legs and attacking its vulnerable joints. His strikes were precise and calculated, aiming to weaken the golem further. The battle was a grueling back and forth. The golem's enormous fists pounded the ground, causing the chamber to shake, while the adventurers fought to keep their footing and maintain their assault. Despite their best efforts, the golem proved to be a formidable adversary. Its resilience seemed unending, and it fought with a relentless fury. Each time the golem seemed to be on the verge of defeat, it would rise again, its stony body slowly regenerating. Crodar roared with effort as he landed a powerful blow, shattering a large portion of the golem's torso. Sophia's magic continued to bombard the golem, while Vanessa's healing kept the group in fighting shape. Finally, with a final desperate strike, Crodar's sword cleaved through the golem's core. The golem let out a deafening roar as it collapsed, its stony body disintegrating into a pile of rubble. The adventurers stood amidst the debris, panting heavily. The golem had been a fierce opponent, but their perseverance had won the day. Behind the fallen golem, buried beneath the rubble, was a large, ornate chest. Its surface was covered in intricate carvings and ancient runes, glinting with a faint, mystical light. The group approached with a mix of anticipation and exhaustion, their bodies weary from the grueling battle. Crodar wiped the sweat from his brow, his armor dented and scratched from the fight.
Let's see what's inside.
The chest was heavy and immovable at first glance. Despite their collective efforts, the adventurers couldn't force it open. Jareth, ever the resourceful rogue, stepped forward with a confident grin.
All right, let me handle this.
He knelt by the chest, his nimble fingers expertly working the lock. The intricate mechanisms resisted at first, but Jareth's patience and skill prevailed. With a satisfying click, the lock gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, the chest revealed the stone of purification, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. Next to it was a note written in elegant, flowing script. Sophia picked up the note, her eyes scanning the words. Stone of purification. Only for the paladins of honor. Its power may cleanse and heal, bringing light where there is darkness. To those who wield it, may your deeds be righteous and your hearts pure. Vanessa took the stone of purification in her hands, feeling its warmth emanate through her fingers.
This is incredible. I wonder how it works.
Without hesitation, Vanessa closed her eyes and began channeling the stone's energy. She focused on a healing spell, the light of her divine magic intertwining with the stone's radiant glow. The effect was immediate and profound. A wave of restorative energy washed over the group, healing their wounds and renewing their strength. The sensation was invigorating, as if every cell in their bodies was being revitalized. Sophia's eyes widened in amazement.
The stone, it amplifies healing. I can feel it. This will make a huge difference.
Vanessa smiled, her voice filled with awe.
Let's see how it works in practice. I'll try a few more healing spells.
Vanessa cast a series of spells, her hands glowing with divine light. Each spell affected not only the one being healed, but also rippled through the entire group, mending wounds and restoring vitality across the board. Sophia watched closely, noting the changes.
This is amazing. With this stone, I can now heal multiple people at once. It's incredibly powerful, though it drains more energy than usual.
Jareth, rubbing his sore muscles with a grin, commented,
I have to admit, this dungeon was worth it. We're a lot better off now.
Crodar clapped Sophia on the back, his expression one of genuine approval.
You've done it again, Sophia. This stone will make a significant difference in our future battles.
Vanessa nodded, holding the stone carefully.
We'll need to learn to manage its power, but with training it will be an invaluable asset. We'll be much stronger for it.
As they made their way out of the dungeon, the night air felt crisp and refreshing. The stars twinkled brightly overhead, casting a serene glow over the mountains. The group stopped for a moment to catch their breath and reflect on their victory. The exhaustion of the battle seemed to melt away in the face of their triumph. Jareth stretched his arms and grinned.
I have to admit, that was one of the toughest fights we've had. But look at us now, better than ever.
Crodar's voice was filled with satisfaction.
We've proven ourselves again. This stone will help us a lot, and let's not forget how well we worked together.
Sophia smiled, her face flushed with a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration.
We did great. The stone of purification is a game changer, and we handled the golem better than I could have hoped.
Vanessa looked at her companions, her expression one of deep gratitude and warmth.
I'm proud of what we've accomplished. Our bond has grown stronger, and we're better prepared for the challenges ahead.
The group mounted their horses and began the journey back to Compass. The road ahead was illuminated by the gentle glow of their torches and the light of the stars. As they rode, their conversation was light and filled with camaraderie. Jareth, always the entertainer, regaled the group with exaggerated tales of their battle, each tale punctuated by his characteristic humor. Crodar chuckled.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're trying to outdo the bard's tales of heroism.
Jareth winked.
A little exaggeration never hurt anyone. Besides, it makes for a good story.
Sophia laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement.
Just don't forget to tell the tale of how you nearly got flattened by the golem's fist.
Jareth feigned indignation.
I'll have you know, I gracefully dodged that blow. The golem never saw me coming.
Vanessa shook her head with a smile.
You do have a way with words, Jareth. But let's focus on the fact that we're stronger and more prepared now.
The group rode on, their spirits high and their resolve unwavering. With the stone of purification in their possession, they felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Their bond was stronger than ever, and they knew that together they could overcome any obstacle. As they approached the city of Kumpas, the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the landscape. The city's walls appeared in the distance, and the adventurers felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination, echoes of dreams and hopes. The city of Kumpas was bathed in the gentle light of dawn as the adventurers returned from their arduous journey to the dungeon of Zendaru. The streets were beginning to bustle with activity, and the warm rays of the sun promised a day of new opportunities. Lord Cedric awaited them in the grand hall of his residence. His expression was serious, but carried an undertone of hope.
Thank you for returning so swiftly. I have another mission for you,
he began, his gaze sweeping over the group. Sophia, her mind still buzzing from their recent victory, focused intently on Cedric. Crodar, Jareth, and Vanessa exchanged curious glances, eager to hear more. Cedric continued.
To the west of here, about 2 hours by horse, lies the city of Nikmior. The city's previous mayor passed away several years ago, and now the young Prince Ranjat, a hedonist with a reputation for indulgence, controls it. I need you to travel there and persuade him to join our cause against the Urgles and the Shadow Guild.
The group nodded in agreement. Crodar spoke up.
We'll leave at first light tomorrow. Is there anything specific we should know about this prince?
Cedric shook his head.
Ranjat is unpredictable and easily swayed by pleasures. Approach with caution, but remember that our goal is to convince him of the greater good.
With their new mission clear, the group retired to the inn for the night. The bustling activity of Kumpas faded as they settled into their rooms. The evening was quiet, save for the occasional murmur of conversation and the clinking of mugs in the common room below. Sophia lay in bed, her mind restless despite her exhaustion. As the night deepened, she fell into a fitful sleep, her dreams pulling her back into a distant past. In her dream, she found herself in the grand halls of the Academy of Magic, a place she had once called home. The corridors were illuminated by a soft, ethereal light, and the air was filled with the intoxicating scent of old books and parchment. Young Sophia walked through the halls with a sense of wonder and excitement, her robes flowing behind her. She entered a large, airy classroom filled with rows of students, their faces eager and bright. At the front of the room stood her younger self, dressed in an elegant robe adorned with intricate symbols. Her eyes sparkled as she demonstrated her mastery over the elements. Flames danced from her fingertips, swirling around the room in an intricate display of power. Ice formed delicate patterns in the air, and bolts of lightning crackled with vibrant energy. Sophia's heart swelled with pride as she watched the students react with awe. She had dreamt of this, becoming a renowned archmage, a master of fire, ice, lightning, and arcane power. The knowledge, the power, and the respect she had longed for seemed so close. In the dream, she was free to explore the depths of magic, learning and teaching in equal measure. She felt the thrill of discovery and the joy of sharing that knowledge with eager minds. Her visions of becoming a professor were vivid and exhilarating, each lesson a step towards an illustrious future. But as her dream progressed, shadows began to encroach upon this idealized vision. The once bright halls of the academy grew darker, and the faces of her peers became obscured by a sense of disapproval. The walls seemed to close in, their grandeur tarnished by an oppressive weight. Her dream shifted to a scene of turmoil and conflict. She was no longer standing before an admiring class, but was being led away from the academy, her arms bound and her face set in defiant anger. The corridors were filled with murmurs of judgment and scorn, and the academy's esteemed doors closed behind her with a heavy thud. Sophia's heart ached as she relived the memory of her expulsion. The criticism she had faced for challenging the academy's outdated methods, her imprisonment, and the scathing reviews. All of it came flooding back in a vivid emotional wave. She had fought for a more practical and critical approach to magic, but her ideals had led to her downfall. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the dream shifted again, showing her wandering alone in a desolate landscape. The path ahead was obscured by mist and uncertainty, and the once clear vision of her future was now shrouded in doubt and sorrow. She felt the weight of her lost dreams, the bitterness of failure, and the longing for a second chance. Sophia awoke abruptly, her breathing heavy and ragged. Her pillow was damp with tears, and the reality of her room came crashing back into focus. The comfort of the inn was a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil she had just experienced. She sat up, her eyes red, and her heart aching. Crodar, who had been sleeping in the adjacent room, was jolted awake by the sound of her distress. Hearing her soft cries, he quickly moved to her side, knocking gently on the door before entering.
Sophia?
His voice was gentle, filled with concern.
Are you all right?
Sophia looked up, her eyes meeting his with a mixture of vulnerability and shame.
I had a dream. It was about the academy, my past. I'm sorry if I woke you.
Crodar's expression softened as he sat beside her on the bed.
It's all right. Do you want to talk about it?
Sophia nodded, her voice trembling.
It felt so real. I was back at the academy, but then everything went wrong. I was expelled, and it all turned into a nightmare. I'm not sure if I'll ever get to be where I wanted to be.
Crodar placed a comforting hand on her shoulder.
Sometimes our pasts can haunt us, but that doesn't mean our future is set in stone. You've already shown incredible strength and skill. Don't let the mistakes of the past define you.
Sophia sighed deeply, her head resting in her hands.
It's just hard. I wanted to be a powerful archmage, a professor who could change a way magic was taught. But now, it feels like those dreams are so far out of reach.
Crodar's gaze was steady and reassuring.
I've seen you face countless challenges with bravery and intelligence. Your dreams might be more achievable than you think. You've grown so much since those days. The world is changing, and so are you.
Sophia looked up, her eyes glistening with gratitude and a hint of something more.
You really think so?
Crodar nodded, his voice gentle.
I believe in you. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that sometimes the path to our dreams is not a straight line, but a winding road. You've already taken so many steps forward.
Sophia managed a small, appreciative smile.
Thank you, Crodar. It means a lot to hear that.
Crodar shifted closer, his hand still resting on her shoulder.
We all have our burdens, our fears, but you're not alone in this. We'll face the future together, and we'll fight for what's right.
A moment of silence stretched between them, filled with an unspoken understanding. Sophia felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a comfort she hadn't realized she needed so deeply. Crodar, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, gave a reassuring squeeze.
What do you think the future holds for us, for this kingdom? Will we ever see peace again?
Sophia's gaze wandered to the window, where the first light of dawn was starting to peek through.
I hope so. I hope that we can build something better, that our efforts will lead to a brighter future.
Crodar's eyes met hers, and he gave a gentle smile.
I believe we can. With people like you fighting for change, and with all of us working together, I have faith that we'll make a difference.
Sophia's smile widened, and there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes.
I guess I'm lucky to have such strong allies by my side.
Crodar's gaze lingered on her, a hint of admiration in his eyes.
And I'm fortunate to have you. You bring strength and compassion to our cause, and that's something special.
There was a brief, tender pause as they looked at each other, the weight of their shared experiences drawing them closer. Sophia's heart fluttered at the warmth of Crodar's words. Crodar leaned in slightly, his voice low and sincere.
If you ever need someone by your side, I'm here for you.
Sophia's breath caught for a moment, and she nodded, her cheeks flushed.
Thank you, Crodar. I feel the same way.
Crodar's hand lingered on her shoulder, and he gently pulled her into a comforting embrace. The gesture was warm and reassuring, conveying a sense of closeness and trust. As they held each other, the world outside seemed to fade away, leaving only the quiet comfort of their shared presence. Sophia rested her head on Crodar's shoulder, feeling a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. The moment stretched, filled with unspoken promises and a growing bond that neither of them could ignore. The dawn outside heralded the beginning of a new day, and with it, the promise of new beginnings and opportunities. Eventually, they pulled apart, their faces glowing with a newfound warmth. Crodar gave a soft smile, his eyes meeting Sophia's with a sense of quiet affection.
Let's get some rest. We have a journey ahead tomorrow.
His voice was warm and comforting, and his touch was tender, lingering for a moment longer than necessary. Sophia nodded, though she could hardly take her eyes off him.
Yes, we do. And I think I'm ready for it. Thank you for being here.
Crodar gave a reassuring nod, then stood and stretched.
If you need anything, you know where to find me.
Sophia watched him leave. She lay back down on the bed, pulling the covers around her, but sleep did not come easily. The night outside was quiet, save for the distant sounds of the city settling into sleep. Sophia's thoughts wandered back to her dream, to the idealized vision of her past and the stark reality of her present. She had once dreamt of teaching and innovating in the field of magic, but those dreams had been eclipsed by the harsh reality of her expulsion and the criticisms she faced. Yet, Crodar's words had rekindled a spark of hope within her. As the first light of dawn began to seep into the room, Sophia sat up again, feeling a renewed sense of determination. She resolved to approach the day with a clearer mind, driven by the support and encouragement she had received. The morning was crisp and bright, casting a warm glow over the city. The group gathered for breakfast in the inn's common room, the aroma of freshly baked bread and hearty stew mingling with the hum of conversation from other patrons. Jareth, ever the lively spirit, was already making light-hearted comments.
I hear Nikmia is quite the spectacle. Ranjot's so extravagant that I bet even the horses are given golden horseshoes.
Sophia smiled, her spirits lifted by the camaraderie of her friends.
I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
Vanessa, with her usual calm demeanor, looked over at Sophia.
How are you feeling today? Ready for our next adventure?
Sophia nodded, her confidence returning.
Yes, I am. I've had some time to reflect, and I'm ready for whatever comes next.
Crodar caught her eye and offered a reassuring smile.
That's the spirit.
As they finished their breakfast and prepared for their day, Sophia and Crodar found themselves alone for a few moments. Crodar approached her with a thoughtful expression.
Are you sure you're all right?
He asked gently.
I know last night was a lot to process.
Sophia met his gaze, feeling a warmth in her chest.
I am. Thanks to you. Your words really help me put things into perspective. It's just, sometimes the past feels like a shadow I can't escape.
Crodar nodded, his expression serious yet kind.
The past is a part of who we are, but it doesn't have to define us. You've already shown incredible strength. The future is still yours to shape.
Sophia's gaze softened, her heart swelling with gratitude.
You're right. And having you by my side makes the future seem a bit less daunting.
Crodar's eyes twinkled with warmth.
I'm glad to hear that. We all need someone to lean on, especially when facing the unknown.
As they spoke, their words flowed with a gentle intimacy, their connection deepening with each passing moment. The comfort they found in each other's presence was palpable, and their interactions carried a subtle, unspoken understanding. As the morning wore on, the group finished their preparations for the journey. The sun was high in the sky, casting a bright light over the city. The air was filled with the promise of new opportunities and adventures. Sophia and Crodar walked side by side as they made their way to the stable where their horses were ready. Their conversation was filled with hopeful plans and shared dreams, the connection between them growing stronger with each step. By the time they were mounted and ready to depart, the city of Kumpas had already begun its day, the streets bustling with activity. The group gathered one last time in front of the inn, their gear packed and their spirits high. Jareth, with his usual flair, quipped,
Well, it's been a pleasure, Kumpas. On to the next adventure.
Vanessa, always the voice of calm, nodded in agreement.
May the road ahead be kind to us.
The group set off, their hearts and minds aligned with a renewed sense of purpose. The Circus of Nikmior. The road from Kumpas to Nikmior stretched out before the group, winding through lush landscapes and rolling hills. The sun shone brightly, casting long shadows of the adventurers as they rode along the path. The journey had been peaceful until, on a particularly open stretch of road, they encountered a patrol of the kingdom's army. 5 soldiers on horseback emerged from the tree line, their armor glinting in the sunlight. They rode with a purposeful gait, their expressions stern. As the patrol came closer, the leader raised a hand, signaling the group to halt.
Hold!
The leader commanded, his voice carrying authority.
State your business. We don't recognize you.
Jareth immediately tensed, his hand moving subtly toward his blade.
We're just passing through. Don't see why that's any of your concern.
Crodar, noticing Jareth's reaction, placed a calming hand on his friend's shoulder and stepped forward with a composed demeanor. His experiences in the army had taught him the art of persuasion, especially when dealing with those on the same side.
Greetings, soldiers,
Crodar began, his tone steady and respectful.
We're on an official mission from Lord Cedric of Kumpas. We've been sent to speak with Prince Ranjot of Nikmior about the upcoming war. We mean no harm and seek only to ensure that our kingdom's defense is strengthened.
The patrol leader eyed Crodar with a scrutinizing gaze, then shifted his attention to the group's horses and gear.
Lord Cedric's name carries weight. However, we have to be cautious with strangers on the road. How do I know you're not spies or brigands?
Crodar met the leader's gaze, his expression earnest.
If you have doubts, you're welcome to escort us to Nikmior. We'd be happy to prove our intentions there.
The leader seemed to consider this for a moment, then nodded slowly.
Very well. We'll escort you. Follow us.
As they rode alongside the patrol, Jareth leaned in to Crodar, his voice low and laced with sarcasm.
Well, isn't this just splendid? A personal escort. I suppose I should thank them for the extra security.
Crodar chuckled softly.
Better safe than sorry. We'll be in Nikmior soon enough. Just play it cool.
The journey continued, and the atmosphere lightened as they approached the gates of Nikmior. The city was bustling with activity, its streets alive with the sounds of merchants, entertainers, and excited chatter. The grandeur of the palace was evident even from a distance, with its high towers and ornate architecture. Upon reaching the city gates, the group dismounted and approached the gatekeepers. Crodar stepped forward with a confident air.
"We're here on the authority of Lord Cedric from Kumpas. We request an audience with Prince Ranjot,"
he stated clearly. The gatekeepers, after a brief exchange of glances, nodded and allowed them entry. They were guided through the bustling city streets toward the palace, where the grandiose palace loomed over them. Inside the palace, the opulence was even more apparent. Ornate chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the floors were covered with richly woven carpets. Prince Ranjot, lounging on a grand throne, looked every bit the hedonistic ruler Lord Cedric had described. Ranjot greeted them with a casual wave, his demeanor relaxed and somewhat indifferent.
"Welcome to Nikmir. What brings you to my humble abode?"
Crodar stepped forward, his tone respectful but firm.
"Prince Ranjot, we've come to discuss an important matter. Lord Cedric has sent us to seek your support in the fight against the Urgals and the Shadow Guild. Our kingdom's future depends on uniting our forces."
Ranjot raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed.
"I see. And why should I be concerned about these troubles? I'm already quite content with my palace, my riches, and my entertainments. Why should I commit my army to a cause that doesn't directly benefit me?"
Sophia, unable to remain silent, stepped forward.
Your Highness, if we don't defend our kingdom, your palace will be next. The Shadow Guild is relentless, and their ambitions know no bounds. Do you really think you'll remain untouched?
Ranjot leaned back in his throne, a skeptical expression on his face.
"And why should I believe that my comforts are in danger? My people are loyal, and my defenses are strong."
Crodar observed the exchange, noting Ranjot's clear disinterest. An idea began to form in his mind, one that he hoped would appeal to the prince's love of luxury and entertainment.
"Your Highness,"
Crodar said, his voice taking on a more persuasive tone.
"What if we could offer you something in return? We propose a grand festival, a circus like none other. It will feature wrestling matches, jousting tournaments, and acrobatic feats. It will be a spectacle of entertainment for your people. And if we, the outsiders, win these competitions, you agree to lend your army to our cause."
Ranjot's eyes lit up with curiosity.
"A circus, you say? That does sound intriguing. My people do enjoy their diversions, and if you manage to entertain them sufficiently, I might consider your request."
The prince's interest was piqued, and he began to lean forward, clearly excited about the prospect of a grand spectacle.
"Very well. If you can pull this off, I'll consider your request. But remember, you'll need to impress me and my court."
With a plan set in motion, the group set to work organizing the grand festival. Word quickly spread throughout the city, and the preparations began in earnest. The day of the festival arrived, and the city of Nikmir was abuzz with anticipation. The main square was transformed into a grand arena, with colorful banners and tents set up for the various events. The air was filled with the sounds of music, laughter, and the clamor of excited spectators. The festival kicked off with the wrestling tournament. Crodar, representing his group, was first to compete. The crowd roared with excitement as the matches began. Crodar's first opponent was a burly man with an imposing physique, his muscles rippling beneath his rough leather armor. He entered the arena with a confident stride, his eyes locked onto Crodar with a challenging glint. Crodar, dressed in sturdy but flexible wrestling gear, prepared himself for the contest. His focus was on technique, knowing that brute strength alone wouldn't guarantee victory. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. The two wrestlers circled each other, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Crodar's movements were deliberate and calculated, his training allowing him to read his opponent's intentions. The burly man charged forward with a powerful shove, but Crodar sidestepped the attack, evading the initial onslaught. Crodar seized the opportunity, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it into a hold. The crowd roared with excitement as Crodar executed a series of deft maneuvers, attempting to force his opponent into submission. The burly man struggled, his grunts of effort blending with the crowd's cheers. Despite his strength, he found it challenging to counter Crodar's nimble moves. Crodar used his opponent's momentum against him, performing a series of grapples and throws that kept the burly man off balance. The match was intense, with both competitors demonstrating remarkable skill. In a final, decisive move, Crodar executed a flawless hip toss, sending the burly man crashing to the sand. The referee signaled Crodar's victory, and the crowd erupted in applause. The excitement of the first match carried over into the second. Crodar's next opponent was a wiry figure, smaller in stature but quick and elusive. As the bell rang, the wiry man darted around the pit with impressive swiftness, his movements a blur as he attempted to evade Crodar's grasp. Crodar moved with precision, his eyes tracking every shift and twitch of his opponent. The wiry man's agility made him a challenging target, but Crodar's patience paid off. With a well-timed lunge, he managed to catch the man in a grapple. The wiry figure squirmed and twisted, trying to break free, but Crodar's hold was unyielding. With a final, expertly executed sweep, Crodar sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, and once again, Crodar was declared the victor. The crowd's cheers were even louder this time, their excitement palpable. As Crodar prepared for his final match, he could feel the weight of anticipation in the air. His last opponent was a formidable challenge, a towering man in heavy armor, his muscles bulging beneath the steel plates. This opponent moved with a slow, deliberate grace, each step resonating with a powerful thud. The crowd's murmurs were a mix of awe and apprehension as they anticipated the clash between these two titans. The bell rang, and the two wrestlers faced off. The towering man charged forward with a powerful shove, his armor clinking with each movement. Crodar met the charge head-on, using his agility to dodge the initial assault. The arena filled with the sounds of clashing bodies and the crowd's roars of encouragement. Crodar clinched his opponent. Despite his best efforts, the sheer strength of his opponent made it a grueling contest. In a dramatic moment, Crodar managed to grasp the man's arm and attempted a suplex. The bulky opponent almost succumbed to the move, but performed an impressive backflip, narrowly avoiding being thrown. The crowd gasped in awe at the display of athleticism. With a powerful sweep, the towering man grabbed Crodar by the legs, attempting to bring him down. Crodar, undeterred, used his agility to escape the hold. He rolled free and quickly regained his footing. With renewed determination, he executed a series of quick, precise movements, maneuvering around his opponent and finally taking him down with a single-leg takedown. The crowd erupted in cheers as the referee declared Crodar the victor for the third time. His triumph was met with a wave of admiration and applause from the audience. Next, it was Jareth's turn to showcase his talents in the acrobatic competition. The parkour course designed by Ranjot was a challenging maze of obstacles, including high walls, narrow beams, and intricate rope swings. The acrobatic competition was a dazzling display of agility and skill, set against the backdrop of Nickmuir's bustling festival. The festival grounds had been transformed into a playground of obstacles and challenges, designed to test the limits of even the most seasoned acrobats. The arena was abuzz with excitement, the spectators eagerly anticipating the feats of daring and grace that were about to unfold. Jareth approached the competition area with a mix of confidence and amusement. The course was a complex labyrinth of ropes, poles, and platforms, suspended at various heights and angles. The design was both intricate and daunting, a true testament to the creativity of the festival organizers. The parkour course stretched out like a gauntlet, winding through a series of obstacles that required both finesse and ingenuity to navigate. As Jareth took in the sight of the course, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The obstacles ranged from swinging ropes to narrow beams, with some sections resembling a twisted version of a circus performance. A rope ladder hung precariously between two platforms, while a series of spinning wheels and moving platforms awaited the brave or foolish. The entire setup was a testament to the festival's dedication to entertainment, blending challenge with spectacle. The announcer's voice boomed through the crowd, amplifying the anticipation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the acrobatic challenge. Watch as our competitors attempt to conquer this extraordinary course. Let the feats of daring begin.
Jareth took a deep breath and stepped up to the starting line. He was dressed in light, flexible attire that allowed for maximum movement, a snug tunic and trousers, complemented by sturdy boots designed for traction. The crowd cheered as he positioned himself, his eyes scanning the course with a mixture of focus and amusement. He could feel the eyes of his friends on him, their supportive cheers blending with the general clamor of the crowd. The first obstacle was a series of horizontal ropes suspended at various heights. Jareth's task was to traverse these ropes without falling, a feat that required both balance and upper body strength. He approached the ropes with a determined grin, his muscles tensing as he prepared to make his move. With a powerful leap, he grabbed the first rope, swinging gracefully from it as he transitioned to the next. The crowd gasped and then erupted into applause as Jareth moved with fluidity, his body forming a seamless arc as he navigated the ropes. The second obstacle was a series of spinning wheels, mounted on pivoting axles. These wheels rotated at varying speeds, adding an additional layer of complexity to the course. Jareth eyed the wheels with a mix of respect and anticipation. He took a running start, leaping onto the first wheel with an agile twist. The wheel spun beneath him, but Jareth's landing was perfect, and he used the momentum to propel himself onto the next one. As Jareth transitioned from wheel to wheel, his movements were a blend of calculated precision and effortless grace. He swung from one wheel to the next, adjusting his grip and stance with each rotation. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, their cheers rising and falling with each successful maneuver. Jareth's face was a picture of concentration and enjoyment, his athletic prowess on full display. Next came the narrow balance beams, suspended high above the ground. These beams were set at varying angles, creating a challenging obstacle. Jareth approached the beams with a confident stride, his gaze fixed ahead as he stepped onto the first one. The beam wobbled slightly under his weight, but Jareth's balance was impeccable. He moved with deliberate, measured steps, his arms outstretched for stability. The balance beams led to a set of trapeze swings, another daunting challenge. The swings were attached to ropes and swayed back and forth, creating a dynamic and unpredictable element to the course. Jareth timed his approach with expert precision, leaping from one swing to the next with a series of impressive aerial maneuvers. The crowd's cheers grew louder with each successful swing, their excitement palpable. Jareth's final challenge was a rope ladder suspended between two platforms. The ladder swayed and creaked with every movement, adding an element of unpredictability to the final stretch. Jareth took a deep breath and began climbing the ladder, his movements steady and deliberate. The ladder swayed beneath him, but Jareth's grip was firm, and he ascended with a determined focus. As Jareth neared the top of the ladder, he heard a sudden, unexpected shout from the crowd.
"Watch out for the sneaky squirrel,"
someone called out, their voice filled with mischief. Jareth glanced down, his eyes widening as he saw a small, mischievous squirrel darting across the ground, its tiny paws skittering over the sand. Jareth couldn't help but laugh, his mirthful chuckle ringing out over the crowd.
"I'll keep an eye out,"
he called back, his tone light-hearted. The crowd joined in the laughter, their amusement adding to the festive atmosphere. With a final burst of energy, Jareth reached the top of the ladder and leaped onto the platform, his landing precise and triumphant. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the festival grounds. Jareth took a moment to catch his breath, then took a bow, his face flushed with the exhilaration of his performance. As he made his way back to his friends, the group greeted him with cheers and enthusiastic high fives.
You were amazing, Jareth,
Vanessa exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Jareth grinned, his face still flushed from the effort.
Thanks. That course was a real challenge, but it was a lot of fun.
Crodar clapped him on the back, his grin wide.
You made it look effortless. I don't think anyone else could have handled that course as well as you did.
Sophia gave him a warm smile.
You were incredible, Jareth. The way you handled those obstacles, especially the spinning wheels, was just amazing.
The jousting tournament was the crown jewel of Nickmere's festival, a breathtaking display of skill and valor that captivated the entire city. The grandstands were packed with eager spectators, their cheers and shouts blending into a cacophony of excitement as they awaited the day's competitions. The jousting arena, a sprawling oval with freshly tilled dirt and wooden barriers, was set up for the day's events. Flags and banners fluttered in the breeze, adding a festive touch to the vibrant atmosphere. The jousting field was meticulously prepared, with 2 long lanes marked by white chalk, and the area in between cleared to ensure a fair and safe competition. The lances, polished to a gleaming shine, were lined up on wooden racks, each one a testament to the craftsmanship and tradition of the sport. The sound of clanging armor and the rhythmic thud of hooves against the ground filled the air, creating a palpable sense of anticipation. Crodar, clad in his own set of armor, stood near the entrance to the field. The lightweight metal plates were polished to a bright sheen, reflecting the sunlight as he adjusted his lance and shield. He was a striking figure, his broad shoulders and imposing presence adding to the aura of confidence and readiness that surrounded him. Jareth, standing nearby, was offering Crodar some last-minute advice. His eyes were sharp, scanning the field and noting the positions of their opponents. The thrill of the competition was evident in his demeanor, a mix of excitement and strategic focus.
Remember, Crodar, the key to victory is not just raw power. It's about precision and timing. You've got the speed and skill. Just stay focused.
Crodar nodded, his expression determined.
Got it. I'll keep my speed up and aim for the gaps. Thanks for the advice, Jareth.
The first match began with a resounding trumpet call, signaling the start of the tournament. Crodar mounted his steed, a powerful and agile horse with a sleek black coat. His lance was leveled, and he took his position at one end of the arena. His opponent, a seasoned jouster with a reputation for formidable strength, prepared for the charge. The 2 combatants faced each other, their lances poised and their horses snorting with anticipation. The signal was given, and the horses surged forward in a powerful charge. The ground vibrated with the force of their gallop, and the crowd's roar grew louder as the 2 figures hurtled towards each other. Crodar's focus was unwavering. He lowered his lance and aimed carefully, his eyes fixed on the target. The impact was intense, a clash of lances and armor that sent a shockwave through the arena. Crodar's precision was evident as he drove his lance true, striking his opponent squarely in the chest and knocking him off balance. The referee's whistle blew, and Crodar was declared the victor of the first match. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers a testament to Crodar's skill and poise. The second match saw Crodar facing a nimble and agile opponent, a competitor known for their quick reflexes and evasive maneuvers. The contrast in styles was stark, with the second opponent favoring speed over brute force. As the 2 jousters took their positions, the tension was palpable. Jareth approached Crodar, his eyes glinting with a mix of confidence and strategy.
This one's going to be tricky. Keep your movements fluid and watch for any feints.
Crodar nodded, adjusting his stance as he readied himself for the match. The signal was given, and the 2 horses charged forward with impressive speed. Crodar's opponent attempted to maneuver out of the way, using swift movements to dodge Crodar's lance. But Crodar's focus was razor-sharp, and his timing was impeccable. The clash of lances was fierce, with both combatants exchanging blows. Crodar's experience shone through as he adjusted his approach. With a well-timed shift, he managed to strike a decisive blow, his lance finding its mark and sending his opponent reeling. The crowd's cheers were deafening as Crodar emerged victorious once again, his skill and precision earning him admiration from all sides. As Crodar prepared for his final match, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. This match was set to be the ultimate test of his skill, with the opposing jouster being a formidable and heavily armored competitor. The final opponent was clad in a suit of heavy plate armor. The sheer size and strength of the opponent added a dramatic edge to the match. Jareth approached Crodar, his expression serious and focused.
This is going to be your toughest match yet. The opponent's armor is heavy, which means he'll rely on brute force. You'll need to be quick and strategic. Go light and aim for the shoulder.
Crodar took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure before him.
Got it.
The final match began with a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Crodar mounted his horse, his lance poised, and his mind focused. The opposing jouster, a formidable presence in heavy armor, prepared for the charge with a determined scowl. The tension was palpable as the two jousters took their positions, their horses snorting and pawing the ground in anticipation. The signal was given, and the horses surged forward in a powerful, synchronized charge. The ground shook with the force of their gallop, and the crowd's roar reached a crescendo. Crodar's opponent charged with impressive force, his heavy lance aimed directly at Crodar. Jareth's advice echoed in Crodar's mind. He adjusted his stance, choosing to wield a lighter lance and armor to maximize his speed and agility. As the two jousters closed in, Crodar used his agility to maneuver around his opponent's powerful charge. The clash of lances was intense, and the impact reverberated through the arena. Crodar's lance struck with precision, aiming for the shoulder, the weak point in the opponent's armor. The impact was jarring, and the force of Crodar's blow caused the opponent to sway dangerously. The towering jouster attempted to counter, but Crodar's maneuverability allowed him to dodge and strike again. The match was a dramatic back and forth of skill and strategy. The heavily armored opponent tried to use his weight and strength to overpower Crodar, but Crodar's speed and agility proved to be a formidable counter. The clash of lances and the grinding of metal on metal created a symphony of battle sounds as the two combatants fought for dominance. Crodar's strategy of aiming for the shoulder paid off. With each successful strike, he forced his opponent off balance, gradually wearing down the opponent's defenses. The final moments of the match were a whirlwind of action, with Crodar using every ounce of his skill and agility to outmaneuver his opponent. In a climactic finale, Crodar executed a well-timed maneuver that allowed him to strike. The force of the blow caused the strong jouster to lose his balance and topple from his horse, crashing into the sand with a resounding thud. The referee's whistle blew, and Crodar was declared the victor of the final match. The crowd erupted into cheers, their excitement and admiration for Crodar's performance evident in their roaring applause. Crodar dismounted and walked back to his friends, his face flushed with the exhilaration of the victory. The group greeted him with enthusiastic cheers and high fives, their support and admiration evident. Jareth approached Crodar, his grin wide and proud. "You did it, Crodar. That final match was incredible." Crodar's eyes sparkled with satisfaction.
Thanks, Jareth. Your advice made all the difference. I couldn't have done it without you.
The evening settled into a warm and jovial atmosphere as the festival reached its zenith. The once bustling jousting arena now hummed with the satisfied murmur of the crowd who were still buzzing about the day's spectacular events. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, and the festival grounds were alive with the glow of lanterns and the soft strumming of minstrel music. As the crowd began to thin, Ranjo approached the group with a flourish. He was accompanied by an attractive woman draped in a flowing gown of deep emerald, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The prince himself was a picture of indulgent pleasure, his smile broad and his demeanor relaxed. He seemed genuinely thrilled by the day's events, his usual hedonistic charm tempered with a rare note of genuine delight.
Crodar, Jareth, Sophia, Vanessa.
Ranjot called out, his voice carrying above the ambient noise.
I must say, today has been one of the most exhilarating experiences I've had in a long time. You've put on a show unlike any other.
The woman beside him, her arm wrapped around Ranjot's waist, gave the group a warm smile.
The festival was marvelous. I've never seen such bravery on display.
Crodar, still basking in the afterglow of his victory, grinned and inclined his head.
Thank you, Your Highness. We're glad you enjoyed the events.
Ranjot's eyes twinkled with satisfaction.
Enjoyed? That's an understatement. I haven't had this much fun in years. The jousting was riveting, the acrobatics were astounding, and the wrestling, well, it was a true spectacle of strength and strategy.
Jareth, leaning against a nearby pillar, chuckled.
Glad to hear it. I was a little worried our acrobatics might be a bit too out there for your tastes.
Ranjot waved a hand dismissively.
Not at all. Your performance was nothing short of impressive. I must admit, I had my doubts about the whole arrangement, but you've certainly proved me wrong.
The prince's attention turned to the group's success.
And as promised, I will indeed send my army to support you in your battle against the Urgles and the Shadow Guild. You've earned my respect and gratitude, and I'm more than willing to contribute to the cause.
Sophia, who had been quietly observing the conversation, gave Ranjot a grateful smile.
Thank you, Your Highness. Your support means a great deal to us, and it will certainly make a difference in our fight.
With the formalities concluded, Ranjot gestured for the group to follow him.
Come, let's continue the celebration. I've arranged for a private gathering at one of the finest inns in Nickmere. The night is still young, and we have much to toast.
The group followed Ranjot and his companion through the lively streets of Nickmere, the city's evening ambiance, a delightful contrast to the earlier excitement of the festival. The inn was a charming establishment with a rustic exterior and a cozy, welcoming interior. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, with wooden beams and flickering candlelight creating an intimate setting. As they entered the inn, the group was greeted by the host and shown to a large table adorned with an array of food and drinks. The scent of roasted meats, fresh bread, and spiced wines filled the air, adding to the sense of celebration. Vanessa, ever the cheerful soul, was the first to speak as they settled in.
I still can't believe how incredible the day was. You all were amazing. I think I'm going to need a few more drinks to fully process everything.
Vanessa, already pouring herself a glass of wine, grinned.
Agreed. And I must say, the way you handled the acrobatic course, Jareth, you've got some impressive moves of your own.
Jareth laughed, taking a sip from his glass.
Oh, I'm just glad I didn't end up tangled in those ropes. I don't think I'd have lived that down.
Crodar, still flushed from his jousting victories, raised his own glass.
To a successful day and to the support we've gained from Ranjot. It's been a roller coaster of excitement, but it was worth every moment.
The group clinked their glasses in a toast, their laughter and conversation filling the room with warmth and camaraderie. As the evening progressed, the group reminisced about the day's events, sharing their favorite moments and amusing anecdotes. Jareth leaned back in his chair, a mischievous glint in his eye.
You know, I've been thinking about that squirrel incident earlier. Maybe we should have included it in the acrobatics course. I bet it would have stolen the show.
Sophia, sitting across from Jareth, laughed.
Or it could have turned the competition into a chaotic mess. I'm not sure the festival organizers would have appreciated a rogue squirrel causing havoc.
The conversation continued in this light-hearted vein, with each member of the group contributing their own brand of humor and insight. As the night wore on, the laughter grew more raucous and the atmosphere more relaxed. Suddenly, in a moment of unexpected spontaneity, Sophia stood up and walked over to Crodar. Her eyes were soft with emotion, and a gentle smile played on her lips. Crodar looked up, his expression a mix of curiosity and surprise. Without a word, Sophia leaned in and pressed her lips to Crodar's in a tender, unexpected kiss. The room seemed to fall into a stunned silence, the other members of the group watching with wide eyes. Crodar's face flushed with a deep crimson, and he blinked in surprise. His usual composure was momentarily disrupted as he processed the unexpected gesture. Sophia's eyes remained locked on his, a mix of vulnerability and affection evident in her gaze. Vanessa's eyes widened in delight, her gaze shifting between Crodar and Sophia with a knowing smile. She nudged Jareth with a playful grin.
Well, it looks like we've got a new romance brewing. What do you think?
Jareth chuckled, his tone light and teasing.
I'd say it's about time. They make quite the pair.
The tension in the room began to dissipate as Crodar and Sophia held hands, their fingers intertwined in a gesture of shared intimacy. The rest of the night unfolded with a newfound warmth and tenderness, the group enjoying the celebratory atmosphere with a sense of renewed connection. Crodar and Sophia remained close throughout the evening, their quiet conversations and shared glances a testament to the budding feelings between them. Vanessa watched with a smile, her heart full of happiness for her friends. The gentle glow of the candlelight cast a warm halo around the couple, adding a touch of romance to the evening. As the night drew to a close, the group continued to revel in the success of the day and the joy of their friendship. The inn's cozy ambiance and the warmth of shared laughter created a perfect backdrop for their celebration. A self-fulfilling prophecy. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy of rugweed forest, casting dappled light on the winding path as the group made their way deeper into the ancient woods. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant sound of birdsong provided a serene backdrop to their journey. As they walked, the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot were the only sounds that accompanied them, their silence filled with the unspoken weight of the tasks ahead. As they rounded a bend in the path, the forest suddenly opened up into a small clearing. There, nestled among the trees, were several large tents, their bright colors standing out against the muted greens and browns of the forest. The tents belonged to a nomadic tribe that wandered the kingdom, setting up temporary homes wherever the winds of fate took them. Smoke curled lazily from a central fire, and the soft murmur of voices reached their ears, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. Before the group could take another step, an elderly woman emerged from one of the tents. She was tall and thin, with long silver hair that fell in waves down her back. Her eyes, sharp and bright, seemed to see right through them as she approached. She wore a long, flowing dress adorned with colorful patterns and symbols that seemed to shift and change as the light caught them. In her hand, she held a simple wooden staff, but there was an undeniable air of power about her.
"Welcome, travelers,"
she said in a voice that was both warm and commanding.
"I am Yolcu, the seer of these lands. It is not by chance that you have come here today. The spirits have guided you to me, for you are the guests of God."
The group exchanged glances, taken aback by the woman's sudden appearance and her words. But before they could respond, Yolcu gestured towards the central fire.
"Come, sit with me,"
she said.
"Let us share a cup of coffee and talk. There are things you must hear, things that the spirits wish to reveal."
Intrigued, the group followed her to the fire, where she motioned for them to sit on the cushions that were arranged around it. A young girl, one of the tribe, brought out a tray with a copper pot and small, intricately designed cups. She poured the dark, steaming liquid into the cups and handed them to each of the travelers. As they sipped the rich, bitter coffee, a sense of warmth and comfort washed over them, easing the tension that had been building since they entered the forest. For a moment, they allowed themselves to relax, enjoying the rare moment of peace. Yorukana sat opposite them, her piercing gaze moving from one to the other as if she were reading their very souls. Finally she spoke, her voice calm and measured.
Your journey is far from over,
she said.
There are trials ahead that will test your strength, your courage, and your resolve. But do not fear, for the spirits are with you. They have seen the path you must take, and they have shown it to me.
Before she could continue, Jareth, always the skeptic, leaned forward with a playful grin.
So, Yorukana,
he said,
do the spirits happen to know if we'll find any treasure on this path of ours? I've got my eye on a nice little retirement plan involving a villa by the sea.
The group chuckled, and even Yorukana's lips twitched in amusement.
Treasure comes in many forms, young rogue,
she replied.
But the greatest treasures are not found in gold or jewels, but in the strength of your spirit and the bonds you share.
Crodar, who had been quietly observing the exchange, nodded in agreement.
Wisdom is a treasure that far outweighs gold, he said, and it seems we could all benefit from a bit of that on our journey.
Yorukana smiled, her gaze lingering on Crodar for a moment longer than the others.
Indeed,
she said softly.
But there is more to your journey than even you realize.
As she spoke, her eyes seemed to glow with a strange light, and the air around them grew heavy with an otherworldly presence.
I see a great adventure before you,
she continued, her voice taking on a melodic, almost hypnotic quality.
You will enter a dark and treacherous dungeon where shadows cling to the walls and the air is thick with the scent of decay. There, you will face a mighty foe, a dragon of darkness and death, an undead beast that is 3-4 times the size of any dragon you have ever seen. Its name is Fushtilo, and it is a creature of pure evil.
The group listened in stunned silence as Yorukana described the dragon in vivid detail. She spoke of its massive wings, which blotted out the sun, and its breath, which could turn the bravest warrior to ash in an instant. But it was not just a dragon they would face. No, Fushtilo was an undead dragon, a being that had been twisted and corrupted by dark magic, its very soul bound to the darkness. Sophia's eyes widened in alarm.
An undead dragon?
She repeated, her voice barely above a whisper.
How can we possibly defeat such a creature?
Yorukana's gaze softened as she looked at Sophia.
You have faced many challenges already, young mage,
she said.
And you have emerged stronger each time. The spirits have shown me that you possess a great power, one that will be crucial in the battle ahead. Trust in yourself and trust in your companions. Together, you will find a way.
As the seer's words hung in the air, a sudden realization seemed to dawn on her. Her eyes flicked between Crodar and Sophia, and a knowing smile spread across her face.
I see now,
she said softly.
You two share a bond that goes beyond mere friendship. You are lovers, are you not?
Crodar and Sophia exchanged startled glances, their faces reddening slightly. The rest of the group looked equally surprised, though there were a few knowing smirks as well.
Yes,
Crodar admitted, clearing his throat.
We are.
Yorukana's smile widened.
The spirits do not lie,
she said.
Your love is a great strength, one that will guide you through the darkest of times. But remember, it is also a responsibility. Love can be a source of great power, but it can also be a weakness if not tempered with wisdom.
The group sat in contemplative silence for a moment, the weight of Yorukana's words settling over them like a shroud. Finally, Jareth broke the silence with a sly grin.
Well, well,
he said.
I always knew there was something going on between you two. Guess I owe Vanessa a drink. She called it first.
Vanessa chuckled, shaking her head.
I knew it was only a matter of time before the truth came out.
Crodar leaned forward, his gaze intense.
We need more information about this dragon,
he said.
Where does he reside? What are his weaknesses? We must know everything if we are to stand a chance.
Yorukana nodded, her expression grave.
Fushtilo makes his lair in the depths of Kartima Mountain, a place as dark and treacherous as the dragon himself. The mountain is located to the north, not far from here, but it is heavily guarded by the Urgals. They have aligned themselves with Fushtilo, worshipping him as a god and protecting his lair from intruders. To reach him, you will need to pass through their stronghold, a daunting task in itself.
The group nodded, their resolve hardening. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but they were determined to see it through. Sophia, however, had one more question.
What about the dragon itself?
She asked.
How do we defeat it once we reach its lair?
Yorukana's gaze grew distant, as if she were looking into the very depths of time.
Fushtilo is a creature of immense power,
she said slowly.
But even he is not invincible. His heart, the source of his power, is vulnerable to certain forms of magic. There is a spell, ancient and powerful, that can destroy him. But it is a dangerous spell, one that requires great skill and concentration. If you can cast this spell, you can end Fushtilo's reign of terror once and for all.
Sophia's heart raced as she listened to the seer's words. She had studied many spells in her time, but she had never heard of such a powerful incantation.
What is the spell?
She asked eagerly.
How do I learn it?
Yorukana looked at her with a mixture of pride and concern.
The spell is called the Sunlight of Aegon,
she said.
It is an ancient spell, passed down through generations of mages. It calls upon the power of the sun itself, channeling its energy into a single devastating attack. But be warned, Sophia. The spell is incredibly difficult to master, and it requires a tremendous amount of mana. You will need to be at your very best to cast it.
Sophia nodded, her determination unwavering.
I will do whatever it takes,
she said.
If this spell can defeat Fushtilo, then I must learn it.
Yorukana smiled, her eyes full of admiration.
I believe in you, Sophia,
she said.
You have the potential to be one of the greatest mages of your time. Trust in yourself and trust in your companions.
As the group absorbed the seer's words, a sudden thought occurred to Crodar.
What about Rakion?
He asked.
He's a dragon himself, and a powerful one at that. Can he help us in this fight?
Yorukana's expression grew serious.
Rakion is indeed a powerful ally,
she said.
But Fushtilo is no ordinary dragon. His undead nature gives him a strength that even Rakion may struggle to overcome. However, if you can reach the top of the dungeon where Fushtilo resides, you may be able to join forces with Rakion and combine your powers to defeat him. But be warned, Crodar. The journey to the top will be treacherous, and time will be of the essence. Fushtilo is most vulnerable during the day, so you must reach him before the sun sets.
Crodar nodded, his mind already formulating a plan.
We'll need to move quickly and carefully,
he said.
But with Rakion's help, I believe we can do this.
Yorukana smiled, her expression one of both hope and caution.
I have faith in you, Crodar,
she said.
But remember, the path ahead is fraught with danger. You must be prepared for anything.
The group sat in contemplative silence for a moment, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Jareth broke the silence with a wry grin.
Well, it looks like we've got our work cut out for us,
he said.
But I've faced worse odds before. Let's get this done.
Sophia suddenly had an idea. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a spell book she had found in the library, its pages filled with ancient incantations. Flipping through the pages, she quickly found the spell she was looking for, a signal spell that dragons could understand.
I have a plan,
she said, looking up at the others.
If we can summon Rakion now, we can discuss our strategy and ensure we're all on the same page.
The others nodded in agreement, and Sophia began to chant the words of the spell. As she spoke, a soft, glowing light began to emanate from the pages of the book, swirling around her like a gentle breeze. The light grew brighter and brighter until it suddenly shot up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds above. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, out of nowhere, a mighty roar echoed through the forest, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A moment later, the sky darkened as a massive shadow passed overhead, and Rakion, the great dragon, descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the clearing before them. Yorukana gasped in awe as she beheld the majestic creature, her eyes wide with wonder. But the group quickly reassured her, explaining that Rakion was their ally and had fought alongside them in the past. Rakion folded his wings and lowered his head to the group, his deep, rumbling voice filling the air.
"Do you need anything, friends?"
he asked, his gaze warm and friendly. Crodar stepped forward, his expression serious.
Rakion, we need your help, he said. We've learned that Fushtilo, an undead dragon of immense power, is hiding in Kartima Mountain. We plan to confront him, but we need your strength to defeat him.
Rakion's eyes narrowed as he considered this.
Fushtilo,
he murmured, his voice tinged with both surprise and concern.
I never thought I would hear that name again. He is a dangerous foe, far more powerful than any dragon you have faced before. But if we join forces, we may be able to defeat him.
Sophia nodded, her expression determined.
We plan to reach the top of the dungeon where Fushtilo resides before the sun sets,
she said.
We'll need to move quickly and carefully. But with your help, we believe we can do it.
Rakion considered this for a moment before nodding.
Very well,
he said.
I will aid you in this battle, but you must be prepared for what lies ahead. Fushtilo is not to be underestimated. His power is immense, and his influence can corrupt even the strongest of hearts. But if we work together, we may stand a chance.
Crodar nodded, his resolve firm.
Thank you, Rakion,
Crodar said, his voice filled with gratitude.
With you by our side, I believe we can face whatever challenges lie ahead.
Rakion inclined his head slightly, acknowledging Crodar's words.
Remember,
the dragon rumbled,
the journey to Kartima Mountain will be treacherous. The Urgals guard the path fiercely, and the mountain itself is a labyrinth of traps and dangers. But I will be watching over you, and when the time comes, we will join forces to bring down Fushtilo.
Sophia, who had been quiet for some time, suddenly spoke up.
Rakion, do you know anything more about Fushtilo's weaknesses? She asked. Yorukana mentioned that he is vulnerable to sunlight, but is there anything else we should know?
Rakion's eyes, glowing with an ancient wisdom, seemed to pierce through the very fabric of time itself.
Fushtilo's connection to the dark arts makes him susceptible to magic that channels the power of light,
Rakion explained.
Spells that harness the sun's energy or purifying light can weaken him, but they must be cast with great precision and power. His necrotic breath is his deadliest weapon, capable of draining life from anything it touches. You must avoid it at all costs.
Sophia nodded, her mind already turning over the possibilities. She would need to prepare herself mentally and physically for the task ahead. The sunlight of Egon's spell that Yorukana had mentioned earlier would be crucial in their fight, but it would also be a great test of her abilities as a mage. Rakion then spread his wings, preparing to take off.
I will be nearby,
he said, his voice resonating with the strength of his promise.
When you are ready to ascend the mountain, summon me and I will come. Until then, may the light guide you.
With a powerful thrust of his wings, Rakion took to the skies, disappearing into the clouds as quickly as he had come. The group watched him go, their spirits lifted by his presence and the promise of his aid. Yorukana, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke.
You are indeed blessed to have such an ally,
she said softly.
But remember, even the mightiest of dragons cannot fight this battle for you. The strength you need lies within yourselves.
Crodar turned to her, gratitude shining in his eyes.
Thank you, Yorukana, for all you've done, he said. Your guidance has given us the knowledge we need to face Fushtilo. We'll do our best to live up to it.
Yorukana smiled, a warm, maternal expression crossing her face.
You have the heart of a warrior, Crodar,
she said.
And you, Sophia, have the soul of a true mage. Together you and your companions are stronger than you know. Trust in each other, and you will prevail.
Vanessa, who had been listening intently, stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on Yorukana's arm.
We won't forget your kindness, she said. You've given us more than just knowledge. You've given us hope.
Jareth, ever the rogue, grinned mischievously.
And you've given us a reason to get up early, he quipped. Looks like we've got a big day ahead of us.
Yorukana chuckled, her laughter lightening the mood.
Indeed you do,
she agreed.
But before you go, let me offer you a place to rest. The night is long, and you'll need your strength for the journey ahead. I have a tent prepared for you, and a fire to keep you warm. Please stay and enjoy the evening.
The group exchanged glances, the idea of a warm fire and a safe place to rest, too inviting to pass up.
Thank you,
Crodar said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation.
We'll gladly accept your offer.
As the evening wore on, the group gathered around the fire that Yorukana had prepared. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm, golden light over their faces as they sat together, enjoying a moment of peace before the trials that awaited them. Yorukana, ever the gracious host, had prepared a simple yet hearty meal for them: bread, cheese, and a stew made from local herbs and vegetables. It wasn't much, but to the weary travelers, it was a feast. As they ate, the conversation turned light and humorous, a welcome respite from the heavy topics they had been discussing earlier. Jareth, always the entertainer, began telling stories of his past adventures, each one more outrageous than the last.
And then,
Jareth said, his voice animated as he recounted one particularly wild tale.
I found myself dangling from a cliff, holding on by just one hand, while the treasure I'd just liberated was slipping out of my other hand. The guard dogs were snapping at my heels, and the only thing going through my mind was, why didn't I become a baker like my mother wanted?
The group burst into laughter. The image of Jareth, usually so composed, in such a precarious situation was too much to handle. Crodar shook his head, chuckling.
You always manage to find yourself in the most ridiculous situations, Jareth. I don't know whether to be impressed or concerned.
Jareth grinned, unrepentant.
A little of both, I'd say. But hey, I always manage to come out on top, don't I?
Vanessa, her smile warm, added.
I think it's because you thrive on the chaos, Jareth. It's where you're most comfortable.
Sophia, who had been quietly enjoying the banter, spoke up with a teasing smile.
Just make sure that chaos doesn't catch up with you when we're in that dungeon, Jareth. We'll need you focused and sharp.
Jareth placed a hand over his heart in mock offense.
My dear Sophia, I assure you, when the time comes, I'll be as sharp as one of my daggers.
After a while, Crodar and Sophia exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They both felt the need for some quiet time alone, away from the group. With a nod to each other, they stood up. Crodar turned to the others.
We're going to take a walk,
he said.
We won't be long.
Vanessa gave them a knowing smile.
Take your time,
she said.
We'll be here when you get back.
As Crodar and Sophia walked away from the fire, hand in hand, the cool night air wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. The stars twinkled overhead, and the gentle sounds of the forest provided a peaceful backdrop to their thoughts. After walking in silence for a while, Sophia finally spoke.
Sometimes I'm afraid, Crodar,
she admitted quietly.
This attack on our empire is something we've never faced before. Everything could be destroyed. Do you think we'll be able to save it?
Crodar squeezed her hand, his voice steady and reassuring.
Always keep your heart hopeful, Sophia, he said. If you think positive, you'll find positive solutions. And if you don't, well, the wrestlers might just throw you down.
With that, he gently grabbed her by the waist and, with a playful grin, flipped her onto the soft grass below. Sophia gasped in surprise, her laugh bubbling up as she found herself on the ground, looking up at Crodar's amused face.
Ha 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 ha! That's not fair,
she protested, her laughter infectious.
I don't know how to wrestle.
Crodar laughed as well, leaning down to help her up.
Okay. I'll teach you a few moves,
he said, still grinning.
And in return, you can teach me a bit of magic. How's that?
Sophia smiled, brushing herself off as she stood.
Deal,
she agreed.
But don't be too surprised if you end up being a better mage than I am a wrestler.
Crodar chuckled, stepping back to give her some space.
Let's start with the basics,
he said, his tone more serious now.
First, you need to learn how to balance your weight and keep your center of gravity low. That way, you're harder to knock over.
He demonstrated a few basic stances, showing her how to shift her weight and brace herself for an opponent's attack. Sophia watched closely, mimicking his movements as best she could. Though it was a bit awkward at first, she quickly got the hang of it, her natural grace and agility helping her adapt to the new skills. Crodar then moved on to a few simple throws, carefully guiding Sophia through each step. He showed her how to use her opponent's momentum against them, flipping them over her shoulder or tripping them with a well-placed leg sweep. As they practiced, Sophia found herself enjoying the challenge. It was different from magic, requiring more physical effort and quick reflexes, but it was rewarding in its own way. And more importantly, it was a new way to connect with Crodar. They laughed together whenever she stumbled or made a mistake, and he was always patient, guiding her with gentle hands and encouraging words. After a while, Crodar stepped back, satisfied with her progress.
You're a fast learner,
he said, smiling at her.
I think you've got the hang of it.
Sophia wiped a strand of hair from her face, breathing a little heavily from the exercise.
Thanks to a good teacher,
she replied, her eyes shining with affection. Crodar chuckled and then gestured towards the ground where a few scattered branches lay.
All right, your turn,
he said.
Show me some magic.
Sophia smiled, taking a deep breath as she picked up one of the branches.
Okay, I'm going to teach you a simple spell,
she began, holding the branch in front of her.
This is a basic fire spell, something every mage learns in their first year. It's not too difficult, but it does require focus.
Crodar nodded, watching her intently. Sophia continued.
The spell is called Fire Blast. You'll need to concentrate on the energy within you, channel it through your hand, and direct it into the branch. It's important to visualize the flame in your mind as you say the incantation.
She demonstrated the spell, holding the branch out in front of her. Closing her eyes for a moment, she concentrated, and then, with a clear, firm voice, she said,
Inflamma Sportu.
The branch in her hand suddenly burst into a small, controlled flame, burning brightly but harmlessly. She held it for a few seconds, letting the flame dance before extinguishing it with a wave of her hand. Crodar watched, impressed.
That's incredible,
he said, taking the branch from her as she handed it over. Sophia smiled at him, a playful glint in her eye.
Your turn,
she said.
But don't feel bad if it doesn't work right away. Magic isn't something everyone is naturally gifted at. Even some of the most talented students at the magic school struggled with this spell at first.
Crodar took a deep breath, focusing as he had been taught in his warrior training. He imagined the fire, the heat, the energy flowing through his hand. Then, with determination, he spoke the incantation,
Inflamma Sportiu.
To Sophia's surprise, the branch in Crodar's hand didn't just ignite. It flared up with an even stronger, more intense flame than hers had. The fire crackled and burned with a fierce energy, and Crodar, though startled, managed to maintain control over it, slowly extinguishing the flame as Sophia had shown him. Sophia's eyes widened in astonishment.
Crodar, that was incredible,
she exclaimed.
I've never seen anyone do that so well on their first try. Especially not someone who isn't a trained mage.
Crodar, looking a bit sheepish, shrugged.
Maybe I just got lucky, he said, though the look in his eyes showed that he was just as surprised as she was.
Sophia shook her head, still trying to process what had just happened.
No, this isn't luck,
she insisted.
This is something else. I don't understand how it's possible unless your parents were mages, or there's some kind of magic in your bloodline. But you're a warrior.
Crodar smiled and leaned in to kiss her on the cheek.
We have a big adventure ahead of us,
he said.
Let's get some rest. We'll need our strength for tomorrow.
With that, they turned and began to make their way back to the tents, hand in hand. The night was peaceful, the forest around them quiet and still. When they returned to the camp, they found the others already settling down for the night. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a soft, warm light over the tents. Vanessa and Jareth were finishing up a quiet conversation, their expressions relaxed.
Welcome back,
Vanessa said with a smile as they approached.
Did you have a good walk?
Sophia nodded, a contented smile on her face.
We did,
she replied.
We're ready for tomorrow.
Jareth grinned.
Good, because I have a feeling it's going to be a long day.
As they lay down in their tents, the sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. Morning came all too quickly, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees and into the camp. Jareth was the first to stir. He stretched and yawned, then grinned mischievously as an idea formed in his mind. With a swift, silent movement, he crept over to where Crodar and Sophia were still sleeping. He leaned down and whispered, just loud enough to be heard,
Rise and shine, lovebirds, the sun's up and so should you be.
Crodar groaned, blinking against the light as he slowly sat up.
Jareth, he muttered, one of these days I'm going to throw you into a river.
Sophia, still half asleep, laughed softly.
Good morning to you too, Jareth,
she said, her voice laced with amusement. Jareth chuckled, clearly pleased with himself.
You can try, Crodar, but I'm quick on my feet,
he said, winking at them both.
Now come on, we've got an evil dragon to hunt.
Vanessa, who had also woken up, shook her head with a smile.
Jareth, you're impossible,
she said, though there was no real annoyance in her tone. As the group began to pack up their things, preparing for the day ahead, Yorukana appeared from her own tent, a serene expression on her face.
Good morning, travelers,
she greeted them.
I trust you slept well?
Crodar nodded, grateful for the hospitality they had been shown.
We did, thanks to you, he said. We're ready to head out now.
Yorukana smiled and nodded, then turned to Jareth with a knowing look.
Before you go, she said, I have one last piece of advice for you.
Jareth raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Oh? And what might that be?
Yorukana's eyes twinkled with wisdom as she replied,
Remember, Jareth, am I telling you what will happen because I know the future? Or is it happening to you because I tell you what will happen?
Jareth frowned, his mind working to untangle the riddle.
That's quite the paradox,
he said slowly, realizing the depth of her words. Yorukana simply smiled, leaving him to ponder the meaning as the group finished their preparations. With a final round of thanks to Yorukana, the group set off, their minds focused on the challenges that lay ahead. As they walked, Jareth's thoughts kept returning to Yorukana's parting words, the puzzle of it both intriguing and unsettling him. Into the heart of Kartima. The path to the mountain dungeon was shrouded in a heavy mist, the air thick with the scent of earth and the distant echo of unseen creatures stirring in the shadows. Kartima Mountain loomed before the group, its jagged peaks disappearing into the stormy skies, a menacing sight that sent shivers down even the bravest of spines. The entrance, a gaping maw of darkness, beckoned them with an ominous pull, like the jaws of some great beast waiting to devour them. Crodar, his jaw set in determination, led the way with his massive sword resting on his shoulder, the others close behind. Jareth moved with practiced stealth, his keen eyes scanning every crevice, every shadow for signs of danger. Vanessa whispered a silent prayer for protection, clutching the stone of purification around her neck. Sophia, though still recovering from the previous day's exertions, walked with a calm resolve, her mind focused on the task ahead. The cave entrance was wide enough to allow them all to enter side by side, but as they moved deeper into the mountain, the tunnel began to narrow, forcing them to walk in single file. The air grew colder, the walls damp with moisture that dripped down in slow, relentless streams. The only light came from the faintly glowing orbs of magic that Sophia had conjured, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls.
"This place gives me the creeps,"
Jareth muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper.
"Stay alert,"
Crodar said, his voice a low rumble.
"We don't know what's waiting for us in here."
They continued on in silence, the tension thickening with each step. After what felt like hours, the tunnel finally opened up into a vast chamber, the ceiling high above them and lost in darkness. The ground beneath their feet was rough and uneven, the remnants of old battles and forgotten tombs scattered about. In the center of the chamber stood 7 towering figures, their forms shrouded in darkness. As the group drew closer, the figures began to stir, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light.
Guardian Urgles,
Vanessa whispered, recognizing the massive horned creatures from the ancient texts.
They're here to protect something.
Or to keep something trapped,
Sophia added, her voice tinged with dread. Crodar tightened his grip on his sword.
Either way, we have to get past them.
The Guardian Urgles stepped forward as one, their movements slow but purposeful, each wielding a massive weapon that glinted menacingly in the dim light. The group braced themselves for the battle that was about to unfold, knowing that this would be no easy fight. The first Urgle let out a bone-chilling roar and charged at Crodar with terrifying speed, swinging its enormous axe down with a force that could cleave a man in two. Crodar met the blow with his sword, the impact reverberating through his arms. He pushed back with all his might, forcing the Urgle to take a step back. Seeing an opening, Jareth darted forward, his daggers flashing as he aimed for the Urgle's exposed side. His blades struck true, drawing a howl of rage from the creature. But the Urgles were not so easily defeated. The second Urgle, seeing its companion wounded, swung its massive club towards Jareth, who barely managed to roll out of the way. The ground shook as the club slammed into the earth, leaving a crater where Jareth had been standing just moments before. Vanessa, keeping her distance, began chanting a protective spell, a soft golden light enveloping Crodar and Jareth, bolstering their defenses.
Stay strong,
she called out, her voice carrying over the din of battle. Sophia, standing beside her, raised her staff and unleashed a torrent of freezing magic at the third Urgle, encasing its legs in ice. The creature snarled in frustration as it tried to break free, but the ice held firm.
"Now, Crodar!"
Sophia shouted. Crodar didn't need to be told twice. He charged forward, his sword glowing with the power of Sophia's enchantment. He swung with all his might, the blade cutting through the air with a crackle of electricity. The sword struck the frozen Urgal, shattering the ice and sending the creature crashing to the ground. The fourth Urgal, enraged by the fall of its comrade, let out a deafening roar and swung its warhammer at Sophia, who barely managed to conjure a shield in time. The impact sent her stumbling back, the shield cracking under the force of the blow. Before the Urgal could strike again, Vanessa intervened, hurling a bolt of holy light that struck the creature in the chest, forcing it to stagger. But the Urgals were relentless. The fifth and sixth creatures moved in unison, their weapons sweeping out in wide arcs as they tried to corner Crodar and Jareth. Crodar blocked one strike with his sword, but the force of the blow sent him skidding back. Jareth, using his agility, leaped over the swing of the other Urgal, landing behind it and plunging his daggers into its back. The seventh Urgal, the largest and most fearsome of them all, advanced on Vanessa, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. It raised its double-edged axe high above its head, ready to strike her down. Vanessa, her heart pounding, called upon the stone of purification, the light from the stone growing brighter and brighter until it was blinding. While the whole group was getting healed from it, the Urgal hesitated, its eyes narrowing in suspicion. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Sophia unleashed a powerful spell, a wave of arcane energy that blasted the Urgal off its feet, sending it crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. The stone trembled as the creature struggled to rise, but it was too late. Crodar was already upon it, his sword descending in a deadly arc that severed its head from its body. One by one, the guardian Urgals fell, their lifeless forms crumpling to the ground. The chamber was filled with the sound of heavy breathing as the group took a moment to catch their breath, their bodies battered and bruised from the intense battle.
"We did it,"
Jareth panted, wiping the sweat from his brow.
"That was tougher than I expected."
"But it's not over yet,"
Crodar said, his eyes scanning the chamber for any sign of movement.
"There could be more of them."
Sophia, using her magic to heal the worst of their wounds, nodded in agreement.
"We need to keep moving. Whatever they were guarding is somewhere deeper in the mountain."
Vanessa, her voice weary but resolute, said,
"Let's go. We've come too far to turn back now."
With a final glance at the fallen Urgals, the group pressed on, their determination unwavering. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, the air growing colder and more oppressive with each step. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, the walls of the tunnel began to twist and turn, the passages becoming increasingly labyrinthine. Hours passed as they navigated the maze of tunnels, each twist and turn leading them deeper into the heart of the mountain. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, the only sound the echo of their footsteps on the cold stone floor. They tried to leave markers, scratching symbols into the walls, but it soon became clear that the labyrinth was no ordinary maze. It was alive, shifting and changing as they moved through it.
"This place is cursed,"
Jareth muttered, frustration evident in his voice as they reached yet another dead end.
"We've been going in circles for hours."
"We need to stay calm,"
Vanessa said, though her own anxiety was creeping into her voice.
"There has to be a way out."
Sophia, her brow furrowed in concentration, said,
"I'm trying to sense any magical energy that might guide us, but it's like the entire labyrinth is designed to confuse and mislead us."
Crodar, his patience wearing thin, slammed his fist into the wall.
"There has to be something we're missing. We can't just wander around here forever."
As if in response to his outburst, the walls of the labyrinth began to tremble, the stone shifting and grinding as the passageway behind them closed off, trapping them in a small, enclosed space.
"What the—"
Jareth began, but his words were cut off as the floor beneath them gave way, sending them tumbling into a hidden chamber below. They landed with a thud on a cold, hard surface, the air knocked out of their lungs. As they struggled to their feet, the chamber around them slowly came into focus. The walls were lined with ancient runes, glowing faintly in the darkness, and at the far end of the chamber stood an imposing figure, a spectral form of a blacksmith, his eyes burning with a fierce light.
"Who dares disturb the resting place of the Titan's forge?"
the spirit demanded, his voice echoing through the chamber like thunder. Crodar stepped forward.
"We mean no disrespect, spirit,"
he said, his voice steady.
"We seek only the power to defeat the evil that plagues this land."
The spirit of the blacksmith regarded them with a critical eye, his spectral form flickering like a flame caught in a draft. He was a giant figure, his body wreathed in ethereal flames that cast strange, dancing shadows across the walls of the chamber. In one hand, he held a massive hammer, its surface etched with ancient runes that pulsed with a dull red light.
"You speak of power,"
the spirit said, his voice low and resonant.
"But power without wisdom is a curse, not a blessing. Many have come seeking the Titan's forge, but few have proven themselves worthy."
Sophia, sensing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward.
"We don't seek power for ourselves,"
she said earnestly.
"We seek it to protect the innocent and to stop the darkness that threatens to consume this world."
The blacksmith spirit narrowed his eyes, studying her closely.
"Your intentions may be noble, but the path to power is fraught with peril. Before I grant you the power you seek, you must first prove your understanding of faith."
"Faith?"
Crodar asked, frowning.
"What does faith have to do with this?"
The spirit raised his hammer, and the runes on the walls of the chamber flared to life, casting the room in a brilliant light.
"Faith is the foundation of all true power,"
the spirit intoned.
"It is what gives strength to the weak, courage to the fearful, and hope to the hopeless. Without faith, power is nothing but an empty vessel."
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group.
"I will ask you a question, a paradox if you will. Answer it correctly, and you will prove that you understand the nature of faith. Fail, and you will be forever trapped in this labyrinth. Your souls bound to this place as guardians, just as those you fought before."
The group exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the spirit's words settling heavily upon them.
"What is the question?"
Vanessa asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. The blacksmith spirit fixed them with a piercing stare.
"Here is the paradox. In the heart of darkness, when all hope is lost and no light shines to guide the way, what sustains the faithful? What power can save them when even the gods have turned away?"
Silence fell over the chamber as the group pondered the question. It was a riddle that seemed impossible to answer, a test of their very beliefs. Jareth was the first to speak, his voice hesitant.
Is it belief in oneself? Even when everything else is gone, maybe the answer is to trust in your own strength.
Sophia shook her head, her expression thoughtful.
But the Spirit spoke of faith, not self-reliance. Faith is about something greater than ourselves.
Vanessa nodded in agreement.
Faith is about trust. Trust in something beyond our understanding, even when there's no reason to believe.
Crodar remained silent, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was a man of action, not words, and this riddle was testing the limits of his patience. After several long moments of discussion, Jareth suddenly remembered something Yorukana had said to him long ago. Yorukana, the wise sage who had once guided him.
Wait,
Jareth said, his voice growing more confident.
Yorukana once told me, am I telling you what will happen because I know the future? Or is it happening because I'm telling you what will happen?
The others looked at him, intrigued.
I think the answer lies in the paradox itself,
Jareth continued.
Faith isn't just about believing in something despite evidence or lack of it. It's about the idea that our belief shapes reality, that our faith creates the very future we hope for. When all hope is lost, what sustains us is the knowledge that our belief, our faith, can create the path forward.
Sophia's eyes widened in realization.
Yes, that's it. Faith is not just about trusting in something greater. It's about understanding that our belief has the power to shape outcomes.
The blacksmith spirit's stern expression softened slightly, a flicker of approval in his eyes.
You have found the truth, he said, his voice carrying a note of respect. Faith is the force that binds reality, the spark that ignites the future. It is not just a passive belief, it is an active force that shapes destiny.
The spirit lowered his hammer, and the runes on the walls dimmed, returning to their original soft glow.
You have proven yourselves worthy of the Titan's forge. For your courage, your wisdom, and your understanding of faith, I grant you the power of the rune of Titans.
With a wave of his hand, the spirit conjured a glowing rune in the air, its intricate design shimmering with a golden light. The rune floated towards Crodar and landed on the back of his hand, the light merging with his skin. Crodar felt a surge of power coursing through him, a strength unlike anything he had ever known. The rune of Titans had granted him the ability to wield two-handed swords in one hand, his grip now strong enough to crush stone. The others watched in awe as Crodar flexed his hand, the power of the rune pulsing beneath his skin. He walked over to one of the fallen Urgles, its massive sword still clutched in its lifeless hand. With ease, Crodar pried the sword from the Urgle's grip and lifted it in his left hand, testing its weight. It felt light as a feather, the power of the rune allowing him to wield the massive blade with ease.
This is incredible,
Crodar said, his voice filled with wonder as he swung the sword through the air, the blade cutting through the darkness like a hot knife through butter. Jareth let out a low whistle.
You're a dual wielder now, Crodar. Two massive swords, no one's going to stand a chance against you.
Vanessa and Sophia exchanged a glance, both impressed and slightly concerned by the sheer power Crodar now possessed. But there was no time to dwell on it. The spirit of the blacksmith was fading, his task completed.
Go forth with the power I have granted you,
the spirit said, his voice growing faint. Use it wisely, for the battles ahead will test you as never before. And remember, the power of the Titan's forge is not just in strength, but in the faith that shapes your destiny. With those final words, the spirit vanished, leaving the chamber in silence once more. As the last traces of the spirit's presence faded, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The wall behind where the spirit had stood slid open, revealing a hidden passageway. The passage was adorned with moving figures of vipers, their stone bodies slithering as the door creaked open. The group continued with a mix of relief and determination on their faces.
This is it,
Sophia said, her voice steady.
The path to the top of the mountain.
Crodar, his new power surging within him, nodded.
Let's finish this.
They stepped through the doorway, the passageway beyond winding upwards in a steep, seemingly endless climb. The air grew warmer as they ascended, the oppressive weight of the mountain pressing down on them. The journey was exhausting, the climb relentless, and it felt as if they would never reach the summit. Just when they began to doubt their strength, a sudden gust of wind swept through the tunnel, and a familiar voice echoed in the darkness.
Need a lift?
The group looked up to see Rakion, perched atop his dragon, its massive wings folded at its sides. The dragon's eyes glowed with a fierce intelligence, its scales shimmering in the dim light. "Rakion!" Vanessa exclaimed, relief flooding her voice.
We thought we'd have to climb all the way to the top.
Rakion grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
And miss all the fun? Not a chance. Climb on and we'll get you to the top in no time.
One by one, they climbed onto the dragon's back, Rakion guiding them into position. The dragon spread its wings, the powerful muscles rippling beneath its scales, and with a mighty leap, it launched into the air. The wind rushed past them as they soared upwards, the dark tunnel blurring around them as they climbed higher and higher into the heart of the mountain. As they neared the summit, the air grew thick with the scent of sulfur, and the distant sound of rumbling grew louder. The tunnel opened up into a massive cavern, its walls glowing with the light of molten lava that bubbled and churned in the depths below. At the far end of the cavern, a massive figure loomed in the darkness, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Fushtilo, the undead dragon, rose from the shadows, his enormous wings unfurling as he prepared to confront the intruders. His scales were black as night, his body covered in scars from countless battles. He was a beast of immense power, his very presence filling the cavern with an aura of death and destruction. Rakion's dragon roared a challenge, and the two dragons circled each other in the air, their powerful wings beating against the hot, sulfurous air. The group braced themselves for the final battle, knowing that this would be the ultimate test of their strength and resolve. Fushtilo struck first, his massive jaws opening wide as he unleashed a torrent of black fire. The searing flames roared toward Rakion's dragon, who quickly twisted in the air to dodge the attack. The heat was intense, nearly unbearable, even from a distance. Rakion steered his dragon with practiced skill, maneuvering through the air with sharp, evasive turns to avoid the deadly fire. Crodar, clinging tightly to the dragon's back, watched the flames with grim determination. He knew they had to strike hard and fast. Fushtilo was not a foe to be underestimated. The ancient dragon's power was palpable, a force of nature that threatened to overwhelm them at any moment. As they circled around Fushtilo, Crodar saw his chance. With a mighty roar, he leaped from Rakion's dragon, launching himself through the air toward Fushtilo's neck. He drew both of his massive swords, the rune of Titans pulsing with power in his hands, and swung them with all his might. The blades bit into Fushtilo's thick scales, carving deep gashes into the dragon's flesh. Fushtilo let out a deafening roar of pain and fury, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Crodar. But Crodar held on, his grip unyielding as he continued to drive his swords deeper into the dragon's neck. Blood poured from the wounds, but Fushtilo was far from finished. With a surge of power, Fushtilo unleashed a barrage of dark magical missiles from his mouth, the projectiles screaming through the air toward Rakion and his dragon. Rakion dodged most of them with expert precision, but a few found their mark, striking the dragon's side and causing it to lose balance. The dragon faltered, its wings struggling to keep them aloft as the impact reverberated through its body. Jareth, seeing the dire situation, quickly knocked an arrow to his bow.
"Sophia, I need an ice enchantment,"
he shouted over the roaring wind and the din of battle. Sophia, though weary from the climb, cast an enchantment on Jareth's arrows. The tips of the arrows glowed with an icy blue light, the frost spreading down the shafts as Jareth took aim.
"Hold steady, Crodar,"
Jareth called out as he released the first arrow. It flew straight and true, piercing one of Fushtilo's eyes with a sickening crunch. The dragon let out another howl of pain, thrashing even more violently as it was blinded in one eye. The second arrow, however, whizzed past Crodar's head, barely missing him as it streaked toward Fushtilo's other eye. Crodar ducked just in time, the arrow slicing through the air where his head had been a moment before.
"Man, are you trying to kill me?"
Crodar yelled, glaring at Jareth.
"Sorry,"
Jareth shouted back, though he couldn't help but grin. With one eye blinded, Fushtilo's attacks grew more erratic, but no less dangerous. He fired another wave of dark magic missiles, but this time Rakion's dragon was ready. It dodged and weaved through the air, avoiding the worst of the onslaught, though the strain was beginning to show in its labored movements. Sophia, seeing the desperate situation, decided to use the spell Sunlight of Aegon she had been advised to try, one that could turn the tide of the battle. She began to chant, gathering all her mana into a powerful, concentrated spell. The air around her crackled with energy, the sheer force of the spell causing her to tremble. But before she could release it, Fushtilo's dark magic reached out, seizing control of her mind. Her eyes glazed over, and her chanting faltered as the dragon's malevolent influence took hold. Sophia's body went limp, and she began to fall from Rakion's dragon, her consciousness slipping away. Jareth, acting quickly, grabbed her before she could plummet to the cavern below. He held her tight, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to wake her.
Sophia, snap out of it.
Crodar, seeing Sophia in danger, felt a surge of anger and guilt. He knew he had to end this fight quickly before anyone else got hurt. With renewed determination, he drove his swords even deeper into Fushtilo's neck, the blades cutting through muscle and bone. The dragon roared in agony, but Crodar knew it wasn't enough. Fushtilo was still too strong, his body a mass of rotting, undead flesh that seemed impervious to pain. Just then, Vanessa, who had been waiting for the right moment, pulled out the stone of purification, the powerful artifact. She held it aloft, her face set with determination as she prepared to cast a powerful healing spell. Jareth noticed what she was doing and called out in alarm.
Vanessa, are you out of your mind? Are you going to heal our enemy? What is wrong with you?
But Vanessa didn't waver. She knew what had to be done. Channeling all her mana and endurance, she cast the spell, a radiant light emanating from the stone and enveloping Fushtilo. The light was so bright that it seemed to burn away the shadows in the cavern, and the dragon's undead flesh began to writhe and smoke under its touch. Fushtilo let out a final ear-splitting roar as the purifying light seared through his body, breaking down the dark magic that had kept him alive for so long. His massive form began to disintegrate, pieces of his rotting flesh and bone crumbling into ash and falling away. Crodar, sensing the dragon's end, pulled his swords free and leaped back onto Rakion's dragon, just as Fushtilo's body collapsed in on itself. The group watched in stunned silence as the once mighty dragon fell from the sky, its remains scattering into the depths of the cavern below. The roar of the wind and the crackling of the lava were the only sounds that remained as they hovered in the air, the battle finally over. Rakion guided his dragon away from the falling debris, his expression grim but relieved.
Well done, all of you. Fushtilo is no more.
Crodar looked down at the rune of Titans on his hand, the power still coursing through him. He knew that this victory was not just his, it was the result of their combined strength, their trust in one another, and their unwavering faith. Vanessa, exhausted from casting the spell, slumped against Rakion's dragon, her strength nearly spent.
I wasn't sure it would work,
she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper.
But I had faith that it would.
Jareth, still holding the unconscious Sophia, nodded.
Risky but impressive. Faith. That's what saved us.
Crodar turned to them, his expression serious.
Let's get out of here. We've won this battle, but the war is far from over.
Rest and renewal. The dense canopy of the forest created a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor as Rakion descended, guiding his dragon gently to a soft landing. The area was a serene clearing, surrounded by towering trees whose branches swayed gently in the morning breeze. The air was fresh, filled with the earthy scent of the woods and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. This tranquil spot, far removed from the recent chaos, was a welcome respite for the weary adventurers. Crodar immediately set about making the camp as comfortable as possible. He cleared a space near a large boulder that would serve as a makeshift table, and then gathered firewood and set up a tent. Vanessa and Sophia, their exhaustion evident, were gently assisted by Crodar. Vanessa, still feeling the lingering fatigue from their recent battles, appreciated the help, while Sophia leaned heavily on her staff, her mana reserves depleted.
Let's get everyone settled,
Crodar said, his voice filled with determination.
Vanessa, Sophia, you should rest while I get things organized here.
Vanessa managed a grateful smile.
Thank you, Crodar. I'm really in need of this rest.
Sophia nodded in agreement, though her gaze was distant, her energy clearly spent.
A few days of recovery will do wonders.
Rakion, ever vigilant, surveyed the clearing from above.
I'll keep watch from the skies. Call if you need anything.
Jareth, always eager for action, decided it was time to hunt. Bringing fresh meat to the group seemed like a great idea to him. He ventured into the forest, guided by the promise of game. His bow was slung over his shoulder, and he carried a quiver of arrows with him. The forest was alive with sounds, the chirping of birds, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and the distant murmur of a stream. Jareth moved quietly, his senses alert to every sound and movement. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he spotted a deer grazing in a small clearing. Jareth approached with practiced stealth, his eyes focused on his prey. He nocked an arrow and drew his bowstring, aiming carefully. Just as he was about to release the arrow, a sudden flash of movement caught his eye. An arrow whizzed past him, striking the deer with pinpoint accuracy. Jareth's head snapped up, his eyes searching for the source of the shot. "Who the hell are you?" he called out, his voice a mix of surprise and irritation. He kept his bow trained in the direction of the shot, his senses on high alert. From the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged with a nonchalant grace. The man was dressed in forest green attire, blending seamlessly with the foliage. His movements were fluid, almost as if he were dancing. As he stepped into the clearing, he gave Jareth a courteous nod, a smirk playing on his lips.
"You are too slow, my friend,"
the man said, his tone light and playful. Jareth's eyes narrowed, his bow still aimed at the stranger.
"Who are you to make such claims?"
The man continued his approach, his movements deliberate and theatrical. With a flourish, he executed a graceful bow, his form resembling that of a ballet dancer performing an intricate routine.
"Zanim, the best hunter you have ever seen,"
he announced, his tone playful and confident. Jareth lowered his bow slightly, his curiosity piqued.
"Zanim, huh? You certainly made an impression with that shot. But what are you doing here?"
Zanim's smile widened, and he casually walked over to the fallen deer.
Well, I've been living in this forest for as long as I can remember. It's my home, and I like to think of myself as its guardian. I was simply ensuring that my forest friend here," he gestured to the deer, "didn't end up as dinner for someone who might not appreciate its finer qualities."
Jareth's skepticism softened as he observed Zanim's demeanor.
"Well, if you're as skilled as you claim, you might be interested in joining us for a meal. We're camped nearby, and we could use some good company."
Zanim's eyes twinkled with interest.
"A meal, you say? That sounds delightful. I'd be honored to join you."
They made their way back to the camp, where Crodar and the others were finishing their preparations. The fire crackled, and the aroma of wood smoke filled the air as Jareth introduced Zanim to the group. Vanessa and Sophia were resting by the fire, their fatigue evident in their tired expressions. Crodar greeted Zanim with a nod, his curiosity evident.
"Zanim, this is Vanessa and Sophia,"
Jareth said.
"They're recovering from a tough battle, and this is Crodar, our fearless warrior."
Zanim bowed gracefully to each of them, his demeanor polite and charming.
"A pleasure to meet you all. I hear you've had quite the ordeal."
Vanessa offered a weary smile.
"Yes, it's been a tough journey. We're grateful for the chance to rest."
Zanim's gaze shifted to the fire, where Jareth was already preparing the deer for cooking.
"I must say, a feast sounds delightful, and I'm always eager to share stories over a good meal."
As they cooked, the conversation flowed easily. Zanim shared tales of his life in the forest, describing the challenges and rewards of living in such isolation. Jareth and Crodar listened with interest, their curiosity about this enigmatic hunter growing. Once the meal was ready, they gathered around the fire, the aroma of roasted deer filling the air. The conversation turned to their recent battle with Fushtilo.
"So,"
Zanim said, his tone light,
"I hear you had quite a challenge with that dragon. A light healing spell to kill an undead creature, huh? That's quite advanced."
Jareth grinned.
"It was a tough fight, but we managed. Vanessa here used a powerful healing spell to deal the final blow.
Zanim's eyes widened with admiration.
Brilliant! I've never seen such a tactic before. Truly impressive.
The group shared a few laughs, and Zanim's demeanor became more serious.
If you're interested, I'd be happy to teach you a few tricks about precision and focus. I've spent many years perfecting my skills.
Crodar, always keen to support his friends, chimed in with a playful glint in his eye.
Please do. Last time, Jareth nearly shot me by mistake. Besides, we have a few days to spend here while the girls recover.
The next morning, Jareth and Zanim set up a small practice area in the clearing. Zanim's training was meticulous and detailed, focusing on the art of meditation and mindfulness.
Start by sitting comfortably,
Zanim instructed, demonstrating the posture.
Cross your legs and keep your back straight. Rest your hands on your knees, palms facing upward or downward, whatever feels natural.
Jareth followed the instructions, his posture stiff but determined. Zanim continued.
Close your eyes and take a deep breath in through your nose, feeling your lungs expand. Hold it for a moment, then slowly exhale through your mouth. As you breathe, focus on the sensation of the air entering and leaving your body.
Jareth concentrated on his breathing, his mind beginning to wander.
It's harder than I thought,
he admitted.
Indeed, Zanim said with a gentle smile. The mind is naturally inclined to wander. The key is to gently guide it back to your breath each time it drifts. This practice helps train your mind to remain focused and present.
As the days went by, Zanim's training became more intricate. He taught Jareth various techniques to enhance his focus and control.
When a thought intrudes, don't engage with it,
Zanim explained.
Acknowledge it, then let it pass like a cloud in the sky. Return your attention to your breath or your target.
Jareth practiced these techniques diligently, his accuracy with the bow improving steadily. Zanim's guidance helped him to develop a deeper sense of concentration and awareness. They spent hours in the forest, practicing silent movements and quick, precise strikes. In addition to meditation, Zanim taught Jareth the art of controlled breathing.
Breathing is crucial in archery, Zanim said. When you draw your bowstring, take a deep breath. As you aim, hold your breath to steady your focus. Exhale slowly as you release the arrow.
Jareth practiced these techniques, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. His aim improved dramatically, and he became more adept at reading his surroundings. Zanim's training was rigorous but rewarding, and Jareth felt a renewed sense of purpose and focus. The following days in the forest passed in a rhythm of routine and training. Jareth and Zanim's training sessions were particularly intensive. Jareth had noticed that while Zanim was an exceptional archer, his skills with a dagger were not as refined. Given their need for versatility and precision, Jareth took it upon himself to help Zanim improve. One morning, after a hearty breakfast, Jareth led Zanim to a clearing where they would conduct their training. The area was open and free of obstacles, ideal for practicing various techniques. Jareth began by demonstrating basic dagger maneuvers, how to hold the weapon, the correct stance, and the importance of balance and agility.
First,
Jareth said, holding his own dagger with precision,
you need to get comfortable with the weight and feel of the blade. It should feel like an extension of your arm.
Zanim nodded, gripping the dagger and mimicking Jareth's movements. His motions were somewhat clumsy, and he struggled to find the right balance. Jareth watched carefully, offering guidance and corrections.
Relax your grip a bit. The dagger is not just a tool, it's an extension of your intention. Move with purpose, but without unnecessary force.
Zanim took a deep breath and adjusted his grip. He attempted a series of thrusts and parries, his movements improving but still lacking the fluidity that Jareth displayed effortlessly. Jareth was patient, offering detailed feedback.
Try to focus on the point of contact. Each move should flow into the next. It's not just about speed, reaction and control are key.
Zanim practiced diligently, his brow furrowed in concentration. As the hours passed, he began to show noticeable improvement. His strikes were sharper, his movements were more controlled. Jareth's instruction had a profound impact, and Zainam's gratitude was evident.
You're a skilled teacher, Jareth,
Zainam said, wiping sweat from his brow.
I can see the difference already. Thank you for taking the time to help me improve.
Jareth smiled.
We all need to be at our best. Your skills with a bow are exceptional, but being versatile will make us even stronger as a team.
Their training sessions continued, each one focused on refining Zainam's dagger skills and deepening Jareth's own understanding of the art of precision. Zainam's progress was steady, and he began to feel more confident in his abilities. The evenings were spent around the campfire, where the group shared stories and reflected on their journey. The camaraderie among them grew stronger, and the bond between Jareth and Zainam was particularly notable. Zainam had a newfound respect for Jareth's skill and patience, and Jareth appreciated Zainam's dedication and eagerness to learn. One evening, as the group gathered for dinner, Crodar approached Zainam with a thoughtful expression. The firelight cast a warm glow on their faces, and the aroma of roasted deer filled the air.
Zainam,
Crodar said, his voice filled with sincerity.
You've been a tremendous help to us. Your presence has made our journey easier, and I believe you have a lot to offer. Have you ever considered joining us on our quest? Your skills and knowledge would be valuable.
Zainam looked at Crodar, his expression thoughtful.
I've enjoyed our time together, and I'm grateful for the opportunities to contribute. But I'm not sure if my skills would be of much use on such a grand scale.
Crodar shook his head.
It's not just about your skills, it's about the spirit you bring to our group. We could use someone like you.
Zainam considered the offer, his eyes meeting Crodar's with a hint of humor.
Well, if you're offering, I suppose I can't refuse. I've always enjoyed a good adventure.
With Zainam's agreement to join their quest, the group was in high spirits. They continued their journey through the forest, their mood buoyed by the camaraderie and the prospect of their next adventure. As they settled into their routine, a new development occurred. One evening, as the group was preparing for another night under the stars, an unexpected visitor arrived. Alara emerged from the dense forest, her transformation from an eagle to her human form, a graceful and seamless transition. Her appearance was met with a mix of relief and curiosity from the group. She greeted them with a warm, familiar smile, her presence a reassuring sign of continuity in their uncertain journey.
Hello again, friends,
Alara said, her voice carrying a gentle but authoritative tone.
I'm glad to see you're all well. Archmage Alaric has sent me to deliver an important message.
The group, still settling into their camp after their recent adventures, greeted Alara with smiles and nods. Crodar, ever the straightforward one, was the first to speak.
Alara, it's good to see you. What's the news?
Alara's eyes softened with a mix of seriousness and camaraderie.
The Archmage has been keeping a close watch on your progress. He's aware of your recent victories and the challenges you've faced. He has instructed me to guide you to the capital city of Argathlon. He'll meet you 10 kilometers from the castle walls.
The news brought a hush to the camp. Vanessa and Sophia, who had been resting, exchanged glances that conveyed a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Crodar's expression darkened, his brows furrowing.
Argathlon, the city is under Shadow Guild control, isn't it?
Alara nodded, her face reflecting the gravity of the situation.
Yes, it is. The Shadow Guild has a firm grip on the city. It's dangerous, and the junta ruling there is not known for its leniency. Alaric understands the risks, but he believes your presence in Argathlon is crucial.
Jareth, who had been cleaning his bow, looked up with a hint of disbelief.
We've escaped from prison, fought dragons, and survived countless battles. And now we're expected to walk into the heart of the enemy's territory. It sounds like a suicide mission.
Sophia, still recovering from her recent exertions, added her voice to the conversation.
Isn't there another way? Why put ourselves at such risk?
Alara placed a reassuring hand on Sophia's shoulder.
I understand your concerns. The situation is indeed perilous, but the Archmage's plans involve a critical strategy that requires you to be in Argathlon. There are forces at play that only you can influence.
Crodar, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward.
We don't have a choice. We need to do whatever it takes to stop the Shadow Guild. If Alaric says this is necessary, then we have to follow through.
The group fell silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. The reality of their situation began to sink in. Argathlon was not just a city under siege, it was the epicenter of the Shadow Guild's power, a place where their enemies had fortified their position. The group's presence there could mean facing overwhelming odds. Vanessa's voice broke the silence, tinged with a mix of resolve and resignation.
We've faced danger before. We've survived. If Alaric believes this is our path, then we'll go. We must trust that there is a purpose behind this dangerous mission.
Sophia nodded in agreement, her expression one of determined acceptance.
Yes, we've come this far. We can't turn back now. We have to see this through.
Ilara watched the group with a sense of approval.
You have the right mindset. The journey to Argathlon will be fraught with danger, but your determination and courage will guide you. Archmage Alaric will provide more details when you meet him.
Crodar stood up, his posture reflecting the resolve of a seasoned warrior.
Whatever awaits us there, we'll face it together. Thanks for delivering the message, Ilara.
Ilara gave a nod of respect.
You're welcome. I'll be in contact with you again soon. Stay vigilant and remember that you're not alone in this fight.
As Ilara prepared to leave, transforming once more into her eagle form, the group gathered their gear and began their preparations. The reality of their mission was heavy, but their commitment to the cause remained unwavering. They knew that their path would lead them directly into the heart of enemy territory, but they were determined to see it through. With the sun setting and the forest bathed in a golden hue, the group set out towards Argathlon. The journey ahead was uncertain. Way home, as the group made their way westward toward Argathlon, the capital city of Shephar Kingdom, the dense forest around them seemed to close in with every step. The towering trees, their branches like skeletal arms, blotted out most of the sunlight, casting eerie shadows that danced across the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the distant calls of birds echoed through the woods. As they walked, Vanessa broke the silence.
So, Fergalod is our next stop before we head to Argathlon?
Yeah,
Jareth replied without turning around.
We'll need to catch a ship there to cross the Mavidian Sea. It's the quickest way to get to Argathlon without running into any unnecessary trouble.
Crodar grunted in agreement.
Fergalod's a busy port city. We should be able to find a ship heading to the capital without much trouble, but we'll need to keep our heads down. The Shadow Guild has eyes everywhere.
Sophia nodded thoughtfully.
I've read about Fergalod. It's known for its bustling markets and its strategic location. Merchants from all over the kingdom pass through there.
Jareth chuckled.
And they'll charge you twice what something's worth if you're not careful. The merchants in Fergalod are notorious for their haggling skills.
Vanessa smiled faintly.
Sounds like we'll need to keep an eye on our coin purses.
As the group continued their trek, the conversation shifted, and Jareth, ever the curious one, decided to pry a bit into their new companion's past.
So Zanim,
he began, glancing over his shoulder at the hunter.
What's your story? You seem like you've been living out in the wild for a long time.
Zanim hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing as if he were trying to piece together fragments of a memory.
The truth is,
he began slowly,
I don't remember much about my past. Most of my memories are gone.
Sophia looked at him with concern.
Gone? What do you mean?
Zanim sighed, the sound tinged with a quiet resignation.
5 years ago, I fell from a cliff while hunting in the mountains. I hit my head on a rock, and when I woke up, everything was blank. I didn't know who I was, where I came from, or who my parents were. All I had were the instincts I developed living in the wild.
The group listened in silence, the weight of Zanim's words hanging in the air.
That must have been difficult.
Vanessa said softly, her eyes full of sympathy. It was, Zenim admitted, his voice steady.
But nature became my home. The animals, the trees, the wind. They were my companions. I learned to survive, to hunt, to live in harmony with the land. It's all I've known since then.
Crodar placed a hand on Zainim's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity.
You're one of us now. We may not remember where we come from, but we know where we're going.
Zenim gave a small, appreciative smile.
Thank you. I may not have memories of my past, but I found something better, a purpose.
As the conversation lulled, the group found a small clearing in the forest and decided to take a short rest. The journey to Fergalod was still a few hours away, and they needed to conserve their strength. They set up a makeshift camp, and after a quick meal, everyone settled down to rest. The forest around them was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. It wasn't long before the group drifted off to sleep, each of them lost in their own thoughts and dreams. Sophia was the first to stir. She had always been a light sleeper, her senses attuned to the magic that flowed through the world around her. As she lay there, her eyes still closed, she heard it, a low, rumbling growl that sent a shiver down her spine. Her eyes snapped open, and she sat up, her heart racing. The growl was closer now, and it was coming from right beside Zenim. Sophia's hand instinctively reached for her staff, and with a whispered incantation, a small firebolt appeared in her palm, casting a flickering light across the campsite.
Zenim,
she hissed, ready to unleash the spell at the threat.
There's a...
Wait!
Zainim's voice cut through the tension, calm and steady. He held up a hand, signaling for her to stop. Sophia hesitated, the firebolt still crackling in her hand. She looked down and saw what had startled her. A massive wolf, its fur as black as midnight, was standing over Zenim. But instead of attacking, the wolf was licking his face, making low, affectionate noises.
This is Raksim,
Zenim said with a chuckle, scratching the wolf behind the ears.
He's my companion.
Sophia let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding and extinguished the firebolt.
You could have mentioned that earlier,
she said, her voice a mix of relief and exasperation. By now, the rest of the group had woken up, drawn by the commotion. Jareth, still half asleep, took one look at the wolf and shook his head with a grin.
I should have known,
he said.
A hunter without a pet is like a cup of beer without potato fries.
Crodar chuckled.
And this one seems like a loyal companion.
Zenim smiled, his hand still resting on Raksim's head.
He is. He found me a few years ago, not long after I lost my memory. We've been together ever since.
Raksim sniffed at each member of the group, his nose twitching as he memorized their scents.
This is how he'll remember you,
Zenim explained.
Your smell is your identity as far as he's concerned.
Vanessa, who had been watching the interaction with quiet amusement, finally spoke up.
He's beautiful. You're lucky to have such a companion.
Zenim nodded.
I am. He's saved my life more times than I can count.
With the introductions out of the way, the group packed up their camp and resumed their journey. The forest gradually began to thin as they approached the outskirts of Fergalod, the sound of distant waves crashing against the shore growing louder with each step. Fergalod was a bustling port city, its streets teeming with merchants, sailors, and travelers from all corners of the kingdom. The air was filled with the shouts of vendors hawking their goods, the clinking of coins, and the creaking of ships docked in the harbor. As the group made their way through the crowded streets, they passed by stalls overflowing with exotic spices, vibrant textiles, and finely crafted weapons. One merchant, a burly man with a thick beard, called out to them as they walked by. Straight from Argathlon, delicious wine, finest in all the kingdom. Jareth couldn't resist a smirk.
Fergalod merchants, always trying to make a quick sale.
Crodar chuckled.
Can't blame them. This city's all about trade. You can find just about anything here if you know where to look.
Sophia, taking in the sights and sounds around them, marveled at the sheer variety of goods on display.
It's amazing how much passes through here. This city really is a crossroads.
As they continued toward the harbor, a familiar sight caught their attention. A group of sailors unloading crates from a ship docked at the pier. They recognized them immediately. It was the same crew they had saved in Azkira port. The sailors spotted them as well, and their faces lit up with smiles of recognition. The captain, a weathered man with a jovial grin, called out to them,
Well, well, look who it is! The heroes of Azkira.
Jareth laughed and waved.
Captain, good to see you again. What brings you to Fergalod?
The captain strode over, wiping his hands on a rag.
We're on our way to Argathlon, of course. Got a shipment to deliver and a city to see.
Crodar raised an eyebrow.
Argathlon. That's exactly where we're headed.
The captain's grin widened.
Is that so? Well, isn't that a stroke of luck? We're leaving in about 30 minutes. Why don't you lot join us? It'd be our pleasure to have you on board.
The group exchanged glances, each of them thinking the same thing. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up. Vanessa was the first to speak.
We'd love to. Thank you, Captain.
The captain waved off her thanks.
No need to thank me. After what you did for us back in Azkira, it's the least we can do. Besides, it'll be nice to have some friendly faces on board for the journey.
With that settled, the group boarded the ship, stowing their gear in a small cabin that the captain had set aside for them. As the ship set sail, the crew broke into a hearty sea shanty, their voices carrying over the waves as the wind filled the sails. The rhythm of their song was infectious, and even the typically serious Crodar found himself tapping his foot along with the beat. The deck bustled with activity, sailors working in tandem to guide the vessel out of Fergalod's bustling harbor and into the open waters of the Myrvidian Sea. The group retreated to their cabin to settle in for the journey ahead. The room was small but comfortable, with enough space for them to relax. A small porthole offered a view of the ocean, the endless expanse of blue stretching out to the horizon. They found a simple board game on a table in the corner, clearly a favorite among the crew during their downtime.
Looks like we're in for a smooth ride,
Jareth said, leaning back in his chair and eyeing the board game with interest.
Anyone up for a game?
Sophia, always one to enjoy a bit of friendly competition, nodded.
Why not? It'll help pass the time.
Vanessa agreed, and even Crodar, who typically preferred physical challenges, seemed intrigued. Zainim, still somewhat reserved around his new companions, took a seat as well, eager to learn the game. As they played, the conversation flowed naturally, punctuated by laughter and the occasional groan of frustration as one player outmaneuvered another. Jareth, ever the rogue, quickly took the lead, using his sharp wit and keen instincts to outplay his friends. Crodar, on the other hand, was less strategic and more direct in his approach, much to the amusement of the others.
You know,
Jareth said as he moved his piece across the board,
this game isn't too different from what we do out in the field. It's all about anticipating your opponent's moves, staying one step ahead.
Except,
Vanessa added with a grin,
out there, losing means a lot more than just giving up a game piece.
Zainim, who had been quietly observing the others, finally spoke up.
There's a certain strategy in hunting that's not so different from this. Patience, observation, knowing when to strike, it's all connected.
Crodar glanced at Zainim, a new respect in his eyes.
You're right. Whether it's a game, a battle, or a hunt, the principles are the same.
They continued to play, the cabin filled with the sound of friendly banter and the occasional clatter of game pieces. It was a rare moment of relaxation, a brief respite from the dangers that lurked ahead. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the ship, followed by a violent shudder that knocked the board game off the table. The sound of splintering wood and shouting filled the air as the ship lurched to one side, sending them all scrambling to their feet.
What in the?
Jareth began, but his question was cut short as the door to their cabin burst open, and a terrified crew member stumbled inside.
We're under attack,
the sailor shouted, his face pale with fear.
A battleship of Urgles.
The room fell silent as the gravity of the situation sank in. The Urgles, fierce and ruthless warriors, had long been a terror on the seas, their raids leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Battleships. Zainem approached the window and stared into the distance with his sharp hunter eyes.
There it is,
Zainem murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The rest of the group joined him, their faces tight with concern as they stared at the approaching ship. The Urgle battleship was a monstrous sight, with its black sails looming like the wings of a vulture. The vessel's hull, reinforced with iron plates, gleamed menacingly in the fading light, and the deck was teeming with Urgle soldiers, their dark armor reflecting the last rays of the sun. Crodar's jaw tightened as he assessed the threat.
That thing's a fortress on water. We're outmatched in size and firepower.
Sophia's gaze was steely as she calculated their options.
They're not just here by chance. The Shadow Guild knows we're coming. This ship is meant to stop us before we reach Argathlon.
Vanessa's eyes narrowed in worry.
And if that ship reaches us with all its cannons, they might just succeed. We've got a decision to make.
Jareth, uncharacteristically quiet, stared intently at the Urgle ship, his mind racing.
We're not equipped for a straight-up fight against a beast like that. But if we get in close, we can use our speed and wits to outmaneuver them.
Sophia's hand unconsciously moved to the amulet around her neck, a gesture she often made when deep in thought. If only we had Rakion. His firepower could turn the tide.
We can try to summon him,
Vanessa suggested, though there was doubt in her voice.
He might still be close enough to help.
Sophia nodded, her mind already working through the incantations she would need. She stepped back from the group, finding a spot on the deck where she could focus without distraction. With a deep breath, she began to chant, her voice low and steady as she called upon the ancient magic that connected her to Rakion, the dragon rider. A circle of glowing runes appeared at her feet, spinning slowly as they hummed with power. The air around her shimmered, and the sea seemed to quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The rest of the group watched in tense silence, each of them hoping that their dragon rider ally would come to their aid. But as the seconds stretched into minutes, the glow of the runes began to fade, and the shimmering in the air dissipated. Sophia's chanting faltered, and with a final whisper the spell collapsed, leaving only a faint trace of magic in the air.
It's no use,
Sophia said, her voice tinged with frustration.
Rakion isn't responding.
Could he be in Argathlon already?
Jareth asked, his brow furrowing.
It's possible,
Sophia replied, frowning.
If he's engaged in battle or too far away, he won't be able to hear my call.
Vanessa sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on her.
Then we're on our own. We'll have to figure this out without him.
Crodar squared his shoulders, his resolve hardening.
Then we fight with what we've got. We've faced impossible odds before, and we're still here.
The captain of their ship, a grizzled veteran with a face as weathered as the ship he commanded, approached the group. His expression was grim, and the scar running down his cheek stood out starkly in the fading light.
We've got maybe 10 minutes before we're in range of their cannons. Whatever you're planning, you'd better make it quick.
We'll improvise,
Jareth said, his voice filled with a steely determination.
We've been through worse. This isn't the end.
The captain gave a curt nod and turned back to his crew, barking orders as they prepared for the inevitable clash. The deck became a flurry of activity, sailors rushing to secure ropes, load cannons, and ready their weapons. The smell of salt and gunpowder filled the air, mingling with the growing tension. The Urgle ship continued its approach, its massive bulk cutting through the water like a shark closing in on its prey. As it drew nearer, the details of the ship became clearer, the rows of cannons lined up along the sides, the dark figures of Urgal soldiers standing at the ready, and the tattered black flags bearing the emblem of the Shadow Guild fluttering in the wind.
"They're preparing to fire again,"
Zanim observed, his voice tense.
"Get ready,"
Crodar shouted, his voice carrying across the deck.
"We need to close the distance before they tear us apart."
The first volley of cannon fire erupted from the Urgal ship, the thunderous boom echoing across the water. The cannonballs screamed through the air, aimed directly at the hull of their ship. The impact was immediate and devastating. Wood splintered, and the deck shuddered violently under the force of the blasts.
"Brace yourselves,"
Vanessa cried out, grabbing hold of a nearby railing to steady herself as the ship lurched. The crew scrambled to return fire, their own cannons roaring to life as they unleashed a barrage of iron shot toward the Urgal vessel. But the enemy ship's reinforced hull absorbed the impact, the cannonballs bouncing off with little effect.
"They're too well armored,"
one of the crewmen shouted, his voice tinged with panic. Crodar's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation.
"We can't take them head on. We need to get in close and disable them from the inside."
As the two ships closed the distance, the tension on deck became almost unbearable. The Urgals weren't just relying on their cannons, they were preparing for a boarding action. Grappling hooks were thrown from the enemy ship, latching onto the sides of their vessel and pulling the two ships together with a loud, groaning protest of wood and metal.
"They're going to board us!"
Zanim shouted, his bow already drawn, an arrow nocked and ready to fire. Crodar didn't hesitate. With a fierce battle cry, he leaped across the narrow gap between the two ships, landing on the deck of the Urgal vessel with a thud. His massive double swords gleamed in the dim light as he charged into the fray, cutting down the first Urgal soldier that dared to stand in his way.
"Move!"
Crodar bellowed to the others, urging them to follow him. Jareth was right behind him, his daggers flashing as he darted through the chaos, striking down enemies with deadly precision. He moved like a shadow, slipping between the ranks of Urgal soldiers and finding the weak points in their armor. Sophia and Vanessa weren't far behind. Sophia unleashed waves of fire and ice, her magic carving a path through the ranks of their enemies. Vanessa, meanwhile, used her holy magic to shield their crew from the worst of the Urgal's attacks, her light creating a barrier that deflected arrows and blades. But the Urgals weren't just sitting ducks. The enemy captain, a hulking brute with a scarred face and a cruel sneer, barked orders at his men, rallying them to push back against the invaders. The Urgal soldiers responded with brutal efficiency, their axes and swords clashing with the weapons of the crew in a violent symphony of steel. An Urgal warrior, towering and broad-shouldered, charged at Crodar with a savage roar, his battle axe raised high. Crodar met him head-on, their weapons clashing with a deafening clang. The force of the impact sent a shockwave up Crodar's arms, but he held firm, using his brute strength to push the Urgal back. Meanwhile, another group of Urgal soldiers, armed with crossbows, took aim at Sophia. They loosened a volley of bolts, the deadly projectiles whistling through the air toward her. Sophia, eyes wide with focus, raised her hand and conjured a shimmering barrier of ice. The bolts struck the barrier, shattering harmlessly against it. Not to be outdone, an Urgal mage emerged from the ranks, his hands crackling with dark energy. He began to chant, his voice low and guttural as he summoned a bolt of black lightning. The spell shot toward Vanessa, who was busy tending to a wounded crewman. Vanessa turned just in time to see the attack. She raised her shield, the emblem of her goddess glowing brightly as she invoked a protective charm. The bolt of dark lightning struck the shield, but instead of shattering, the shield absorbed the dark energy, turning it into a brilliant flash of light that illuminated the entire deck.
"Not today,"
Vanessa muttered under her breath, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. The battle was far from over. On their own ship, the Urgals were making their move. A group of Urgal warriors had boarded their vessel, and the crew was struggling to fend them off. Several crew members, civilians who had been caught up in the fight, fell under the Urgle's relentless assault, their cries of pain and fear lost in the chaos of battle. Zainim, who had stayed behind to protect their ship, watched in horror as the Urgles slaughtered the defenseless crew members. His heart pounded in his chest as he fired arrow after arrow, each shot finding its mark in the throats and chests of the attacking Urgles. But for every Urgle he took down, another seemed to take its place.
"We're losing too many men!"
Zainim shouted, his voice raw with desperation. Back on the Urgle ship, Crodar was locked in a brutal duel with the enemy captain. The two warriors were evenly matched, their weapons clashing in a deadly dance of steel and strength. But the Urgle captain had the advantage of size and reach, his massive battle axe swinging in wide, powerful arcs that forced Crodar to stay on the defensive.
"I'll cut you down like the dog you are."
The Urgle captain snarled, his voice dripping with malice. Crodar gritted his teeth as he parried another blow.
"Not if I cut you down first."
With a sudden burst of speed, Crodar surged forward, his main hand sword slashing in a deadly arc aimed at the captain's midsection. The captain barely managed to deflect the blow, but the force of Crodar's attack sent him staggering back. At that moment, Jareth, ever the opportunist, seized the opening. He darted forward, his daggers flashing as he struck at the captain's exposed side. The captain roared in pain as Jareth's blades found their mark, blood seeping through the gaps in his armor.
"Nice try,"
Jareth quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. The Urgle captain, however, was far from finished. With a snarl of rage, he swung his battle axe in a wide arc, forcing Jareth to leap back to avoid being cleaved in two. The captain then turned his attention back to Crodar, his eyes burning with fury.
"I'll kill you both!"
The captain roared, raising his axe for a killing blow. But before he could strike, a blinding flash of light erupted from behind him. Vanessa, her hands glowing with holy energy, unleashed a powerful spell that enveloped the captain in a searing pillar of light. The captain screamed in agony as the holy fire consumed him, his body writhing in pain as he was burned from the inside out. When the light faded, the Urgle captain was nothing more than a charred husk, his lifeless body collapsing to the deck with a dull thud.
"Let that be a lesson to you,"
Vanessa said, her voice cold and commanding. With their captain dead, the remaining Urgle soldiers began to falter. Some tried to flee, only to be cut down by the relentless attacks of the group. Others, too stubborn or too loyal to give up, fought to the bitter end, their bodies littering the deck as the battle raged on. But just as it seemed they were gaining the upper hand, a new threat emerged. From the shadows of the Urgle ship, a massive figure stepped forward, a manticore, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. The creature was a terrifying sight, its lion-like body bristling with muscle, its bat-like wings unfurling with a leathery snap, and its scorpion tail lashing menacingly. Sophia's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the creature.
"A manticore from Kentunia."
The beast let out a deafening roar, its tail arcing forward as it launched a volley of venomous spikes toward the group. The spikes struck the deck with a series of sharp thuds, barely missing their targets as the group scattered to avoid being impaled.
"We have to take it down now,"
Crodar shouted, raising his sword. Sophia began to chant, summoning a powerful spell to counter the manticore's attack. Her hands crackled with energy as she prepared to unleash a torrent of freezing magic. But before she could finish, the manticore leaped into the air, its wings propelling it forward with terrifying speed. The creature landed in the midst of the group, its massive claws slashing at anything within reach. Crodar barely managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack, the force of the blow sending him stumbling back. Jareth, quick on his feet, darted in and out, his daggers finding purchase in the manticore's thick hide, but the creature seemed almost impervious to pain.
"Keep it distracted,"
Vanessa called out as she began to weave a powerful spell of her own. Crodar and Jareth did their best to keep the manticore's attention focused on them, but the creature, was relentless. It lunged at Jareth with its claws, forcing him to roll out of the way, and then swung its tail toward Crodar, who barely managed to duck in time. Vanessa finished her spell, a surge of holy energy rushing toward the manticore. The creature let out a roar of pain as the magic struck it, burning through its defenses and weakening its resolve. But the manticore was far from defeated. It turned its attention to Vanessa, its eyes glowing with rage as it prepared to strike. Before the manticore could attack, a massive wave of freezing magic washed over it. Sophia had finished her spell, and the creature's wings and tail were encased in ice, its movements slowing as the cold seeped into its bones.
Now, while it's vulnerable,
Sophia shouted. Crodar didn't need to be told twice. With a fierce battle cry, he charged forward, his sword raised high. He brought the blade down with all his strength, aiming for the manticore's neck. The sword struck true, cutting deep into the creature's flesh. The manticore let out a final, pained roar before collapsing to the deck, its lifeless body falling still. The group stood there, panting and bloodied, their hearts racing as they took in the aftermath of the battle. The deck of the Urgal ship was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, both human and Urgal alike. The stench of blood and smoke filled the air, and the sounds of battle slowly faded into an eerie silence.
"We did it,"
Jareth said, his voice barely above a whisper as he wiped the blood from his daggers.
"But at what cost?"
Vanessa murmured, her gaze drifting to the bodies of the fallen crew members.
"There was no other way,"
Crodar said, his voice heavy with regret.
"We had to stop them, or they would have slaughtered us all."
Sophia knelt beside one of the fallen crew members, a young sailor who had been struck down by the Urgals. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, her hand gently brushing the sailor's forehead.
"May you find peace in the afterlife,"
she said softly, her voice trembling with emotion. The captain of their ship, who had been fighting alongside his men, approached the group. His face was grim, and his eyes were shadowed with the weight of the losses they had suffered.
"We've taken heavy damage,"
the captain said, his voice rough.
"The ship won't hold much longer."
"Can we make it to Argathlon?"
Crodar asked, his voice filled with concern. The captain shook his head.
"We're too far out. The ship won't survive the journey."
"Then we'll have to find a place to land,"
Sophia said, her voice steady despite the exhaustion that weighed on her.
"There's a stretch of land about 20 kilometers from here,"
the captain said, pointing to the distant shore.
"We can make it there, but we'll be on foot from then on."
Crodar nodded, his resolve hardening.
"It's our only option. Let's get moving."
The group helped the remaining crew members back onto their ship, leaving the Urgal vessel behind as it began to sink into the depths of the sea. The damage to their own ship was severe, and the journey to the shore was slow and arduous. The sun had long since set by the time they reached land, the moon casting a pale light over the rocky shoreline. They disembarked, their feet sinking into the soft sand as they surveyed their surroundings. The land was barren and desolate, with no signs of civilization in sight. The distant silhouette of Argathlon loomed on the horizon, a grim reminder of the journey that still lay ahead.
"We'll rest here for the night,"
Crodar said, his voice weary but determined.
"We've got a long walk ahead of us tomorrow."
The group nodded in agreement, too tired to argue. They set up a makeshift camp on the shore, the sound of the waves lapping against the sand, providing a soothing backdrop to their exhaustion. As they settled down for the night, each of them lost in their own thoughts. The weight of the day's events pressed heavily on their hearts. But despite the losses they had suffered, there was a sense of relief among them. They had survived another battle, and though the road ahead was long and perilous, they knew they would face it together. And as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, they prepared to continue their journey while their decisiveness is stronger than ever. The wolf's howl! As the group trudged through the dense forest towards Argathlon, the towering trees cast long shadows over their path. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant sound of a river rushing somewhere nearby. They knew they were getting close to the capital city of Shepherd Kingdom, a place that was once a beacon of hope and prosperity, but had now fallen under the shadow of the guild's control. Crodar led the way, his steps heavy but sure, each stride filled with purpose. Jareth walked beside him, ever alert, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Sophia and Vanessa followed closely, their expressions a mix of determination and weariness. Zenim, the newest member of their group, trailed slightly behind, his pet wolf Raksim padding silently at his side. Suddenly, the stillness of the forest was broken by a long, haunting howl. The sound was sharp and clear, carrying through the trees and echoing in the distance. Raksim perked up immediately, his ears twitching as he let out a low whine, clearly excited.
That sounded close,
Jareth muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for his dagger. Raksim nudged Zanim's leg with his nose, his tail wagging furiously. The wolf seemed almost giddy, as if he had just heard the voice of an old friend. Sophia, noticing Raksim's reaction, chuckled softly.
Looks like someone's got a crush,
she teased, her voice light despite the tension in the air. Zanim glanced down at his companion, a fond smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
It's more than that,
he said, his tone thoughtful.
He thinks it's a potential mate.
Sophia raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Raksim,
she said, addressing the wolf directly.
But that's not exactly what you're hoping for. That's Ilara, our friend the druid. She's probably in her wolf form, scouting the area.
Raksim let out a disappointed whine, his tail drooping slightly. The group couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the usually fierce wolf looking so dejected.
Don't worry, buddy,
Jareth said, reaching over to pat Raksim's head.
You'll find a nice lady wolf someday.
They continued walking, following the direction of the howl. The trees began to thin out as they neared the edge of the forest, and the imposing walls of Argathlon loomed in the distance, their stone surfaces now darkened by the presence of the Shadow Guild. As they moved closer, the sound of voices reached their ears. The group instinctively slowed down, their senses on high alert. Peering through the trees, they spotted a patrol of Shadow Guild soldiers, a group of 10 men, all clad in dark armor and armed to the teeth. They were humans, not Urgles, and their laughter echoed through the forest as they conversed. Crodar motioned for the group to stay hidden. They crouched behind a thick tree, carefully watching the soldiers. These men were traitors, humans who had chosen to serve the Shadow Guild, betraying their own kingdom for power or riches.
Looks like they're enjoying themselves,
Vanessa whispered, her voice barely audible. Jareth nodded, his eyes narrowing as he studied the soldiers.
We need to take them out before they can alert anyone else. A sneak attack might be our best bet.
Zenim, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt, nodded in agreement.
I can take out a few of them with my bow from here,
he suggested.
Then we move in and finish the rest.
Sophia held up a hand, stopping them.
Wait,
she said softly.
Before we do anything, let me enchant your arrows.
Zenim looked at her in surprise.
You can do that?
Sophia smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief.
It's a long story,
she said, placing a hand on his quiver. She muttered an incantation under her breath, and a faint, icy blue glow enveloped the arrows.
These will slow them down,
she explained.
It'll be harder for them to escape and raise the alarm. We need to make sure none of them gets away.
The group nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. They knew the stakes were high, and any mistake could cost them dearly. They spread out, positioning themselves around the patrol, ready to strike. The soldiers were still lost in their conversation, laughing and joking as if they didn't have a care in the world.
You know,
one of the soldiers said, his voice dripping with arrogance,
Once we capture the rest of this kingdom, we'll have all of Shafuria under our control. These fools will be our slaves, bowing to the might of the Shadow Guild."
Another soldier chuckled, shaking his head.
I can't wait to see the look on their faces when they realize they've lost everything. It's going to be priceless.
As the soldiers laughed, Zanim signaled to the group. In an instant, they struck. Zanim's enchanted arrows flew through the air, striking the first soldier in the chest. The man gasped, his breath turning to mist as the ice spread across his armor, freezing him in place. Sophia cast a Blizzard Nova spell, a swirling vortex of ice and snow that engulfed 5 of the soldiers, freezing them to the bone. Crodar charged forward, his dual two-handed swords flashing in the dim light as he cleaved through one of the soldiers, his strength enhanced by the rune of Titans. Vanessa followed closely behind, her holy shield shimmering as she deflected a blow meant for Jareth, who darted in to deliver a precise strike to another soldier's neck. Raksim, not wanting to be left out, leaped at one of the remaining soldiers, his powerful jaws clamping down on the man's throat. The soldier barely had time to scream before the wolf ended his life. Within moments, it was over. The patrol lay dead at their feet, the cold air still echoing with the remnants of the soldiers' laughter. Vanessa, her breath visible in the frigid air, grinned at Sophia.
"That was incredible,"
she said, her voice filled with admiration.
"You're getting stronger with every battle."
Sophia blushed slightly, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear.
"Thanks,"
she said modestly. Jareth, always quick with a joke, couldn't resist teasing Crodar.
"You're a lucky man, Crodar,"
he said with a grin.
"Your girlfriend's on fire with her skills. Or should I say, on ice."
The group burst into laughter, the tension of the battle easing as they shared the moment of camaraderie. Once they had composed themselves, they knew they had to act quickly. They dragged the soldiers' corpses off the main path, hiding them behind the trees. Then, they stripped the bodies of their armor and weapons, quickly donning the Shadow Guild uniforms to use as disguises. Crodar, with his immense strength, easily carried their own armor in a large bag slung over his back. Sophia adjusted her new attire, frowning slightly at the fit.
"These are a bit tight,"
she muttered.
"Better than being caught."
Jareth pointed out, checking the straps on his own armor.
"We need to blend in as much as possible until we reach Argathlon."
As they prepared to move out, they heard another howl, the same sound they had heard before, now much closer. Raksim perked up again, his tail wagging as he looked in the direction of the sound.
"Looks like Alara's waiting for us,"
Zenim said, his voice low.
"Let's go."
They began their journey again, moving swiftly but cautiously towards the source of the howl. As they walked, they encountered another patrol of Shadow Guild soldiers, but this time they were prepared. Jareth, his face a mask of calm confidence, casually saluted the soldiers as they passed. "Have a good time, comrades," he said, his tone friendly and nonchalant. The soldiers, not suspecting anything, returned the salute. One of them glanced at Raksim, who was walking alongside the group, and nudged his companion.
"Did you see that?"
he whispered.
"Is that a wolf?"
The other soldier shook his head, looking slightly baffled.
"I must be seeing things,"
he muttered, rubbing his eyes. The group continued on, suppressing their laughter until they were out of earshot.
"I can't believe that worked,"
Vanessa said, her voice filled with disbelief.
"Sometimes the simplest tricks are the most effective,"
Jareth replied with a wink. Finally, they reached the edge of the forest and saw a small shed nestled among the trees. Standing outside were 3 figures, Ilara in her human form, Alaric the Archmage, and Clint, Crodar's best friend from the Academy of Warriors. The sight of familiar faces filled the group with a renewed sense of hope. Clint, seeing the group approach in Shadow Guild armor, immediately drew his sword, his expression fierce.
"Are you looking for some trouble, shadow losers?"
He growled, his stance ready for a fight. But before the group could respond, Vanessa's voice rang out, filled with joy.
Do you talk like that to your girl?
She teased, stepping forward with a wide grin. She ran towards Clint, and before he could react, she threw her arms around him and kissed him passionately. Clint, taken aback for a moment, returned her kiss with equal fervor, his previous hostility melting away.
Vanessa,
he murmured against her lips.
I've missed you more than words can say.
As they pulled apart, both smiling and breathless, Alaric cleared his throat, bringing the focus back to the task at hand.
It's good to see you all safe,
he said, his voice carrying the weight of his responsibilities.
You've done an impressive job gathering allies and disrupting the guild's operations. But now, the real challenge awaits.
Sophia, having noticed the tender reunion between Vanessa and Clint, approached Alaric with a more serious expression.
What's the situation with the capital?
She asked.
We've seen how heavily fortified it is, but we need to know what we're up against.
Alaric nodded, his face grim.
The Shadow Guild has taken full control of Argathlon. They've seized all the academies, trade centers, and other strategic locations. Worse, they've taken our king hostage. The city is under tight surveillance, and their forces are numerous.
Crodar, still adjusting his borrowed armor, clenched his fists in anger.
How are we supposed to take back the city with those kinds of odds?
Alaric's gaze was steady.
Despite the bleak situation, we have hope. Young soldiers from across the Empire have been secretly rallying to our cause. They've surrounded the city and are ready to act on my command. The key is timing and coordination.
Conquer! Home, sweet home. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its silver light over the ruined battlegrounds and city walls of Argathlon. Alaric stood in the midst of the group, his hands weaving through the air as he chanted ancient words in a language long forgotten by most. A soft purple glow began to envelop them, shimmering like the haze of twilight. The magical sphere expanded, pulsating with an ethereal energy that seemed to breathe with each incantation.
Teleportisi la morgi, va shindi!
Alaric's voice rang out with commanding authority. The purple sphere tightened around them, and in an instant, the world shifted. The familiar surroundings of the forest and the hidden shed vanished, replaced by the stark reality of their new location. The group found themselves standing on the edge of a vast, sprawling city. Argathlon's imposing castle walls loomed before them, a dark silhouette against the night sky. Surrounding them were soldiers clad in armor, bearing the Shepherd flag. They were hidden in the underbrush and shadows, their eyes alert and ready. At the sight of Alaric, the soldiers sprang to attention, saluting with practiced precision.
At your service, Archmage.
They greeted in unison, their voices a mix of respect and anticipation. Alaric turned to the group, his eyes reflecting the seriousness of the mission.
There are 2 levers controlling the city gate. Once we're in position, we'll need to activate them simultaneously to open the gate and allow our forces entry.
Jareth's eyes lit up with a spark of inspiration. He glanced at Crodar, whose imposing figure was a testament to his strength.
Crodar, I know you're not exactly a rogue or a hunter, but I could use your grip power with the Rune of Titans. Grab Zanim's bow and start shooting arrows at the walls. Aim low from the bottom and work your way up, shooting arrows at 1-meter intervals. We need to create a path for us to climb.
Alaric, watching with a mixture of amusement and approval, nodded in agreement.
Indeed, it's a clever plan. Let's see how it unfolds.
Crodar accepted the challenge with a nod. He took Zanim's bow, knocking the first arrow with practiced ease. His strong arms pulled the bowstring back, and with a powerful release, the arrow flew towards the city walls. The arrow struck the stone with a resounding thud, embedding itself deeply. Crodar continued, each shot precise and methodical, creating a vertical pathway for the others. Jareth watched with keen interest, He then began his climb, using the arrows as handholds. As he ascended, Sophia's voice broke through the tension.
Not bad for a warrior, my love, she teased, her eyes twinkling with admiration.
At that moment, Vanessa and Clint, having not seen each other for some time, shared a heartfelt kiss. The reunion was filled with relief and longing, a brief escape from the weight of their mission. Alaric, with his back turned to them, took the opportunity to make a point. His magical staff, held firmly in his grasp, flared with a controlled burst of fire. It lightly scorched the air around Vanessa and Clint, an unmistakable reminder of their current reality.
You can indulge in your affections another time,
Alaric said, his voice rich with charisma.
We are at war, and there are more pressing matters at hand.
Vanessa and Clint, slightly startled, chuckled nervously.
Sorry, we didn't realize you had such keen senses,
Vanessa replied with a sheepish grin. Jareth, now atop the wall, finished his climb and made his way toward the tower where the lever was situated. His stealthy approach allowed him to quietly dispatch the guard stationed there. With the path clear, he moved to the lever and prepared to pull it. Simultaneously, Alara, in her majestic eagle form, soared across the sky. Her sharp eyes scanned the other tower, where the second lever awaited. She landed gracefully, transforming back into her human form as she neutralized the guard. Both she and Jareth locked eyes, their unspoken plan clear.
3, 2, 1, now.
They counted in unison. As their hands pulled the levers, a deep rumbling echoed through the city walls. The massive gates began to creak open, allowing the Shepherd soldiers to advance. The sight of the gates opening triggered an immediate rush of activity. Shepherd's forces poured into the city, a flood of determined soldiers ready to reclaim their homeland. The Shadow Guild soldiers, caught off guard, scrambled to mount a defense. The air was filled with the clash of steel, the cries of battle, and the roar of fury. The battle that ensued was fierce and unrelenting. Shepherd soldiers fought valiantly against the entrenched forces of the Shadow Guild, who were bolstered by their Urgal allies. The scene was chaotic. Arrows flew through the air, swords clanged against shields, and the ground shook with the impact of combat. In one corner of the battlefield, Shepherd soldiers engaged in a brutal clash with Urgal warriors. The Urgals, fierce and brutal, charged with reckless abandon, their massive weapons swinging in wide arcs. Shepherd soldiers, though fewer in number, fought with disciplined coordination, their movements a testament to their training and resolve. Crodar, his two-handed sword swinging with deadly precision, carved a path through the enemy ranks. His powerful strikes, fueled by the rune of Titans, sent Urgals reeling. He fought back-to-back with Clint, who wielded his sword with equal skill. Their combined efforts pushed back the enemy forces, creating a space for their allies to advance. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Vanessa used her holy magic to heal and protect her fellow soldiers. Her prayers and spells shielded them from harm and bolstered their strength. Her presence was a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Sophia, her eyes glowing with magical energy, unleashed a series of powerful spells. She cast icy blasts that froze enemy soldiers in their tracks and summoned walls of ice to block their advance. Her mastery of elemental magic turned the tide of several skirmishes, her ice magic creating a formidable barrier against the Shadow Guild's forces. As the battle raged on, Jareth and Zainam navigated through the fray with agility and precision. Jareth used his rogue skills to strike from the shadows, taking out key targets and disrupting enemy formations. Zainam, with his keen senses and stealth, provided invaluable support, ensuring that the enemy was caught off guard at every turn. The Shepherd army made steady progress, capturing key locations within the city. They secured the traders' district, freeing enslaved merchants and traders who had been oppressed by the Shadow Guild. The streets, once filled with despair, now echoed with the sounds of liberation and hope. The Priest Academy and Magic Academy followed suit, their halls returning to the rightful hands of their defenders. Students and teachers alike were freed from their captivity, their spirits lifted by the arrival of their liberators. The academies, once symbols of oppression, were restored to their former glory. Finally, the group moved towards the Warrior Academy, the last stronghold of the Shadow Guild within the city. Crodar and Clint led the charge, their back-to-back stance a formidable sight as they entered the academy. They fought their way through the corridors, their swords flashing with deadly intent. The battle was fierce, the academy's defenses tested by the relentless assault of the Shepherd forces. The young army, inspired by their leaders, fought with renewed vigor. The once formidable stronghold of the Shadow Guild was slowly but surely being dismantled. Amidst the chaos, Clint rushed towards the dormitory room. His face was a mask of desperation and concern.
"Fiorina, where are you, my love?"
he shouted as he searched through the room. Vanessa, having heard Clint's distress, followed closely behind. Her anger was palpable as she pushed past soldiers blocking her path.
"Get out of my way, idiots!"
she shouted, her voice filled with urgency and frustration. Crodar, still engaged in combat, looked at Clint with curiosity.
"Who are you looking for? Who is Fiorina?"
he asked, his voice carrying over the din of battle. Clint continued his search, his eyes scanning every corner of the room.
"If they've done anything to my beautiful Fiorina, I'll make them pay,"
he vowed, his voice filled with fierce determination. Vanessa finally reached the dormitory room, her eyes flashing with concern and anger.
"Who is Fiorina? Are you cheating on me?"
she demanded, her voice trembling with emotion. Clint, his face lighting up with relief, opened one of the wardrobes and embraced a shining two-handed flamberge.
"Oh, my precious one. Everything is okay,"
he said, his tone a mixture of joy and relief. Vanessa and Crodar looked at each other, their expressions a mix of surprise and understanding.
"Oh, this is your Fiorina then. I thought—"
Vanessa began, her voice softening. Crodar, sensing Vanessa's hurt, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
"Well, Vanessa, men can be stupid sometimes. Don't worry, he's a good guy at the end of the day," he said, his voice filled with empathy.
As the tension in the room eased, a freshman student burst in, breathless and wide-eyed.
"Guys, I have VE good news and bad news," he said. "We've captured the castle. The city is ours."
The group let out a collective sigh of relief and joy. Their mission had been successful, their homeland liberated from the Shadow Guild's grip. The student continued,
"But there's bad news too. They killed the king before we could capture the headquarters. Alaric is calling you to the royal room at the castle."
The silent pursuit of truth. The air was thick with the scent of victory, yet a somber weight hung over the group as they made their way toward the grand castle of Argathlon. The castle loomed ahead, a majestic yet haunting structure that bore the scars of battle. Its towering spires reached into the sky, and the massive stone walls, once a symbol of Shepper's indomitable strength, were now marred with cracks and scorch marks. Banners of Shepper, once bright and proud, fluttered in the wind, their colors dulled by the bloodshed. As they walked, Crodar took in the details of the castle. The walls, constructed from the finest granite, had stood the test of time and countless sieges. Ornate carvings adorned the entrances, depicting scenes from Shepper's glorious history, battles won, treaties signed, and the crowning of kings. But now, those carvings seemed to weep for the fallen, their once proud faces shadowed by the dark days that had befallen the kingdom. The group passed through the castle's main gate, where remnants of the battle still lingered, shattered weapons, discarded shields, and the lifeless bodies of soldiers who had fought to their last breath. The courtyard, once a place of training and celebration, was eerily quiet. The only sound was the distant crackling of torches, their flames flickering against the cold stone. Vanessa walked closely beside Clint, her hand gripping his tightly. The joy of their reunion was now overshadowed by the reality of the situation. Crodar, with his massive frame and dual two-handed sword strapped to his back, led the group with a determined stride. Sophia, her eyes still wide from the revelations of the past few hours, walked in silence, her mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. Zanim followed closely, with Raksim, his loyal wolf companion, padding silently at his side. The wolf's ears were perked, his eyes alert, as if sensing the gravity of the moment. As they approached the royal chamber, the heavy oak doors, intricately carved with symbols of Shepper's royal lineage, creaked open. Inside, the chamber was dimly lit by torches placed in sconces along the walls. The light flickered off the polished marble floor, casting long shadows that danced eerily around the room. The grandeur of the chamber was undeniable. Golden chandeliers hung from the high vaulted ceiling, and tapestries depicting the kingdom's history adorned the walls. In the center of the room, surrounded by a group of Shapurian soldiers, stood Archmage Alaric. His white hair, though tousled from the events of the day, still gave him an aura of wisdom and authority. His eyes, usually filled with a spark of hope, were now darkened with grief. The soldiers around him, their faces grim, stood at attention, their gazes fixed on the figure lying in the middle of the room. The lifeless body of King Limbra lay on a makeshift bier, a simple wooden platform draped in a crimson cloth. His once regal armor, now stained with blood, bore the marks of a fierce struggle. The king's face, pale and still, showed signs of the battle that had claimed his life. Small cuts and bruises, and the unmistakable puncture wounds of swords that had pierced through his royal garb. Alaric stepped forward, his voice heavy with sorrow.
Limbra,
he began, his voice echoing through the chamber.
An aristocrat we all needed, but never deserved, holy descendant of Shepper, is dead.
He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. His gaze swept across the room, meeting the eyes of each person present.
He served our kingdom throughout his life, guided by the principles of justice, honor, and peace. He was a beacon of hope in our darkest hours, a leader who never faltered, even in the face of overwhelming odds.
Sophia felt a lump form in her throat as she looked at the king's body. She had never known him personally, but his legacy had been a guiding light throughout her life. She remembered the stories she had heard as a child, how King Limbra had united the warring factions of Shepper, how he had negotiated peace treaties with neighboring kingdoms, and how he had always put the needs of his people above his own. The loss of such a leader was a blow to the heart of the kingdom. Alaric continued, his voice growing stronger.
But do not despair, my friends. Do not let grief cloud your hearts. King Limbra's spirit lives on in each of us, in the values he instilled in this great kingdom. We will unite, and we will save our planet. This is not the end. It is merely the beginning of a new chapter in our history.
The soldiers, who had been standing in solemn silence, began to stir. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber, growing louder as Alaric's words took hold. The Archmage raised his staff, and a soft, purple light emanated from the crystal at its tip, casting a gentle glow over the room.
Smile,
Alaric urged, his voice filled with conviction.
Think positively, and believe in our peaceful kingdom. This is what King Limbra would have wanted. He would not want us to mourn him in despair, but to carry on his legacy with hope in our hearts.
The room erupted in applause, the sound echoing off the stone walls. It was not the boisterous cheer of victory, but a determined, resolute clapping that signified the unity and resolve of those present. The Shapurian soldiers stood taller, their eyes burning with renewed purpose. They would honor their king by fighting for the kingdom he had devoted his life to protecting. Just as the applause began to fade, the chamber's heavy doors swung open once more. A gust of wind blew in, causing the torches to flicker wildly. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a figure appeared, silhouetted against the light from the corridor. The figure stepped forward, revealing a man of impressive stature. He was an older man, with a face weathered by years of battle and experience, yet his jet-black hair showed no sign of the passage of time. His eyes, sharp and piercing, scanned the room with the precision of a seasoned warrior. Draped across his back were wings made not of feathers or flesh, but of pure, crackling magic. They shimmered with a deep violet hue, casting an otherworldly light around him as they fluttered slightly, as if ready to take flight at any moment.
"Sheldor!"
Alaric exclaimed, his voice filled with both surprise and relief.
"Where have you been?"
Sheldor's gaze met Alaric's, and a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth.
"There were hundreds of them around the walls, Alaric,"
he said, his voice deep and resonant.
"I would not let them attack you from behind. I made sure of that."
The Archmage nodded, understanding the weight of Sheldor's words. Sheldor had always been a protector, a guardian of the kingdom, and it was no surprise that he had taken it upon himself to ensure the safety of those within the castle. Sheldor stepped further into the room, his wings folding behind him as he did so. The light from the torches reflected off his armor, which was intricately crafted and adorned with symbols of protection and strength. He was a man who had seen countless battles, and his presence alone commanded respect. The soldiers in the room instinctively straightened, recognizing the authority and power that radiated from him.
"We must act quickly,"
Sheldor said, his tone urgent.
"That Urgal Legion is advancing from the east, from a place called Nephralor, in the abandoned lands."
Sophia's brow furrowed at the mention of Nephralor.
"The abandoned lands? In the east?"
She questioned, her voice tinged with confusion.
"I spent my adolescent years in the library of the Magic Academy, and I'm certain there's no such place on any map."
Alaric turned to Sophia, his expression somber.
"There is much that has been hidden from the public, Sophia. After the war, we fought with the orcs centuries ago. Our leaders signed a peace treaty. The orcs were allowed to return to their ancestral lands, promising never to attack us again. Knowing that some in Shepper harbored ill will toward the orcs, the locations of their lands were erased from our maps, hidden from the eyes of the ignorant. It was a measure taken to prevent any further conflict, to protect both them and us."
Sophia's eyes widened as she absorbed this new information. The world she thought she knew suddenly seemed much larger, much more complex. The secrets that had been kept from the public for so long were now surfacing, revealing a web of alliances and histories that she had never imagined. Sheldor nodded in agreement with Alaric's explanation.
"The Urgals have been biding their time in Nephralor, gathering their strength, and now they march toward us, seeking to bring destruction to our kingdom. But they are not the only ones we must consider."
He paused, letting his words hang in the air before continuing.
"You have a new quest,"
he said, his voice filled with the gravity of the situation.
"Before we declare a final war and rid our world of the Shadow Guild's evil, we must gather allies beyond our borders. The Urgals are formidable, but they are not the only threat we face. We cannot fight this war alone. We must unite with two other races that share our planet, the Orcs and the Elves."
The room fell silent as Sheldor's words sunk in. The mention of uniting with the Orcs, in particular, elicited a range of emotions from those present. The Orcs were a race that had long been viewed with suspicion and fear, their warrior culture and past conflicts with Shepper leaving deep scars in the collective memory of the kingdom's people. Jareth, ever the skeptic, was the first to voice his concerns.
"What?"
he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief.
Are we really going to ally ourselves with those stingy orcs? No way.
Before anyone could respond, Alaric raised his hand, silencing Jareth with a stern look.
Silence!
The Archmage commanded, his voice carrying a weight of authority that left no room for argument.
The orcs are not our enemies, Jareth. They are a proud and honorable race, and they too have suffered at the hands of the Shadow Guild. If we are to succeed in this final war, we must put aside old grudges and work together.
Jareth bit his tongue, unwilling to argue further, but the doubt in his eyes remained. Sheldor stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the room as he addressed the group.
This alliance is not a choice. It is a necessity. The Urgals are not of this world. They are invaders, and they bring with them destruction on a scale we have never seen. The elves, with their ancient wisdom and mastery of the natural world, and the orcs, with their unparalleled strength and warrior spirit, are the only ones who can help us turn the tide of this war.
Crodar, who had been silent until now, nodded in agreement.
Sheldor is right,
he said, his deep voice resonating through the chamber.
I've fought many battles, and I've seen what happens when you face an enemy with overwhelming numbers. We need every ally we can get.
Sophia, still reeling from the revelation about the abandoned lands, found herself in agreement as well. The knowledge that so much had been hidden from them, that entire regions and races had been erased from the map, was unsettling, but it also made her realize the importance of unity.
We can't afford to let pride or prejudice stand in the way of our survival, she added, her voice soft but firm. If we are to save our world, we must do whatever it takes.
Vanessa, who had been listening intently, glanced at Clint, who nodded in silent support. The two of them had always been strong advocates for peace and unity, and this mission was no different.
If it means saving lives and ensuring a future for our people,
Vanessa said,
then we must reach out to the orcs and elves, no matter the cost.
Sheldor, satisfied that the group understood the gravity of the situation, continued.
The orcs reside in the mountains of the far north, in a region that was once known as Orkland before it was removed from our maps. The elves, on the other hand, dwell in the deep forest to the west, in a place called Eldoria. Both regions are difficult to access, but with the aid of magic and your skills, I believe you will succeed.
He paused, his gaze settling on Crodar and Zenim.
Crodar, Zenim,
he said, his tone shifting to one of personal significance.
There is something I must tell you before you embark on this quest. It is a truth that has been kept hidden for far too long.
Crodar and Zenim exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what Sheldor could possibly have to reveal. Sheldor took a deep breath, the air in the room growing thick with anticipation.
I, Sheldor Mincefield, am your father,
he declared, his voice filled with a mixture of pride and sorrow. The revelation hit like a thunderclap, leaving the room in stunned silence. Crodar's eyes widened, and for a moment, he struggled to process what he had just heard. Zenim, too, was taken aback, his normally stoic expression faltering. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically the moment Sheldor uttered those words. The legendary Archmage, who had been a distant figure to them until now, declared the unthinkable.
I am your father.
Crodar and Zenim stood frozen, the words hanging in the air like a weight that pressed down on them both. Neither could process what they had just heard. The very idea seemed absurd. Yet the gravity in Sheldor's voice left no room for doubt. Zenim's expression was unreadable, his mind spinning with questions. Amnesia had wiped away so much of his past, and he had always felt a strange emptiness when trying to recall anything about his origins. Now that void was being filled with something too immense to comprehend. Crodar, on the other hand, had known nothing but the orphanage and the harsh life of a soldier. He had no memory of family, no knowledge of ever having a brother. This was beyond shocking. It felt impossible. Crodar was the first to break the silence, his voice low and unsteady.
Wait, you're saying Zenim and I are brothers?
His brow furrowed as he turned toward Zenim, searching for some familiar connection in his eyes that he had never noticed before. Zenim, for his part, still appeared lost, grappling with the new information.
Brothers?
He repeated quietly.
But I don't remember anything. My mind, it's always been blank when it comes to my childhood. I never knew where I came from, who I was.
Sheldor nodded solemnly, his gaze heavy with the weight of years of secrets.
Yes, Zenim. You and Crodar were born brothers. You were raised together for the first few years of your lives, but tragedy struck your family. When your mother died...
His voice wavered for a moment, but he regained control.
I had no choice but to separate you. It was the only way to keep you both safe.
Crodar clenched his fists, his mind racing. Zenim, on the other hand, was visibly struggling to process the information. His amnesia had stolen much of his past from him, but the idea that he had a family, a brother, was almost too much to grasp. Sophia was the first to break the silence. She stepped closer to Crodar, her hand gently resting on his arm.
You have the blood of a noble magician,
she said softly, her voice laced with awe.
That explains how you learned magic so quickly, even with just one lesson. I've never seen anyone, especially a warrior, take to it like you did.
Crodar looked down at her, his expression softening as he remembered the moment she taught him. He had surprised even himself with how easily he had grasped the magical concepts she'd shown him. Now, it all made sense.
I guess it's in my blood,
he murmured, still trying to wrap his head around the truth. Jareth, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during the exchange, finally broke his silence with a wide grin.
Well, which one is more shocking, Crodar, learning that you and Zenim are brothers, or finding out that you've got a flying father?
The tension in the room broke as laughter erupted from the group. Even Sheldor allowed himself a small chuckle, the weight of the past momentarily lifted by Jareth's humor. Zenim, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice tinged with confusion and anger.
But what about me? If you brought us to the kingdom to raise us, why did I spend my whole life out in the wild? Why don't I remember any of this?
Sheldor's expression grew even more somber.
I don't know the full answer, Zenim,
he admitted, his voice heavy with regret.
I was not in a position to care for you, and the kingdom took on that responsibility. But...
Alaric stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Sheldor's shoulder.
Let me explain,
he said, his tone gentle as he addressed Zenim and Crodar.
Your father was not well after your mother's death. She was a powerful archmage, fighting alongside Sheldor against the dark forces. But when she was struck down before his eyes, it broke something inside him. He was devastated, lost to his grief. For years, he was not himself. Shaking, unable to think clearly, consumed by his sorrow.
Crodar's gaze shifted to Sheldor, seeing the pain in the older man's eyes. It was hard to reconcile the image of the strong, commanding archmage before him with the broken man Alaric described.
Your father was not fit to raise you,
Alaric continued.
He retreated into the mountains, seeking solitude and hoping to find some semblance of peace. In the meantime, the kingdom took you in, ensuring you were educated and trained. But there was another concern as well: your safety. The enemies we faced would have targeted you if they knew who you were. It was decided that you would be safer if your identities were hidden, even from yourselves.
Zenim's brow furrowed as he struggled to remember.
But why was I in the wilderness? If the kingdom was supposed to care for me, why was I living like a wild animal?
Alaric sighed, his expression a mixture of sympathy and sadness.
You were always different, Zenim. Even as a child, you had a wild spirit, a need for freedom that could not be contained. You resisted the structured life of the orphanage, the rules, the expectations. One day, you ran away. We searched for you, but you had vanished into the wilderness. We didn't find out what had happened to you until much later, after you had lost your memory in that accident.
Zenim's eyes narrowed, the pieces of his life slowly falling into place.
So, I've always been this way? Running from civilization, living in the wild?
Yes,
Alaric confirmed.
It's who you are, at your core. The accident may have taken your memories, but it didn't change your spirit.
Crodar turned to Sheldor, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Anger, sadness, confusion, and even a flicker of understanding.
Why didn't you come back for us?
He asked, his voice quieter now, tinged with the pain of abandonment. Sheldor took a deep breath, his gaze steady, but filled with sorrow.
After your mother died, I was shattered. I couldn't bear to face the world, let alone raise 2 young boys. I thought you would be better off without me. I see now how wrong I was. But at the time, I was barely holding on to my sanity.
Alaric stepped in again, his voice filled with empathy.
It was horrible to see him like that. Sheldor was one of the strongest men I knew, but after your mother's death, he was a shadow of his former self. He spent years in seclusion, trying to heal, but it was a long, painful process. We did what we could to protect you and give you the life you deserved, but it was not easy.
Sophia, still holding on to Crodar, looked up at him with a soft smile.
You're stronger than you know, Crodar. You've come so far. And now, knowing your heritage, it makes sense why you've always been so special.
Crodar's eyes softened as he met her gaze.
I don't know about special, but I do know that I'm not the same person I was before. Knowing this, it changes things.
Jareth, ever the one to lighten the mood, grinned.
So what do we call you now, Crodar? The Magic Warrior Prince?
Crodar chuckled, shaking his head.
Let's stick with Crodar for now, one life-changing revelation at a time.
Zenim, still processing everything, turned to Sheldor.
You said you couldn't take care of us because you were broken. But what about now? What happens now that we know the truth?
Sheldor's expression was filled with determination.
Now, we fight together, as a family. I will not run from my responsibilities any longer. We have a battle ahead of us, and I will stand by your side.
Crodar's gaze lingered on Sheldor, a swirl of emotions visible in his eyes, confusion, curiosity, a longing for answers he had never dared to seek before. His voice, when he spoke, was softer, touched by a vulnerability rarely seen in the hardened warrior.
I don't remember almost anything about my mother,
he began, his tone thoughtful, almost hesitant.
What kind of person was she? How was she killed in the war? Who were you fighting? What kind of life did you have with her? I wonder about everything.
Sophia, who had been standing quietly beside Crodar, suddenly brightened with curiosity. She leaned in slightly, her eyes sparkling with interest.
Oh, I'm very curious too.
She chimed in, her voice warm with encouragement.
I'm sure she had a sweet heart, just like you.
Zenim, usually more reserved, was silent, but his expression betrayed the intense interest he had in the conversation. The revelation of his family had shaken him to his core, and now, the prospect of learning about the mother he had never known was almost overwhelming. He said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Sheldor, waiting for the story that had been hidden from them for so long. Sheldor's demeanor shifted as he absorbed their questions. For a moment, the weight of his past seemed to lift from his shoulders, replaced by a kind of quiet joy. His eyes softened, and a small, wistful smile touched his lips, as if he had been waiting for this moment for years, for the chance to share a part of his life that had been locked away in silence.
"All right,"
he said, his voice gentle but filled with a deep resolve.
"I have to start from the beginning."
The room seemed to grow still, the air thick with anticipation as Sheldor prepared to speak. His eyes drifted into the past, as if he could see the memories playing out before him, vivid and alive. Good old days. 40 years ago, Academy of Magic, Argathlon. The Academy was both a sanctuary of learning and a bastion of the mystical arts. It was here that the brightest minds of the kingdom gathered to hone their skills and where legends were born. The air was filled with excitement, for it was the time of the Academy's annual youth festival, a celebration of life, magic, and the boundless potential of the young sorcerers who attended the school. The festival was a vibrant affair, filled with laughter, the flicker of enchanted lights, and the hum of magic crackling in the air. Amid the joyous clamor, the MC of the festival, an older student with a deep, resonant voice, cast a magical megaphone spell, amplifying his words across the courtyard.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
his voice boomed,
"please direct your attention to the main stage. It is now time for a special performance by two of our most talented students. Give a warm round of applause for Sheldor Minsfield and Veronica Lamberdor."
The crowd erupted into cheers as Sheldor and Veronica, two young lovers, stepped onto the stage hand in hand. Sheldor, with a mischievous glint in his eye, smiled down at Veronica, a delicate beauty with a shy demeanor but a heart full of fire. They were the golden couple of the Academy, admired not only for their magical prowess, but for the deep affection they held for each other. As the crowd's applause settled into a hushed anticipation, the choir, composed of other students, began to sing. The soft, melodious strains of violins, the gentle notes of a piano, and the airy tones of a flute filled the air, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Sheldor and Veronica, their eyes locked in an unspoken exchange of love and trust, began to move in perfect harmony. Their dance started with slow, graceful steps, their bodies swaying to the rhythm of the music. Each movement was a testament to their bond, a delicate balance of power and tenderness. As they twirled and spun, their magic intertwined with the music, creating a visual spectacle that captivated the audience. A bolt of lightning, crackling with energy, began to circle around them, illuminating their faces with a soft, ethereal glow. With a flick of their wrists, they leaped into the air, their feet aflame with fiery enchantments, leaving trails of sparkling embers in their wake. The audience gasped in awe as they floated several meters above the stage, suspended by the sheer force of their magic. As they descended, the dance reached its crescendo. Sheldor and Veronica unleashed a flurry of arcane missiles, each one a different color, painting the sky with vibrant streaks of light. The missiles twisted and twirled around them, creating a mesmerizing display of magic and artistry. The finale was a stunning cascade of magical fireworks, a blend of ice and electricity that exploded in the air like a shower of frozen stars. Sheldor lifted Veronica in his arms as the fireworks burst around them, her body arcing gracefully as she completed a backflip. They landed in a final, dramatic pose, their faces flushed with exertion and exhilaration. The audience, entranced by the spectacle, erupted into applause, their cheers echoing across the festival grounds. Veronica, already shy by nature, blushed deeply at the overwhelming response. Sheldor, ever the charmer, grinned and gave a small, theatrical bow. The applause only grew louder, a roar of appreciation that made the very ground tremble. As they exited the stage, their hands still clasped together, they were met by Hector, Sheldor's best friend. Hector, A lanky boy with a mop of unruly hair and a perpetual grin was practically bouncing with excitement.
Wow, you were great. You rocked the place,
he exclaimed, clapping Sheldor on the back.
Thanks, Hector.
Sheldor replied with a laugh, his energy still high from the performance. Veronica gave a shy smile, her blush deepening as she murmured her thanks.
I have great news for you.
Hector continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
There's an old, aged, and very high-quality bottle of wine in the cellar of the school kitchen. How about drinking it during this beautiful entertainment?
Veronica's eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced nervously at Sheldor.
That sounds wonderful, but we'd get caught for sure. How could we possibly get in without anyone noticing?
Sheldor's eyes gleamed with mischief.
I have an idea,
he said, a sly smile creeping onto his face.
Veronica and I will stay outside the walls. You'll sneak in and we'll enchant you with magic from the outside. I'll cast a silent movement spell on your feet, and Veronica will cast an invisibility spell on you.
Hector's grin widened.
That's brilliant. It's a great opportunity to reinforce the lessons we've just learned.
Veronica nodded, her initial hesitation giving way to the thrill of the challenge.
All right, let's do it.
With their plans set, they moved to the outskirts of the academy, where the shadows of the ancient walls loomed large under the moonlight. Hector positioned himself at the base of the wall, and with a wave of his hand, Sheldor cast a spell of silence, making Hector's footsteps as quiet as a whisper. Veronica followed with a delicate incantation, her fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air as she rendered Hector invisible.
Good luck,
Sheldor whispered, giving Hector a reassuring nod. With his heart pounding in his chest, Hector moved silently through the academy grounds. The invisibility spell held strong, cloaking him in a veil of magic as he approached the entrance to the kitchen. The hallway was dimly lit, and he could hear the faint murmur of voices, teachers, lingering near the kitchen doors. He took a deep breath, willing himself to remain calm, and slipped past them with silent precision. The kitchen itself was vast, filled with the rich aroma of simmering soups and baking bread. But Hector's goal lay beyond, in the dark, musty cellar where the academy stored its finest wines. The door creaked as he pushed it open, and the scent of aged oak and dust greeted him as he descended the narrow stairs.
It's so dark in here,
he muttered to himself, feeling the damp chill of the cellar. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a small flame, holding it aloft to light his way. Rows upon rows of wine bottles lined the walls, but most of them were mundane, the kind of everyday wine served at school meals.
No, this isn't possible,
Hector murmured, scanning the labels.
What are such cheap wines doing in such a historical school?
Then, in the far corner, something caught his eye. It was an old, dust-covered bottle, its glass shimmering with a faint, magical glow. The liquid inside was a captivating shade of pinkish purple, unlike anything he had ever seen.
Oh, I found what I was looking for,
he whispered excitedly, lifting the bottle carefully. He brushed away the dust to reveal the label.
100 years old. Incredible.
With the precious bottle secured at his side, Hector made his way back up the stairs, his heart racing with anticipation. As he emerged from the cellar, he saw Sheldor and Veronica waiting for him outside the walls, their faces pale with exhaustion. The dance performance and the sustained spells had drained much of their mana, but when they saw Hector emerge victorious, their fatigue was replaced with triumphant smiles.
The news is good,
Hector declared, grinning broadly as he approached them.
Call the others. Let's sit at the corner table and enjoy.
They gathered their closest friends, and soon a small group of students was huddled around a secluded table, hidden from the main festival grounds. Hector uncorked the bottle with a flourish, and the enchanting aroma of the aged wine filled the air. As the wine was poured into their glasses, Hector couldn't resist making a joke.
You know, Veronica, they say wine gets better with age. But I have to say, it still doesn't compare to your ability to blush every time Sheldor looks at you.
Veronica blushed again, playfully swatting Hector's arm.
And you never miss a chance to tease me, do you?
Sheldor chuckled, raising his glass.
To good friends, great wine, and even better memories.
They all clinked their glasses together, savoring the rich, velvety taste of the wine. It was smooth, with layers of flavor that hinted at the passage of time, fruity notes intertwined with a subtle earthiness and a finish that lingered like a fond memory.
This is incredible,
one of the students commented, swirling the wine in his glass.
I've never tasted anything like it.
Indeed,
another added, nodding in agreement.
You weren't kidding when you said it was 100 years old. It's like drinking history.
Hector grinned, pleased with their reactions.
Well, I did promise something special.
Their laughter and chatter filled the air, a perfect accompaniment to the magical night. But as they were lost in their revelry, a familiar figure approached their table. Professor Minsatri, one of the Academy's most respected instructors.
I see you're having a great time,
Professor Minsatri said, his voice tinged with amusement.
May I have a taste of that fine wine?
The students froze, their faces a mix of nervousness and guilt. But with a polite nod, Veronica quickly filled the professor's glass, her hands trembling slightly. Professor Minsatri took a sip, savoring the wine for a moment before smiling in satisfaction.
It's wonderful. Where did you find such a beautiful wine?
Hector, thinking quickly, responded with a practiced ease.
We bought it from the Traders District, sir. A very skilled winemaker, I'm sure.
Ah, the Traders District,
the professor mused, taking another sip.
Must be a very talented vintner indeed.
He paused, his gaze shifting to each of the students in turn, as if contemplating something deeper.
You know,
he added casually,
I just thought I'd mention, when you cast an invisibility spell, its magical energy, though invisible to the eye, still spreads around. A skilled magician can sense it, even if they can't see it.
At his words, Sheldor, Veronica, and Hector exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier bravado replaced by a creeping sense of dread. Had they been caught? But then, Professor Minsatri chuckled, a warm, nostalgic sound.
When I look at you all, I'm reminded of my own youth. I was one of the naughtiest students in this school, but don't worry, I'm not here to spoil your fun. Just be careful not to let the headmaster catch you.
He winked, draining his glass and setting it down with a satisfied sigh.
Thank you for the wine. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
With that, the professor turned and walked away, leaving the students to their relieved laughter and the fading echoes of their secret celebration. The turning point. 38 years ago, Argathlon City, Academy of Magic. Inside the grand hall, students assembled eagerly, their anticipation palpable as they awaited the next lesson. Professor Minsatri, a venerable figure with silver hair and robes that whispered of ancient tomes, stood at the center of the room. His voice, deep and resonant, commanded attention.
Magic,
he began,
is not simply about wielding power, it is about understanding the forces that bind our world together and mastering them with precision and purpose. The blizzard spell you are about to witness is an example of how one can harness the elements to strike not at a single foe, but at many. In battle, your enemies will not always face you one by one. Often, they will come in numbers, seeking to overwhelm you. In those moments, it is your ability to control the chaos that will decide your fate.
He raised his hands, and the air in the room grew cold. A circle of frost spread across the floor, and within seconds, a swirling vortex of snow and ice materialized. The blizzard raged within a 3-meter radius, the power contained but fierce. The students watched in awe as the storm howled, its icy breath seeping into their bones.
As you can see,
Professor Minsatri continued,
This spell encompasses an area rather than a single target. The more magical power and mana you possess, the larger and more devastating your spells will become. But remember, true mastery is not in the scale of destruction you can cause, but in the control you exert over your magic. Practice diligently, for practice, as they say, makes perfect.
The storm subsided as quickly as it had begun, leaving a circle of frost in its wake. The class erupted into excited chatter, the students eager to discuss the possibilities of such power. But amid the buzz of enthusiasm, one figure remained detached, his expression dark and brooding. Sheldor, ever observant, noticed the change in Hector. His friend's face, once full of youthful ambition and camaraderie, now wore a mask of discontent. As the class began to file out, Sheldor approached him, concern etching his features.
Hector,
Sheldor began, his voice gentle.
You've been distant lately. What's going on? You don't seem like yourself.
Hector's eyes flicked towards Sheldor, a flicker of irritation flashing in them.
Can't you see it, Sheldor? This place, this so-called greatest magical academy, is nothing more than a joke.
Sheldor frowned, puzzled.
A joke? What do you mean? We're learning incredible things here. You've always excelled, more than anyone else.
Hector's lips curled into a sneer.
Excelled? Yes, I've excelled, but what does that matter when the curriculum is designed for imbeciles? Look around you, Sheldor. We're surrounded by mediocrity. The professors teach us basic spells, things a child could master, fire bolts, area spells like that blizzard, simple charms. Where's the real knowledge, the true power?
Sheldor listened, trying to understand the bitterness in his friend's voice.
I know the pace can be slow sometimes, but it's designed to accommodate everyone's learning. Not everyone has your talent, Hector. You're extraordinary, but...
But what?
Hector snapped, his voice laced with frustration.
Extraordinary? I'm beyond extraordinary, Sheldor. While they waste time teaching us how to freeze a room, I've been in the library, uncovering secrets that would make these professors tremble. I've learned more on my own than they could ever teach me.
Sheldor paused, considering his next words carefully. He had always admired Hector's brilliance, but he was beginning to see a side of his friend that concerned him deeply.
I won't deny that you're incredibly gifted, Hector, but that doesn't mean this place has nothing to offer. There's value in structure, in learning the fundamentals before diving into the deeper, more dangerous aspects of magic.
Hector scoffed, dismissing Sheldor's words with a wave of his hand.
Structure? Fundamentals? These are just excuses to keep us shackled to their outdated methods. Imagine what we could accomplish if we weren't constrained by their narrow views. We could be working on magic that reshapes reality, creating portals between worlds, inventing flying machines, transcending the very limitations of existence.
Sheldor felt a pang of unease at the fervor in Hector's voice.
Those are ambitious goals, Hector, but some things take time and careful study. You're already ahead of most of us. Why not use that knowledge to help others? You could lead, inspire.
Lead?
Hector interrupted, a bitter laugh escaping him.
Teach these idiots? Share my discoveries with them? What's the point? 90% of them wouldn't even comprehend what I'm doing, and the rest would either mock me or try to steal my work. Ignorance, Sheldor, is the most infuriating thing in the world, and this academy is full of it.
Sheldor sighed, realizing that Hector's mind was set, but he couldn't help but try one last time.
Hector, I understand your frustration, but humanity has always struggled with understanding and accepting new ideas. That doesn't mean we should give up on them. You've been given so much, a brilliant mind, a noble family to support you, and even Brimira, who loves you more than anything.
At the mention of Brimira, Hector's demeanor changed instantly. His face twisted with anger, his eyes narrowing dangerously.
Don't bring up that useless girl, Shelder.
He spat, his voice cold and venomous.
She's just as ignorant as the rest of them. All she does is cling to me, as if I owe her something. She's not even the most beautiful girl here, and certainly not the smartest.
Sheldor was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the depth of Hector's contempt.
Brimira isn't just beautiful, Hector. She's kind, loyal, and intelligent. She's been nothing but good to you. She loves you deeply and—
Love?
Hector's laugh was sharp, cutting through Sheldor's words.
She's a fool, Sheldor. A pretty face, with no understanding of who I am or what I'm capable of. I'm done with her. I'm going to find someone who's actually worth my time. Maybe several. Have you seen the new freshman girls? I'll have them all, just to prove I can.
Sheldor felt a surge of anger and sadness, his hands balling into fists.
Is that what you've become, Hector? A man who uses people, who treats love as a game? Brimira deserves better. You're throwing away something precious for what? To satisfy your ego?
Hector's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light.
To prove that I can take whatever I want, whenever I want. To show everyone that I'm not bound by their rules, their limitations. One day, Sheldor, everyone will see that I'm the one who deserves to be at the top. And anyone who stands in my way, whether it's the academy, the professors, or even you, will regret it.
Sheldor's heart ached at the sight of his friend, consumed by arrogance and bitterness.
Hector, you're poisoning yourself with this obsession. Power isn't everything. There's more to life than control and domination. If you continue down this path, you'll destroy everything good in you.
Hector's expression hardened, his voice dropping to a cold whisper.
Maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe the old Hector needs to die, so that the new one can rise. And when I do, Sheldor, no one will stand in my way. Not even you.
With those words, Hector turned on his heel and strode away, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the academy's towering spires. Sheldor stood alone, the autumn breeze chilling him to the bone, but it was nothing compared to the cold emptiness that had settled in his heart. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Hector was never seen on campus again. Whispers circulated among the students, rumors of his departure, of him seeking knowledge in darker, more forbidden realms. Yet no one could pinpoint his exact whereabouts. His absence left a void, a reminder of the fine line between brilliance and obsession. Sheldor often found himself by the fountain, reflecting on the conversation that had changed everything. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that Hector was spiraling into a darkness from which there was no return. The academy continued its routines, the magic lessons and festivals a facade that couldn't hide the undercurrents of change. As the seasons shifted and years passed, the memory of that fateful conversation lingered. Sheldor held on to hope, believing that one day his friend would find his way back. But deep down, a part of him feared that Hector had already crossed a threshold from which there was no return. Shadows over Kentunia. 25. Years ago, Argathlon, King's Castle. The grand hall of King Limbra's castle was bathed in the golden light of the midday sun streaming through the vast, stained glass windows. The intricate designs depicted the history of Shapuria's victories, the peaceful treaties forged, and the alliance with the Orc kingdom. The atmosphere within the castle walls, however, was heavy with an undercurrent of tension. The kingdom of Shepper had long been the beacon of peace on the continent of Kentunia, a guiding light amidst the darkness, but the recent reports from the southeast and west of the Orc kingdom threatened to disturb that delicate balance. King Limbra, an imposing figure with a crown that spoke of countless generations of rule, sat on his throne. His expression was grave as he summoned the finest arch-magicians in the kingdom. Among them were Sheldor and Veronica, the renowned couple whose magical prowess was matched only by their love for each other. Beside them stood Alaric, their old friend and a formidable archmage in his own right. The heavy doors of the grand hall creaked open, and Sheldor and Veronica entered, their hands intertwined, a testament to their deep bond. Following closely behind them was Alaric, his eyes sharp and discerning, always ready to face the challenges that came with his position. King Limbra's voice echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of the gathered mages.
"My loyal arch-magicians,"
he began, his tone commanding yet laced with concern.
"Our beloved Kentunia is under threat. The Orc Kingdom, with whom we share a fragile peace, is being plagued by a rogue tribe in the southeast and west. These orcs, driven by an unknown force, have been attacking not only human settlements but their own kind. They threaten the very fabric of the alliance we have worked so hard to maintain."
The king's gaze hardened, his eyes piercing through the distance.
"Your mission is clear. You are to travel to the Orc Kingdom, find this tribe, and put an end to their reign of terror. Remember, the orcs are not our enemies. Our mission is to preserve peace, not to wage war. Annihilate the tribe responsible, but do not harm the innocent. The balance of our world depends on it."
Sheldor stepped forward, his voice steady.
"We understand, Your Majesty. The peace of Kentunia is our utmost priority. We will carry out this mission with the respect and precision it demands."
Veronica, standing beside her husband, nodded in agreement. Her eyes shone with determination, a reflection of the fierce loyalty she felt towards both her kingdom and her family. The couple had left their infant twins in the care of the castle's most trusted caretakers, knowing that the mission ahead would require their full attention. King Limbra's stern expression softened slightly as he addressed them.
"Your commitment to the kingdom is unwavering, and for that I am grateful. But do not forget, Sheldor, Veronica. Your family awaits your safe return."
With a final nod of respect, the three archmages exited the hall, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. Outside, the air was crisp with the scent of autumn, and the castle grounds were alive with activity as soldiers trained and courtiers went about their duties. But the three mages had little time to linger. They made their way to the dragon stables, where the majestic creatures waited, their scales gleaming in the sunlight. The dragon riders, skilled in their craft, prepared the dragons for flight. The couple's dragon, a magnificent beast with emerald scales, snorted impatiently as they approached. Next to it stood three other dragons, equally imposing, their riders ready to embark on the mission. As Sheldor and Veronica mounted their dragon, Alaric joined them, settling onto his own dragon's back with practiced ease. The air thrummed with anticipation as the dragons spread their wings, and with a mighty roar, they took to the skies, soaring over the castle and the sprawling city of Argathlon below. The wind rushed past them, carrying with it the scents of the earth and the sea. As they flew, Sheldor and Veronica found themselves immersed in a conversation that was as much about their future as it was about the present.
"What do you think lies ahead, Sheldor?"
Veronica asked, her voice barely audible over the sound of the wind. Her hand rested gently on his, seeking comfort in his presence. Sheldor gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on the horizon.
"I'm not sure, Veronica. The reports we've received are troubling. A tribe of orcs attacking their own kind is unprecedented. Something is driving them. Something dark."
Veronica nodded, her brow furrowed in thought.
"I can't help but feel a sense of unease. This mission, it feels different from the others, more dangerous."
Sheldor squeezed her hand reassuringly.
"We've faced danger before, Veronica, and we've always come out stronger. This time will be no different. Besides, we have our future to look forward to. Once this mission is over, We can focus on our family, on raising our children in a peaceful world.
Veronica smiled, a soft, wistful expression.
I dream of the day when we can retire to the countryside, away from all this conflict. A small cottage by the sea, where the children can play freely, and we can grow old together.
Sheldor's eyes softened as he imagined the life she described.
That day will come, Veronica. I promise you that. But for now, we have a duty to fulfill. The peace of Kentunia depends on it.
Veronica nodded, her resolve strengthening.
You're right. We'll complete this mission, and then we'll return home to our children, together.
Their conversation turned to lighter topics as they continued their journey, discussing their children's latest antics and their plans for the future. The bond between them was unbreakable, forged in the fires of battle and tempered by their shared dreams. As they neared the borders of the Orc kingdom, the landscape below changed dramatically. The lush forests and rolling hills gave way to rugged mountains and desolate plains. The once vibrant villages were now deserted, their inhabitants either fled or fallen to the marauding tribe. The dragons descended, landing in a clearing near the site of the most recent attack. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, and the ground was littered with the remnants of battle. Orc and human alike lay where they had fallen, their bodies twisted in death. Sheldor dismounted, his expression grim as he surveyed the scene.
This is worse than we expected, he muttered, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword.
Veronica knelt beside one of the fallen orcs, her hand glowing with a soft, healing light as she examined the body.
These wounds, they're not natural. It's as if they've been inflicted by some sort of dark magic.
Alaric, who had been scanning the area with a wary eye, nodded in agreement.
I sense it too. There's a dark force at work here, something beyond the usual Orcish savagery.
As they continued their investigation, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. They turned to see a group of orcs emerging from the trees, their expressions wary but not hostile. The leader of the group, a grizzled orc with battle scars crisscrossing his face, stepped forward and spoke in a deep, guttural voice.
Humans, why have you come to our land? Have you not done enough harm?
Sheldor raised a hand in a gesture of peace.
We mean you no harm. We are here to stop the rogue tribe that has been attacking both orc and human settlements. Our mission is to restore peace, not to wage war.
The orc's eyes narrowed, but he nodded slowly.
We have heard of this tribe. They are not like us. They are cursed, driven mad by dark magic. We have lost many of our kin to their attacks.
Veronica stepped forward, her voice soft but firm.
We are here to help. If you guide us to their base, we can end this threat once and for all.
The orc hesitated, then grunted in agreement.
Very well. But know this, humans. We will not hesitate to defend ourselves if you betray us.
Sheldor nodded in understanding.
We have no intention of betraying you. Let us work together to rid your land of this evil.
With that, the orcs led the archmagicians deeper into the mountains, towards the heart of the rogue tribe's territory. The journey was long and treacherous, the path winding through narrow passes and over rocky cliffs. The tension between the humans and orcs was palpable, but they were united by a common goal. As they neared the tribe's base, the air grew colder and a sense of foreboding settled over the group. The dark magic that had been used to control the tribe was stronger here, its presence felt in the very air they breathed. They crept closer to the base, careful not to alert the rogue orcs to their presence. The base itself was a fortress, built into the side of a mountain and surrounded by jagged rocks. Black banners bearing a twisted, ominous symbol fluttered in the wind, and the entrance was guarded by orcs clad in dark armor. Sheldor signaled for the group to halt.
This is it,
he whispered, his eyes scanning the fortress.
We need to strike quickly and decisively. Alaric, you and Veronica will take the left flank. I'll take the right. We'll converge on the main entrance and break through together.
Veronica nodded, her eyes filled with determination.
Let's end this.
With a final nod of agreement, the group split up, moving silently through the shadows. The rogue orcs, their senses dulled by the dark magic, were taken by surprise as the archmagicians unleashed their power. Veronica summoned a storm of lightning, striking down the guards on the left flank with precision. The air crackled with energy as she moved forward, her movements graceful and fluid. Alaric followed close behind, his hands glowing with arcane energy as he cast powerful defensive wards to protect them from counterattacks. On the right flank, Sheldor fought with a ferocity that matched the orc's own. His sword, enchanted with fire, blazed through the air as he cut down the enemies before him. His mind was focused, his every move calculated to maximize the damage he inflicted on the rogue orcs. The battle was intense, with the archmagicians and their orc allies pushing through the ranks of the rogue tribe. For every orc that fell, another seemed to take its place, but the archmagicians were relentless, their magic flowing through them like a river of power. As they reached the main entrance of the fortress, a group of orc warriors, led by a massive chieftain, emerged to block their path. The chieftain, his eyes glowing with dark magic, roared a challenge as he charged towards Sheldor. Sheldor met the charge head-on, their weapons clashing with a resounding crash. The force of the impact sent shock waves through the ground, but Sheldor held his ground, his muscles straining as he pushed back against the chieftain's brute strength. Veronica and Alaric joined the fray, their combined magic overwhelming the chieftain's guards. Alaric conjured a wall of ice to block the reinforcements, while Veronica unleashed a torrent of wind, sending the orcs flying in all directions. The chieftain, sensing that he was outmatched, let out a bellow of rage and swung his axe in a wide arc, aiming to cleave Sheldor in two. But Sheldor was faster, dodging the blow and countering with a powerful strike that shattered the chieftain's armor and sent him crashing to the ground. With the chieftain defeated, the remaining rogue orcs began to falter, their resolve crumbling in the face of the archmagician's might. The fortress was soon cleared, and the orcs who had survived the battle fled into the mountains, their will to fight broken. As the dust settled, Sheldor, Veronica, and Alaric regrouped at the entrance of the fortress. Their bodies were bruised and bloodied, but they had succeeded in their mission. The rogue tribe had been defeated, and the threat to the orc kingdom had been neutralized. But the victory was short-lived. As they explored the fortress, searching for any remaining threats, they stumbled upon a dark chamber deep within the mountain. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the walls were lined with twisted runes that pulsed with a sickly green light. In the center of the chamber stood Hector, a dark sorcerer who had long been a thorn in the side of Shapuria. His face twisted into a cruel smile as he turned to face them, his eyes gleaming with malice.
Well, well, well,
Hector drawled, his voice dripping with venom.
If it isn't Sheldor, Veronica, and Alaric, come to join the party, have you?
Sheldor's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword.
Hector!
He spat, his voice filled with contempt.
What are you doing here? Are you behind this madness?
Hector laughed, a cold, mirthless sound.
Of course I am. These orcs were all too eager to embrace the power I offered them, and now they serve me willingly, as will you.
Veronica stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury.
You'll pay for what you've done, Hector. We'll stop you here and now.
Hector's smile widened, and he raised his hands, dark energy crackling between his fingers.
I'd like to see you try.
The chamber erupted into chaos as the two sides clashed. Hector's dark magic filled the air, clashing with the light and elemental forces wielded by the archmagicians. The walls of the chamber shook with the force of their battle, the very mountain seeming to tremble in response. Hector moved with blinding speed, his spells lashing out at Sheldor and Alaric, who were forced to defend themselves with all their might. Veronica, meanwhile, focused on disrupting Hector's magic, her own spells weaving through the air with deadly precision. Despite their combined efforts, Hector proved to be a formidable opponent. His dark magic was unlike anything they had faced before, its power fueled by the corruption that had taken hold of the rogue orcs. As the battle raged on, it became clear that Hector had the upper hand. With a triumphant sneer, he unleashed a powerful spell that sent Sheldor and Alaric crashing to the ground, their defenses shattered. Veronica, seeing her husband and friend in danger, called upon the full extent of her power, summoning a vortex of wind and lightning to strike Hector down. The spell connected, sending Hector staggering back, but it was not enough to defeat him. With a snarl of rage, Hector retaliated, casting a dark curse that struck Veronica square in the chest. She gasped, her eyes wide with shock and pain as the curse took hold, its dark tendrils wrapping around her heart.
Veronica!
Sheldor cried out, scrambling to his feet and rushing to her side. He tried to break the curse, but his magic was powerless against the dark forces at work. Hector's laughter echoed through the chamber as he watched Veronica collapse to the ground, her life force draining away.
You see, Sheldor, you cannot stop me. You are nothing but pawns in a game you cannot win.
Sheldor's eyes blazed with fury and despair as he turned to face Hector, his sword raised high.
I'll kill you for this, Hector.
But Hector was already retreating, his form blurring as he used a spell of speed to escape the chamber. Sheldor tried to pursue him, but the dark sorcerer was too fast, disappearing into the shadows before he could land a blow. With Hector gone, Sheldor rushed back to Veronica's side, his hands trembling as he cradled her in his arms. Her breathing was shallow, her skin pale, and her eyes unfocused.
Veronica,
Sheldor whispered, his voice breaking.
Stay with me, please. Don't leave me.
Veronica's lips curved into a faint, bittersweet smile.
Sheldor, I love you. Tell our children. I'm sorry.
With those final words, Veronica's body went limp, her eyes closing for the last time. The light in the chamber dimmed, as if mourning the loss of such a bright and powerful soul. Sheldor's heart shattered as he held his wife's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. The pain of her loss was more than he could bear, and he cried out in anguish, the sound echoing through the chamber and out into the night. Alaric, wounded but alive, struggled to his feet and approached Sheldor, his own eyes filled with grief.
Sheldor, I'm so sorry.
But Sheldor didn't respond. He didn't even seem to hear him. His mind had been consumed by the darkness of his loss, his thoughts a whirlwind of pain and despair. The dragon riders arrived shortly after, having defeated the last of the rogue orcs outside the fortress. They found Sheldor still kneeling beside Veronica's body, his face a mask of grief. Alaric helped Sheldor to his feet, guiding him to one of the dragons. The ride back to Argathlon was somber and silent, the weight of their loss hanging heavy in the air. When they arrived at the castle, King Limbra was waiting for them, his expression a mix of relief and concern.
You have returned. Did you complete the mission?
Alaric nodded, his voice hollow.
The rogue tribe has been defeated, but we lost Veronica.
The king's eyes widened in shock, and he took a step back, his hand going to his chest.
Veronica? No.
But Sheldor said nothing. He stared straight ahead, his eyes empty, as if all the light had been drained from them. The loss of his wife had broken something inside him, something that might never heal. Alaric tried to speak to him, to offer words of comfort, but Sheldor didn't respond. He was lost in his grief, unreachable by even his closest friends. As the days passed, the kingdom mourned the loss of one of its greatest arch-magicians, but life went on. Sheldor, however, was never the same. He withdrew from the world for a long time, his heart hardened by the pain of his loss. Fell Vale. Argathlon. Present day. The room fell into a heavy silence as Sheldor's voice trailed off, leaving only the echo of his words to linger in the air. The gravity of the tale he had just shared hung like a dark cloud over the group. Jareth, usually quick with a quip or a sly grin, felt the weight of the moment deeply. His usual demeanor softened, and he locked eyes with Sheldor, a look of understanding and sorrow etched across his face.
I never knew Sheldor.
Jareth began, his voice uncharacteristically steady.
I've always played the fool, made light of things to keep my own demons at bay. But hearing what you went through, I feel it deep inside. The kind of pain that never really heals. It just changes you.
He took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with a rare vulnerability.
I lost my own family too. Not in the same way, but the pain. It's a part of me, like a shadow I can't shake. I know what it's like to have that darkness follow you around, creeping into your thoughts, haunting your dreams.
He paused, his hands clenching into fists as he fought to keep his emotions in check.
But you've carried this burden for so long, and yet here you are, still fighting, still standing. That takes a kind of strength I can only hope to have one day.
Zenim, who had been listening quietly, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on his father.
Father, there's only one thing I remember about my past,
he said, his voice tinged with both sorrow and a strange warmth.
My mother, Veronica. She had the most amazing smile, didn't she? Because of my memory loss, I don't even remember her face. But that feeling, that warm glow of her smile, it's never left me.
He looked down, his voice softening as he continued.
I believe that smile, that kindness she showed me when I was just a baby, gave me the strength I needed to survive out there, alone, in the wild. It's like a part of her has always been with me, guiding me, protecting me.
His eyes met Sheldor's again, filled with a longing for a past he couldn't fully remember.
I only wish I could have known her the way you did.
Sheldor's face softened, a distant look in his eyes as he was pulled back into memories of a time long gone.
Yes,
he murmured, his voice heavy with emotion.
When I was a young man, that smile was what made me fall in love with her. I couldn't stop thinking about her, not for a single moment. She was so innocent, so pure. And whenever she smiled, it was like her whole face lit up with a light that was almost holy.
He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly.
Even in her last moments, when she was about to die, she smiled. I don't know how she did it, where she found the strength, but she did. She faced the end with a grace I can never forget.
The room was thick with unspoken emotions, the shared grief and sorrow binding them together in a way that words could never fully express. Alaric, who had been standing silently in the background, finally spoke up, his tone both gentle and commanding.
We must continue with our mission,
he said, breaking the heavy silence.
There is still much to do, and we can't let the past hold us back from what must be done now.
He turned to the group, his eyes filled with a renewed sense of purpose.
Our next destination is the elven city of Fell Vale. We need to convince the elves to join us in the fight against the Urgal invasion. They've kept to themselves for a long time, but if we can gain their support, it could turn the tide in this war.
Crodar, Zenim, Clint, Jareth, Vanessa, and Sophia all nodded in agreement. They knew what was at stake, and despite the weight of the stories they had just heard, they were ready to move forward. The group set out on horseback, the steady rhythm of hooves on the road a soothing counterpoint to the turbulent thoughts swirling in their minds. The journey ahead was long, taking them across vast stretches of the continent, all the way to the westernmost point where Fell Vale, the elven city, lay hidden among the ancient forests. As they rode, the conversation naturally turned to the elves, a mysterious and reclusive race that none of them had ever seen in person. Jareth, ever curious, was the first to voice his thoughts.
So these elves, what do we actually know about them? I've heard stories, but they're just that. Stories. Are they really as reclusive as they say?
Zanim nodded, his expression thoughtful.
From what I've heard, yes. The elves of Fellvale are known for their isolation. They've kept themselves apart from the other races for centuries, living in their city at the farthest point of the continent. It's as if they've turned their backs on the rest of the world, content to live within their own borders.
Why, though?
Jareth pressed, his brow furrowing.
What's their motivation? It's like they've just decided to sit out all the conflicts and struggles that the rest of us have to deal with. Doesn't make sense to me.
Zanim shrugged, a hint of frustration in his voice.
Who knows? Maybe they see something we don't. Maybe they found some kind of peace that we can't even imagine. There are a lot of questions to be answered in life. The more you reveal the truth, the more you understand that you don't know it all. When it comes to the truth, everybody has their own way to deal with it.
Sophia, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. Her voice was calm, but there was an intensity in her eyes as she began to share her thoughts.
I think the truth is something we can only find through research and logic. I have spent countless hours in the Academy of Magic, poring over ancient texts, experimenting with spells, trying to unlock the mysteries of the world. Knowledge is the key to understanding, and questioning everything is crucial.
She paused, her gaze distant, as if she were recalling those long hours in the library, the flickering candlelight casting shadows over the rows of ancient books.
Every spell I've learned, every theory I've tested, it's all led me to believe that the more we know, the closer we get to the truth. But it's not just about gathering information. It's about questioning what we think we know, challenging our assumptions, and being willing to change our minds when we're proven wrong.
Zanim listened intently, but when she finished, he shook his head slightly.
I don't disagree with the value of knowledge, Sophia. But for me, it's not about logic or research. It's about instinct, about listening to your heart and staying in touch with nature. I survived in the wild for years, not because I had all the answers, but because I trusted my instincts, my connection to the world around me.
He gestured to the vast, open landscape they were riding through.
Out here, in the wild, there's no room for overthinking. You have to be present, in the moment, ready to act. Logic can be a trap, pulling you away from what's real, what's happening right in front of you. Sometimes it's better to feel your way through life rather than trying to think your way through it.
Clint, the seasoned warrior, nodded in agreement.
There's truth in that, Zanim. But for me, it's the fight that brings clarity. When you're in the heat of battle, everything else falls away. It's just you, your weapon, and your opponent. In those moments when you're closest to death, that's when you truly find yourself.
He paused, his voice growing more intense.
I've had moments of epiphany in battle, moments where everything just clicks. It's like you're tapping into something deeper, something primal. That's why I fight. Not just to survive, but to find those moments of truth, when everything else fades away and you see who you really are.
Jareth chuckled softly, shaking his head.
You're all talking about these grand concepts, but for me, life is a puzzle. It's about solving problems, figuring out the best way to get what you want. Whether it's picking a lock, sneaking past guards, or taking down a target, it's all about strategy. Life is like a game of chess, and the key is staying one step ahead of everyone else.
He smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief.
That's what makes us human, isn't it? Our ability to outthink, to outmaneuver. It's not about brute strength or blind instinct. It's about using your mind, seeing the angles, and playing the game better than anyone else.
As the group pondered Jareth's words, they all turned to Crodar, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. Vanessa, sensing the weight of his silence, asked gently,
What about you, Crodar? What do you think is the key to finding the truth?
Crodar's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice quiet, but filled with conviction.
Love.
The simplicity of his answer took them all by surprise. Crodar didn't elaborate, didn't offer any further explanation. He simply spurred his horse forward, leaving the others to follow in silence, each lost in their own. As they continued westward, the landscape began to change. The lush forests and rolling hills gave way to rugged terrain, the air growing colder as they neared the elven lands. It was a long, arduous journey, but eventually, the city of Fell Vale came into view. From a distance, it was a sight to behold. 7 large, long walls intertwined in the shape of a semicircle, surrounding the city like a fortress. The architecture was unlike anything they had ever seen before, a testament to the elves' skill and craftsmanship. As they approached the city, the group marveled at the sight.
"I've never seen anything like this,"
Clint remarked, awe in his voice.
"It's no wonder the elves have managed to keep to themselves all these years."
They rode up to the entrance of the city, where a group of elven guards stood watch. The guards eyed them warily, their expressions unreadable. As the group dismounted and approached, Crodar held out the letter from Alaric, the seal of the kingdom of Shapuria clearly visible.
"We are ambassadors sent by the kingdom of Shapuria,"
Crodar announced.
"We come in peace, seeking an audience with your king."
The guards exchanged glances, speaking quietly to one another in their own language. It was clear that they did not understand the human tongue, and they seemed unsure of how to proceed. After a moment, one of the guards stepped forward and gestured for them to wait. He disappeared into the city, returning a few moments later with another elf. This elf was different from the others. He carried himself with an air of authority, and his eyes were sharp and intelligent.
"Hello,"
he said in clear, albeit accented, human language.
"I am Fingoras, the translator. What business brings you to the lands of the elves?"
Crodar repeated his earlier statement, explaining their mission and showing the letter from Alaric. Fingoras listened intently, his expression growing more serious as he took in the gravity of their words. When Crodar had finished, Fingoras nodded slowly.
"You must leave your weapons here and walk with us through the city to the castle,"
he said, his tone formal.
"We do not wish for any outlanders to see our city and risk potential spying. Therefore, we will blindfold you and lead you to our king."
Crodar turned to the group and nodded, signaling their acceptance of the terms. They handed over their weapons to the guards, who seemed particularly intrigued by Crodar's 2 massive swords. The guards exchanged a few words in their own language, their eyes widening as they spoke, but they said nothing further. Once their weapons were secured, the guards carefully blindfolded each member of the group. The cloth was tight around their eyes, blocking out all light, and the sensation of being plunged into darkness was unsettling. But they trusted their guides and allowed themselves to be led forward. As they walked, they could hear the sounds of the city around them, the murmur of voices, the clatter of hooves on cobblestone, and the occasional burst of music. At one point, they passed what sounded like a marketplace, with vendors calling out in the elven language, trying to sell their wares. The group also heard the soft strains of a lute being played, accompanied by a hauntingly beautiful song sung in Elven. It was a sound unlike any they had heard before, filled with a sorrowful longing that resonated deep within their souls. After what felt like an eternity, the group was finally brought to a halt. The guards carefully untied the blindfolds, and as the cloth fell away, the group blinked in the sudden light. They found themselves standing in a grand hall, the likes of which they had never seen before. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes from elven history, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh pine and blooming flowers. At the far end of the hall, seated on a throne of polished wood and gold, was the elven king. He was a striking figure, with long, flowing yellow hair, pale white skin, and piercing blue eyes. His expression was calm and serene, but there was a strength in his gaze that spoke of centuries of wisdom and experience. Around him stood a contingent of elven guards, their armor gleaming in the soft light of the hall. The king regarded the group with a measured gaze before speaking in a voice that was both gentle and commanding.
I am the king of the elves, Rolim Yinmaris. What brings you to my court?
Crodar stepped forward and bowed deeply before the king.
Your Majesty, we come as ambassadors from the kingdom of Shepuria. Our lands are under attack by the Urgles, and we seek your aid in this dire time. The Urgles have already taken much of our land, and our king has fallen in battle. We are gathering allies to stand against this threat, and we humbly request that you join us in this fight.
The king listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When Crodar finished, there was a long pause before the king spoke again.
Orcs, humans, and elves fighting side by side? The human mind is indeed interesting.
Rolim Yinmaris paused, his eyes distant as if he were recalling the ancient promise made by his forebears.
Our ancestors swore never to spill blood on this land, not even to defend ourselves. We have remained true to that vow for millennia, preserving our people and our culture by staying apart from the wars of men and other races.
The weight of the king's words hung heavily in the air, and the group exchanged uneasy glances. Crodar, though respectful, could not hide his disappointment.
Your Majesty,
he began, his voice tinged with desperation.
The Urgles are not just a threat to us, but to all life in Kentunia. If they are not stopped, they will come for everyone, humans, elves, orcs, and every other being in this land. This is not just our war, it's a fight for survival.
The king's gaze softened slightly, though his resolve did not waver.
I do not doubt the seriousness of the threat, Crodar, but my duty is to my people, to ensure their safety and preserve our way of life. Joining this war would put everything we hold dear at risk.
Sophia, who had been silent until now, took a step forward. Her eyes shone with the determination that had carried her through many battles.
Your Majesty, we understand your desire to protect your people, but isolation won't shield you forever. The Urgals will not stop at Shepuria. Once they are done with our lands, they will turn their attention to yours. And by then, it might be too late.
Rolim Yinmaris looked at Sophia, his expression thoughtful.
You speak with great passion, mage. But the truth is, our people have always been few in number. Even if we were to join you, our armies are not vast. What we can offer in this war would be little more than a drop in the ocean.
Vanessa stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm.
We do not ask for armies, Your Majesty. We ask for hope. The presence of the elves in our alliance would inspire others to join us. It would show the world that this is a fight worth fighting. Together, we can stand against the darkness that threatens us all.
The hall fell silent once more as the king considered their words. His eyes moved from one face to another, seeing the determination, the desperation, and the hope that each of them carried. Finally, he sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries.
I cannot break the vow of my ancestors,
he said at last.
But I can offer you something else. Something that might help you in your quest.
He motioned to one of the guards, who left the hall and returned moments later, carrying a small, intricately carved wooden box. The guard presented it to the king, who opened it to reveal a golden artifact shaped like an ankh, its surface engraved with ancient runes that seemed to shimmer in the light.
This is the Ankh of Resurrection,
Rolim Yinmaris said, his voice solemn.
It is a powerful relic which can be used only once, one that has been passed down through the generations of our people. It has the power to bring someone back from the brink of death, to restore life to one who has fallen in battle.
The group stared at the artifact in awe, realizing the immense value of what was being offered. Crodar stepped forward, his voice filled with gratitude.
Your Majesty, this is a gift beyond anything we could have imagined. We are honored and humbled by your generosity.
The king nodded.
Take it, and may it serve you well in the battles to come. I will also see to it that your people receive supplies, food, weapons, whatever you need to sustain your fight. But as for our soldiers, they will remain here, within our walls.
Crodar accepted the Ankh with a deep bow.
Thank you, Your Majesty. We will use this gift wisely.
With that, the audience was over. The group was escorted back through the city, once again blindfolded to preserve the elves' secrets. As they were led out of Fell Vale and their blindfolds were removed, they took a moment to process everything that had just happened. As they mounted their horses to leave, Jareth broke the silence.
Well, we didn't get the army we hoped for, but we've got something just as powerful.
Meanwhile in Northlands, in the vast expanse of the Northland continent, where the icy winds howled through the towering peaks and the skies were perpetually shrouded in a silvery mist, the Dragon Riders' garrison stood as a beacon of power and vigilance. The citadel, carved from the very rock of the mountains, blended seamlessly with its surroundings, its towers rising like the jagged teeth of a great beast. Here, in this fortress of stone and sky, the Dragon Riders of the Shepherd Kingdom gathered, awaiting the command that would send them into the fray of the Lunar War. Rakion, their leader, a seasoned warrior whose bond with his dragon, Fernax, was legendary, stood at the edge of the highest tower. His eyes, as sharp as a falcon's, scanned the horizon where the first light of dawn was breaking through the clouds. Below him, the Dragon Riders assembled, their dragons coiled and ready, their scales shimmering in the morning light like polished armor. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that precedes a storm. Rakion turned to face his riders, his voice carrying over the roar of the wind.
Brothers and sisters,
he began, his tone commanding yet filled with a deep, resonant warmth.
We stand on the precipice of a war unlike any we have faced before. The Lunar War is not just a battle for land or power, it is a fight for the very soul of Kentunia. Our enemies seek to bring darkness to our world, to shroud it in fear and chaos. But we... He gestured to the assembled Dragon Riders and their mighty beasts. We are the light that will burn through that darkness. We are the fury that will break their ranks. We are the wings of Shepherd.
A cheer rose from the riders, a sound that echoed through the mountains, mingling with the distant cry of dragons. But Rakion was not finished. He raised a hand, and the cheers subsided, leaving only the sound of the wind and the steady beat of dragon wings.
Today,
he continued,
we train for battle, but not just any battle. We will hone the skills that make us the deadliest force in the skies. Each of you has been chosen not just for your skill in riding, but for your ability to think, to adapt, to be the very embodiment of strategy and power.
Rakion paced before his riders, his steps measured, his gaze intense.
Airstrikes are all about timing and coordination. In the air, we do not have the luxury of second chances. A missed command, a moment's hesitation can mean the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death.
He pointed to the sky above them, where the clouds swirled like the breath of the gods.
When we strike as one. Every maneuver, every formation must be executed with the precision of a blade. We are not just individuals on dragons. We are a single, unstoppable force. Our dragons are our wings, our claws, our fire, but we are their minds. We guide them, and in turn, they guide us.
Rakion's voice grew softer, more intense.
The key to a successful airstrike is synchronization. Each dragon, each rider must move as one. You will hear my command, and you will obey without question, without hesitation. There is no room for doubt, no room for error. We are the vanguard of Shepherd, and we will be the spear that pierces the heart of our enemy.
He began to describe the air tactics they would practice, drawing from the wealth of knowledge passed down through generations of dragon riders, now enhanced with modern insights. We will begin with the Crimson Arrow Formation, Rakion announced, a name that sent a ripple of excitement through the ranks.
It is a tactic designed for rapid penetration of enemy lines. Our dragons will form a tight arrowhead formation with Fernax and me at the tip. The key here is speed and impact. We will use the momentum of our flight to break through any defenses, overwhelming the enemy before they have a chance to react. But remember, the strength of the arrow lies in its point. The tip must be sharp, but the shaft must be strong.
As he spoke, Fernax, his dragon, took to the sky, demonstrating the formation. The other dragons followed, falling into place with practiced ease. The sky was soon filled with the sight of dragons flying in perfect unison, their wings beating as one, their bodies a single, fluid motion. It was a breathtaking display of power and discipline, a testament to the bond between rider and dragon.
Next, Rakion continued, we will practice the Sundering Storm maneuver. This is a tactic for disrupting enemy formations. We will approach from above, using the sun to blind our foes. As we descend, we will break apart, each dragon targeting a different part of the enemy's line. The goal here is to sow chaos, to fracture their ranks and leave them vulnerable to further attacks.
The riders nodded, their expressions determined. They knew the importance of these maneuvers, the difference they could make in the heat of battle. And so they trained, pushing their dragons to the limit, perfecting each maneuver until it was second nature. The hours passed in a blur of motion and fire. Dragons soared and dived, their riders guiding them with expert hands. Rakion watched each pair closely, offering praise where it was due and correction where it was needed. His commands were sharp, precise, and the riders responded with the discipline born of years of training. As the day wore on, Rakion led them through more complex formations, testing their ability to think and react under pressure. They practiced the Skyfall, a devastating dive attack designed to break the enemy's morale. They worked on the Iron Circle, a defensive maneuver where the dragons formed a protective ring around a vulnerable target, their fiery breath creating a barrier that no enemy could penetrate. Finally, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Rakion called the riders together once more.
Tomorrow,
he said, his voice low but filled with resolve,
we fly to the Nephralore plains of abandoned lands. There we will face the true test of our strength and skill. But I have no doubt that we are ready. You have trained hard, and you have proven yourselves worthy of the title of Dragon Rider. We will take to the skies, and we will show our enemies the true meaning of fear.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled riders, each one standing tall and proud. Then, with a sudden, fierce intensity, he raised his fist to the sky.
We are the wings of Shepherd,
he shouted, his voice echoing across the mountains.
And we are ready for war.
A roar rose from the riders, a sound that was part human, part dragon, and entirely filled with the fire of determination. The dragons themselves joined in, their cries filling the sky, a chorus of power and fury that seemed to shake the very earth. Rakion looked up at the sky, the stars beginning to emerge in the deepening twilight.
Our righteous crusade awaits us,
he whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. And in that moment, with the wind in his hair and the sound of dragons all around him, he knew it was true. The dragon riders of Shepherd were ready for war. An unexpected encounter. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast expanse of deep blue, its surface occasionally disturbed by the gentle rise and fall of waves. The sky above was a brilliant canvas of pale azure, with streaks of white clouds drifting lazily across it. Seabirds circled overhead, their cries mingling with the rhythmic creaking of the ship's timbers and the faint hum of the wind in the rigging. The vessel itself was a sturdy craft, built for long voyages across treacherous waters. Its hull, reinforced with dark wood from the forests of Shepherd, cut through the waves with ease, and its sails billowed with the steady breeze that carried them northward. On the deck, the group of adventurers stood, gazing out at the horizon. Crodar, Clint, Jareth, Sophia, and Vanessa were dressed in the traditional garb of the orcs, a curious sight on a ship bound for the Orc Kingdom. The clothing was heavy and layered, made from thick, dark fabrics that bore the intricate patterns and symbols of the orcish tribes. Crodar's tunic, for instance, was adorned with the mark of the Ironclaw clan, a series of interlocking circles symbolizing strength in unity. Clint's cloak bore the symbol of the Stonefist clan, a jagged line representing resilience. The women's garments were no less elaborate. Sophia's robe was dyed a deep green, embroidered with silver threads that glinted in the sunlight, while Vanessa's dress, a rich maroon, was trimmed with fur and decorated with the emblem of the Frostfang clan, a snowflake encircled by flames. The clothes were unfamiliar, even somewhat uncomfortable for the group, especially for Vanessa, who couldn't help but smirk as he looked at his companions.
"We look so funny in those clothes,"
he remarked, breaking the silence. Crodar chuckled, adjusting the heavy belt around his waist.
"It's important for persuasion and diplomacy,"
he replied, his tone more serious.
"The orcs are already wary of other races. Though they are the native race of Kentunia, they've faced colonization threats, particularly from humans. Even if the Shepher Kingdom means them no harm, they can never be certain. This attire is a gesture of respect, a way to show that we understand and value their traditions."
Jareth, fiddling with the clasp of his cloak, glanced at Crodar.
"You said that once we arrive at their land, we won't be bringing our weapons with us, right?"
Crodar nodded, his expression grave.
"Yes, and no magic either. Nothing to make the orc civilians afraid."
Jareth frowned, his brow furrowing in thought.
"But what if we face a threat?"
"Threat does not exist,"
Crodar said, his voice calm and measured.
"It is all about perception."
Jareth opened his mouth to respond, but then closed it again, clearly wrestling with the concept. Vanessa, sensing his confusion, changed the subject.
"Where is your brother, Crodar?"
Before Crodar could answer, Sophia spoke up, her voice soft but clear.
Zanim is training young people to be archers in Argathlon.
Clint, who had been leaning against the ship's railing, looked over with a skeptical expression.
"But less than a week is left until the war. How are they going to learn?"
Crodar smiled, a hint of pride in his voice.
"He said that crossbows are not like bows. Even an idiot can use them. In a war with thousands of enemies, which is pure turmoil, it's hard to miss your shots. One way or another, you're going to hit a foe, according to him."
Jareth snorted, a grin spreading across his face.
"Crossbow manufacturers should make an advertisement out of it. Are you a noob? No strength, no agility, no precision, no intelligence. Buy a crossbow and join the army."
The group burst into laughter, the tension easing for a moment. Clint shook his head, still chuckling.
"That's kind of dark humor. Let's not say it around the footmen."
As their laughter died down, Sophia, who had been gazing through a telescope, suddenly tensed.
"There's an Urgal battleship on the horizon,"
she announced, her voice tight with concern. Vanessa groaned, rolling her eyes.
"Oh, not again."
But Crodar and Sophia exchanged knowing looks, a silent communication passing between them. Crodar's lips curved into a small smile.
"Don't worry. Do you remember the magic my father mentioned when he was telling us about his academy days?"
"Invisibility,"
Jareth mentioned, his eyes widening.
"Do you mean the whole ship?"
Sophia nodded, lowering the telescope.
"Yes. I studied that magic deeply. According to the old tomes, there are even rumors of magicians in the past who made the entire Argathlon city invisible for days to prevent invasions."
Clint whistled low, clearly impressed.
"That's fantastic. Hard to believe, though."
Magic isn't always something done individually.
Sophia explained.
It can be a team effort, but it requires a group of advanced magicians. A small mistake from one of them can cause significant damage to the whole team.
Jareth's expression turned thoughtful.
That explains the rumors about the abyss, the dark portal that Hector cast. It must have been a collaboration with other witches from the Shadows Guild.
Exactly,
Crodar said, his tone grim.
The elites who carried out the coup in our kingdom were mostly high-ranking sorcerers. After we liberated the major cities, they all retreated to Nephralore. They must be waiting for us there with Hector. It's going to be a tough fight.
Clint nodded slowly, the weight of the situation settling over him.
It makes sense.
Sophia took a deep breath, preparing herself.
All right. Let's do this before they recognize us. Vanessa, I'll need a lot of mana for this spell. Can you support me with holy light?
Vanessa smiled, raising her hands.
Of course. Anima Esmeralda.
With her words, a soft blue light began to flow from Vanessa's belly to Sophia's, a steady stream of energy that seemed to pulse with life. Sophia closed her eyes, focusing her mind.
Eam invisibilia,
she intoned, her voice resonating with power. A gray light enveloped her, spreading out until it covered the entire ship. Everyone on board felt a strange shift in their perspective, as if the world had suddenly become more muted, more subdued. The colors around them faded into shades of gray, the sounds grew distant and muffled. Jareth, peeking over the edge of the ship, grinned.
It works.
As the ship slipped past the Urgal battleship, unnoticed and unchallenged, Sophia's strength began to wane. Crodar, ever attentive, handed her a small vial filled with a shimmering liquid.
Here, drink this,
he said gently. Sophia took the vial, her hands trembling slightly. After drinking the mana potion, she felt the familiar warmth of energy returning to her body, the exhaustion receding. When they finally reached the shores of the Orc Kingdom, Crodar approached the captain of the sailor team.
We'll leave our weapons and armor here,
he instructed.
We'll take them back at Nephralore.
The captain hesitated, his brows knitting together.
Are you sure, sir?
Jareth, echoing the captain's concern, asked.
Yeah, Crodar, are we sure about that?
Crodar's response was a confident smile.
Don't worry, it's part of the plan.
The group moved cautiously through the streets of the Orc Kingdom, the ancient stone pathways leading them deeper into the heart of the territory. Towering wooden structures, adorned with tusks and bones, lined their route, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke from distant fires. As they made their way toward the center, the usual hustle and bustle of the Orc settlement seemed to pause, eyes narrowing, as the outlanders passed by. Their Orcish attire, while intended to blend in, seemed to only draw more attention. Crodar led the way, his hand subtly motioning for his companions to stay close and calm. However, their progress was halted when a group of orcs suddenly emerged from a side street, forming a rough semicircle in front of them. One of the orcs, taller and broader than the rest, sneered as he took in their appearance.
Look at them. They look like clowns.
He jeered, and the group of orcs burst into laughter, their voices echoing off the walls of nearby buildings. Crodar stepped forward, his voice steady and respectful.
We mean no harm.
Another orc, this one with a long scar down his face, scoffed.
We're done with outlanders. You lot look like those hippie travelers with no purpose in life. He turned to his comrades with a grin. I bet they smoke satina leaves every day, those bloody dorks.
The orcs laughed again, the sound harsh and grating. Clint's fists clenched at his sides, his face flushing with anger. Crodar noticed and gave him a stern look, silently urging him to stay calm. The tension in the air thickened as one of the orcs, a younger warrior with wild eyes, stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword.
Let's kill them,
he suggested, his voice cold and serious. Sophia and Vanessa exchanged horrified glances, their breath catching in their throats. But before the situation could escalate further, another orc, older and with a deep voice of authority, intervened.
But you know the traditions,
he reminded the others.
They are unarmed. We can't kill them.
The wild-eyed orc paused, considering this.
You're right,
he admitted, his lips curling into a wicked grin.
Well, I'll do it my way then.
He walked over to his friend, drew a sword from his kin's belt, and tossed it to Crodar.
Hey, ugly one, we're going to duel,
the orc announced, his voice loud and challenging.
I'm counting from 3.
The other orcs stepped back, giving the two warriors space as they sat down a few meters away, eager to watch the fight unfold. Crodar caught the sword easily, its weight familiar in his hand. He turned to his companions, his expression firm.
Go back and sit down. None of you will get involved in this.
Clint opened his mouth to protest, but Crodar cut him off.
No, get back,
he commanded, leaving no room for argument. The orc finished counting.
0,
he bellowed, and without hesitation he charged at Crodar. The fight was fast and brutal, each warrior moving with a practiced grace that spoke of countless battles fought. Crodar deflected the first blow, their swords clashing with a metallic ring. The orc was strong, each strike fueled by raw power, but Crodar's experience and agility allowed him to anticipate and counter each move. The duel raged on, with neither warrior giving an inch. The orc's attacks were relentless, each blow aimed to kill, but Crodar's defense was unwavering. The two fought with a ferocity that left the onlookers in awe, their earlier jeers silenced by the intensity of the battle. After several tense minutes, Crodar saw his opportunity. The orc overextended on a heavy swing, and Crodar took advantage. He stepped inside the orc's guard, delivering a swift kick to the orc's wrist, forcing the sword from his grip. The weapon clattered to the ground, and before the orc could react, Crodar stepped back and threw his own sword aside, disarming himself as well. For a moment, the two stood facing each other, unarmed, and breathing heavily. The orc, refusing to back down, lunged at Crodar with a wild punch. But Crodar was ready. He ducked low, dodging the blow, and in one fluid motion he shot forward, driving his shoulder into the orc's midsection. With a powerful thrust, Crodar executed a perfect double-leg takedown, slamming the orc to the ground. In an instant, Crodar mounted the orc, pinning him with one hand while the other rested on the orc's chest.
I will not kill you, brother,
Crodar said, his voice calm but firm.
I respect how honorable you are. As the winner of this duel, I ask you to bring me to your war chief. We are here to support the Orc Kingdom, and we mean no harm.
The orc beneath him hesitated, his wild eyes searching Crodar's face for any sign of deceit. But there was none. Finally, the orc's expression softened, and he gave a small nod of respect. Crodar stood, offering the orc his hand. The orc took it, and Crodar helped him to his feet. The other orcs watched in stunned silence as their comrade embraced Crodar.
Your honorable behavior has earned you a friend,
the orc said, his voice rough but sincere.
My name is Rigger. Follow me.
With Rigger leading the way, the group made their way to the grand hall where the war chief resided. The room was vast, its high ceilings supported by thick wooden beams, and the walls were adorned with trophies from past battles. At the far end of the room, seated on a massive throne carved from the bones of ancient beasts, was the war chief, Dante, the king of the orcs. Dante was a formidable figure, his massive frame covered in battle scars, his eyes sharp and piercing. As the group approached, he regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion.
My name is Dante,
he rumbled, his voice deep and powerful.
Why have you come to my lands?
Crodar and Sophia stepped forward, taking turns to explain everything. The dark portal, the invasion, and the impending lunar war for their independence. Dante listened in silence, his expression unreadable as the tale unfolded. When they finished, Dante rose from his throne and walked to a corner of the room. There, propped against the wall, was a massive battle horn, its surface etched with intricate designs. The horn was enormous, crafted from the tusk of a long-extinct beast, its brown surface polished to a gleaming shine. It was said that the horn's sound could be heard across the entire kingdom, a call to arms that no orc could ignore. Without a word, Dante lifted the horn to his lips and blew. The sound was deafening, a deep, resonant note that seemed to shake the very walls of the hall. The group instinctively covered their ears, the sheer volume overwhelming. The orc guards in the room, however, merely chuckled at the outlander's discomfort. As the echo of the horn's call faded, the doors to the hall burst open, and orc soldiers began to file in, each one armed and ready for battle. Dante turned to Crodar and Sophia, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
"A fair battle against the forces of evil," he declared. "Even though I am not a big fan of your kind, my army will be on your side in this war. Let us go to Nephralor together."
The conquest of Nephralor, the coast of the abandoned lands, stretched out like a battlefield waiting for its warriors. Orc and human ships, docked side by side, formed a mighty armada that covered the horizon. Thousands of soldiers, warriors with blades gleaming in the sunlight, archers with their bows strung tight, magicians cloaked in robes that shimmered with enchantment, and druids murmuring ancient incantations lined the shore. The scene was a grand tapestry of unity, power, and resolve, with the promise of battle hanging heavy in the salt-laden air. As Crodar, Sophia, Clint, Vanessa, and the Orc King Dante disembarked from their ship, the thunderous sounds of orcish drums still echoed in their ears. The rhythmic beating had accompanied them throughout their voyage, a constant reminder of the warriors' readiness for war. Crodar's gaze swept across the assembled ranks, noting the tension in their stances, the flicker of determination in their eyes. These were not just soldiers. They were the last hope of a world teetering on the brink of darkness. As they approached the high-ranking human leaders, Alaric, Sheldor, and Zainam, Crodar's face broke into a wide grin.
"Did I miss any fun, brother?"
he called out, embracing Zenim with a bear hug. Zenim returned the gesture with a laugh.
"We couldn't start the party without you. How was the cruise?"
Zanim inquired, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Crodar chuckled.
"I'd say the orcs' ships are more comfortable than ours, but they were so noisy. The whole journey was full of drum sounds and war cries. It felt more like we were heading to a wedding ceremony than to battle."
Zenim smirked.
"Those orcs and their traditions? They're a force of nature."
Nearby, Dante shook hands with Alaric and Sheldor. The Orc King's face was solemn, his deep voice resonating with sincerity.
"I heard that your king is dead, killed dishonorably by the Shadow Guild. I send my condolences from the bottom of my heart. King Limbra was a true peacemaker. He sent his archmages and best warriors to defend our kingdom many times. He understood that we, orcs, are the native race of this land, and he refused to let humans colonize our lands. When the Shadow Guild attempted to stage a coup, he crushed them with the force of a true ruler. Today, my army stands ready, under your command."
Dante then turned to address his own warriors, his voice rising like a battle horn.
"We are here to end the chaos in our world. The deceased Shapurian King Limbra and his heroes like Sheldor and his son Crodar have proven their honor and valor to us. Today I want you to fight like lions. Make this war look like a masterpiece."
The orcs erupted into a chorus of cheers and war cries, their voices merging into a wave of sound that rolled across the coast, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. Sheldor clapped Crodar on the shoulder.
"Now, it's your turn to make a motivation speech."
Crodar nodded, stepping forward to face the vast army before him. The weight of their expectations pressed down on him, but it was a burden he carried with pride. His voice rang out strong and clear, carrying over the assembled soldiers.
Brothers and sisters, warriors of the light, today we stand on the precipice of destiny. The darkness of the Shadow Guild has sought to snuff out the flame of hope, to chain us in despair. But we are not here merely to fight. We are here to reclaim our future. We fight not just for survival, but for a world where honor, courage, and justice reign supreme.
His words resonated with the crowd, a wave of energy passing through them as they listened, entranced by his passion.
There will be bloodshed, there will be loss, but I promise you this. When we emerge victorious, we will build a kingdom where the skies are always clear, where the fields are fertile, and where our children will grow up knowing only peace. This is not just a battle, it is the dawn of a new era. And it starts here, with us.
A roar of approval rose from the soldiers, their spirits lifted by Crodar's words. The promise of a heaven-like future after the war filled their hearts with renewed vigor. Alaric stepped forward, holding a small, ornately decorated box. Inside, nestled on velvet, was the sorcerer's stone of Argathlon. It shimmered with a brilliant light, its power palpable even from a distance.
This artifact,
Alaric announced,
is the latest invention of our Science Academy. The Sorcerer's Stone of Argathlon can multiply the mana power and magical effect of its wielder. I present it to our frontline leader, Crodar, for him to use alongside the mages under his command.
Crodar accepted the stone, marveling at its beauty. It was a thing of wonder, an object of immense power. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, their voices mingling with the crash of the waves against the shore. But amidst the excitement, murmurs of doubt began to ripple through the ranks.
The wizards on the enemy side are powerful, someone said. This stone might be our only hope.
Yes, without it, we might not stand a chance, another added.
Crodar heard these words, and a fire kindled in his chest. His grip tightened around the stone, and he turned to the crowd, his voice laced with anger.
I appreciate the work of the scientists who created this. After we win this war, they will be rewarded with the highest honors, and I believe they will create even greater things in the future. But
his voice dropped to a menacing growl, drawing the attention of everyone around him. The soldiers fell silent, their eyes fixed on him, waiting.
But I want to make one thing clear. There are no gurus, no books, no artifacts, no magic tricks that can save us. The only artifact we need is our hearts. I accept no external thing to rely on today, except for the hope and courage we carry in our souls.
Without another word, Crodar took a sledgehammer from one of the orcs and, with a single powerful swing, shattered the sorcerer's stone into 1,000 glittering pieces. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then, a wave of outrage swept through the crowd.
What are you doing?
They cried.
That was our hope.
But as the dust settled and the reality of Crodar's actions sank in, something remarkable happened. The shock turned into admiration, and the initial anger gave way to a surge of inspiration. The soldiers, orcs and humans alike, began to raise their weapons, their voices rising in a deafening cheer. The coast resounded with their cries, their readiness to face the coming battle fueled by the raw, unyielding determination that Crodar had ignited within them. The sky above darkened with the approach of dusk, but on the ground, an army stood, united and unstoppable. Their hearts beat as one, their resolve as unbreakable as the stones beneath their feet. Lunar War. The sky above Nephralor Plains darkened as the armies of the living and the dead prepared for a battle that would determine the fate of Kentunia. The dry, cracked earth groaned under the weight of thousands of armored feet, while the air was thick with anticipation, tension, and the promise of bloodshed. On one side, a sea of human warriors and orcs stretched across the desolate landscape, their weapons gleaming under the pale light of the lunar eclipse. On the other, a horde of undead Urgals, their rotting flesh barely clinging to their bones, surged forward with a mindless hunger for destruction. Above, the skies were alive with the roars of dragons. The serpent-like creatures of the Shepherd Kingdom, their scales shimmering with every color of the rainbow, clashed with the skeletal abominations of the Shadow Guild. Fire and black magic rained down from the heavens, scorching the earth and sending plumes of ash and smoke billowing into the air. The dragons, locked in deadly combat, tore at each other with claws and teeth, their roars echoing like thunder across the battlefield. On the ground, the front lines surged forward. Warriors with broadswords and shields held the line, their bodies braced against the relentless assault of the undead. Behind them, the offensive fighters, wielding massive two-handed weapons, cut through the Urgals with brutal efficiency. Their enchanted blades glowed with elemental power, fire, ice, lightning, and arcane energy, each strike leaving trails of light in the gloom. The air was filled with the sound of steel clashing against bone, the cries of the dying, and the unearthly wails of the undead. From the rear, the archers, disciplined and focused, released volley after volley of arrows, their movements synchronized with a deadly precision. The arrows, enchanted by the mages, burst into flames, exploded with ice, or crackled with electricity as they found their marks in the horde. Rakian, the master of the dragon riders, coordinated the aerial and ground assaults with flawless precision, his commands carrying across the battlefield with a calm authority. At the same time, the skillful wizards of the Kingdom of Shepherd were casting Blizzard, Inferno, and Arcane Nova-type spells that affecting large areas in a circle, able to knock down dozens of Urgals with a single move. At the edge of the plains, near the dark abyss that marked the abyss of Kentunia, Hector and his 7 masked witches stood in a circle, their dark magic forming a pentagram that pulsed with malevolent energy. The portal beside them, a swirling vortex of shadows and malevolent energy, spewed forth endless waves of undead Urgals, the creatures mindlessly obeying Hector's will as they poured into the world of the living. In the midst of this chaos, Sheldor, Crodar, Vanessa, Clint, Xenim, Jareth, Sophia, and Alaric knew that the battle would not end until they confronted Hector himself. With a nod from Sheldor, they mounted the dragons led by Rakian and flew toward the dark heart of the battlefield. As they landed before Hector and his witches, the dark sorcerer smiled, his eyes glowing with malice. Hector's voice was like the hiss of a snake.
"Welcome, heroes. You've come to meet your end."
"We've come to end your madness,"
Sheldor replied, his voice steady as he drew his sword. The air crackled with tension as the two sides faced off, the ground beneath them trembling with the power of the portal. The battle that followed was a clash of titanic forces. Sheldor and Hector exchanged magical blows, the air between them shimmering with power. Crodar, with his twin swords, engaged one of the witches, their blades ringing out as they clashed. Vanessa, her staff glowing with holy light, fought off another, while Jareth, quick as a shadow, darted between enemies, his daggers finding gaps in their defenses. Xenim and his wolf, Raksim, fought side by side, the wolf's fangs and Zenim's arrows taking down one of the witches with precision and ferocity. Clint's favorite two-handed flamberge, Fiorina, cleaved through another, while Sophia, her eyes glowing with arcane energy, unleashed torrents of magical power against the dark sorcerers. But it was clear that the longer the battle raged, the more desperate the situation became. Hector, empowered by the dark artifact he held, began to overwhelm Sheldor, pushing him back with a relentless barrage of black magic. With a sweep of his hand, Hector conjured a spherical void in the air, its surface rippling with dark energy. The sphere enclosed him and Sheldor, cutting them off from the rest of the battle. Inside the void, Sheldor was alone, the chains of black magic binding his arms and legs. Hector laughed, a cold, cruel sound that sent chills down the spines of those outside.
"You've always been a fool, Sheldor. Now, You'll die like one.
Sheldor struggled against the chains, but the dark magic was too strong. Hector began to pummel him with blasts of energy, each one tearing at Sheldor's body, leaving him bloodied and broken. Outside the void, the group could only watch in horror as their leader was beaten down, unable to intervene. Vanessa, desperate, tried to channel her healing magic into the void, but it was absorbed by the dark energy, leaving her powerless.
Sheldor!
She cried out, tears streaming down her face. Hector, relishing his victory, turned his gaze to Crodar.
You'll share your father's fate, Crodar. There's no love, no hope, only pain for fools like you.
With a sneer, he hurled a curse at Sophia, the dark magic enveloping her. Her body convulsed in agony as the curse took hold, her skin blackening and rotting before Crodar's eyes. Zanim's voice cut through the chaos, a desperate shout.
Crodar, use the Ankh!
Snapping out of his shock, Crodar remembered the gift from the Elven King. He rushed to Sophia's side, pulling out the Ankh of Resurrection. With trembling hands, he placed the artifact on her heart. The Ankh glowed with a brilliant light, and within moments, Sophia's body began to heal, the curse lifting as life returned to her. Hector, furious, turned back to Sheldor, raising his hand to deliver the final blow to him.
You are a dead man, Sheldor,
he said. Sheldor spat in his face in return, his voice weak but defiant.
You've already killed me years ago, Hector. When you took my wife's life, you took everything from me.
With a final effort, Sheldor reached into his pocket, pulling out the Sorcerer's Stone of Argathlon. Despite its earlier destruction, the stone shimmered with a dangerous light.
Sacrificium Solis,
he whispered, as he unleashed all of his remaining life force into a single, devastating spell. The explosion that followed was like a miniature sun, its brilliance blinding and its heat searing. The blast engulfed both Sheldor and Hector, vaporizing them in an instant. As the light faded, all that remained was silence. The portal, the abyss of Kentunia, began to collapse in on itself, the dark magic unraveling as its master was destroyed. Crodar and Zanim knelt beside the spot where their father had stood, their voices choked with grief.
No, father!
Crodar's cry echoed across the battlefield, a sound of pure anguish. Alaric, standing nearby, looked at the spot where the Sorcerer's Stone had been.
How is this possible? Crodar destroyed the stone, yet Sheldor used it.
The mystery hung heavy in the air. The sands of time. 2 hours earlier, coast of Nephralor. The air was thick with anticipation, the tension almost tangible as the warriors of Shapuria gathered on the coast of Nephralor. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, their sound muted by the collective silence of thousands of soldiers and magicians. Among them was Zainep Zishan, a young and talented magician, her heart racing as she watched the legendary commander Crodar speak before the gathered forces. Crodar stood tall and resolute, his presence commanding the attention of all who looked upon him. His voice, deep and unwavering, cut through the air like a blade.
But I want to make one thing clear. There are no gurus, no books, no artifacts, no magic tricks that can save us. The only artifact we need is our hearts. I accept no external thing to rely on today, except for the hope and courage we carry in our souls.
Zainep felt a surge of pride as she listened to Crodar's words.
He is right,
she thought, her young heart swelling with determination. The speeches of heroes were often filled with the same platitudes, but something about Crodar's conviction resonated deeply within her. He spoke not of power or glory, but of something far more profound, an unyielding belief in the strength of the human spirit. But then, as Crodar's speech reached its crescendo, an action so shocking, so unexpected, unfolded before her eyes. Crodar, without hesitation, lifted a massive hammer above his head, and brought it down with all his might upon the sorcerer's stone of Argathlon. The unique artifact, said to be the pinnacle of the Science Academy's achievements, shattered into countless fragments under the force of the blow. Zynep's breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening in disbelief.
What the hell is he doing?
She murmured, her mind reeling. The Sorcerer's Stone was a relic of immense power, capable of multiplying mana and providing an unparalleled advantage in the coming battle. Its destruction was unthinkable. Panic gripped her, but alongside it came a decision, a resolve born of desperation and the urgency of the moment.
I have to use the magic that I have been working on lately,
she whispered to herself, her hands trembling as she reached into her pocket, pulling out a small pouch filled with rare ingredients. Her mind raced, knowing she had only seconds to act. With a deep breath, she began the incantation, her voice low and hurried.
Arini Tempest,
she whispered, releasing the ingredients into the air. Time itself seemed to shudder in response, the very fabric of reality warping around her as the world blurred into a haze of shifting colors and distorted sounds. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything snapped back into focus. She was back, standing in the exact same spot, but the atmosphere had changed. The scene was identical, yet it felt different, like a dream half remembered. She was no longer bound by the present moment. She had returned to 5 minutes earlier, to the same location, before the fateful strike of the hammer. Crodar was speaking again, his words echoing in her ears like a memory.
This artifact,
Alaric announced, holding the Sorcerer's Stone aloft,
is the latest invention of our Science Academy. The Sorcerer's Stone of Argathlon can multiply the mana power and
I must act quickly,
Zynep thought, her heart pounding as she began to move. She cast an invisibility spell upon herself, her form shimmering and fading until she was nothing more than a whisper of wind. Unseen by all, she made her way towards Crodar, her steps light and silent on the rough terrain. The words of Crodar and Alaric played out exactly as they had before, but this time, as Crodar lifted the hammer to strike, Zynep acted. With a deft movement, she switched the Sorcerer's Stone with a regular stone she had prepared earlier, her fingers trembling with the knowledge of what she was doing. The real artifact, now safely tucked into her pocket, pulsed with latent power against her thigh. As Crodar's hammer descended, it shattered the ordinary stone with ease, the sound of its destruction echoing across the battlefield. The gathered warriors and magicians watched, their expressions of shock and confusion mirroring what Zynep had felt moments ago. But she paid them no mind. Her mission was not yet complete. In the ensuing chaos, Zynep slipped away, her invisibility still intact as she made her way through the camp to where Sheldor stood, overseeing the preparations for the battle. The old warlord's eyes were sharp, missing nothing, and yet he did not see her approach until she dispelled her spell, revealing herself to him.
Who are you?
Sheldor asked, his voice stern but not unkind. His eyes flickered with curiosity as he took in the sight of the young magician standing before him.
My name is Zynep Zishan, sir,
she replied, her voice steady despite the nervousness that churned in her stomach. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the Sorcerer's Stone of Argathlon, holding it out to him.
I've come to give you this.
Sheldor's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the artifact.
The Sorcerer's Stone. How did you?
Zynep quickly explained, recounting her use of the forbidden time travel spell, the urgency she had felt to save the artifact, and her decision to bring it to him.
I couldn't let it be destroyed,
she finished, her voice filled with conviction.
I know the risks, but I believe this stone might still be needed.
Sheldor took the artifact from her, turning it over in his hands as he considered her words. There was a long pause, the weight of her actions hanging heavy in the air. Finally, he nodded, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face.
You did a good job, Zishan. This will be our secret.
His eyes twinkled with a mix of admiration and amusement as he looked at the young magician before him.
Time traveling, huh? New generation magicians are always coming up with new things. I'm an old man who's dedicated his life to magic, but it seems I still have a lot to learn from young talents like you.
Zainab felt a rush of relief and pride at his words, a warmth spreading through her chest. She had acted on instinct, driven by a sense of duty and the desire to protect those she cared about. And now, standing before Sheldor, she realized that her actions had not been in vain. The Sorcerer's Stone was safe, its power still intact, and though the future remained uncertain, she knew she had made the right choice. Authentic lovers. The city of Argathlon gleamed under the soft glow of twilight, its streets filled with the joyous cries of its people. After years of war and hardship, the citizens of Shapuria had finally found peace. The abyss of Kentunia was sealed, and the Urgal invasion had been thwarted. The air was thick with the scent of flowers, freshly strewn along the cobblestones in celebration of their newfound freedom. Within the grand hall of the castle, the heart of Argathlon pulsed with life. The hall was adorned with banners of rich crimson and gold, the colors of Shepper's triumph. Candles flickered in ornate chandeliers, casting a warm light upon the crowd of civilians who had gathered to celebrate. Their laughter filled the room, mingling with the notes of a harpist, playing a melody that spoke of home and hope. At the center of the hall, Crodar stood tall and proud, his presence commanding the attention of all. His armor, though polished for the occasion, still bore the marks of the battles he had fought, a testament to his strength and resolve. Beside him, Sophia radiated a quiet grace, her eyes shining with a mix of joy and anticipation. Clint and Vanessa stood nearby, their hands intertwined, their smiles reflecting the happiness that had finally found its way into their lives. Crodar raised his hand, and the room fell silent, every eye turning towards him. His voice, strong and unwavering, echoed through the hall.
I congratulate all of you for your bravery. Today we are not only celebrating our independence, but also marking a moment of great personal joy. It is a double wedding ceremony, Sophia and I, Clint and Vanessa.
A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, quickly followed by a surge of cheers and applause. The surprise of the announcement melted into overwhelming happiness, and the hall erupted into celebration. The sound of joy was so profound that it seemed to lift the very walls of the castle, carrying the spirits of those within to new heights. As the cheers subsided, Crodar's expression grew serious once more.
Also, I want to inform you that soon there will be an election for the new king. From now on, as Shapurians, we must understand that we cannot blindly follow any elite or politician. They are there to serve us, not the other way around.
His words resonated deeply with the crowd, who nodded in agreement. The lessons of the past years, the dangers of unchecked power, were fresh in their minds. Crodar's call for accountability and wisdom in leadership struck a chord, reminding everyone of the importance of their hard-won freedom. With that, the celebrations began in earnest. The hall was soon filled with the sounds of music and laughter, the clinking of glasses, and the rhythmic beat of dancing feet. The couples, Crodar and Sophia, Clint and Vanessa, stood before the gathered guests as a priestess performed the marriage rites, her voice a soothing cadence that blended with the music. Sophia's dress, a flowing gown of ivory silk, shimmered in the candlelight as she exchanged vows with Crodar. His usually stern face softened, his eyes filled with a tenderness that only she could bring out. Beside them, Vanessa, radiant in a gown of deep violet, laughed as Clint whispered something in her ear, their hands never letting go of each other. The newlyweds danced, their movements elegant and graceful, reflecting the balance they had found in each other. Around them the guests joined in, forming circles of dancers that spun and twirled across the hall. Wine flowed freely, its deep red a symbol of the blood that had been shed and the life that had been reclaimed. Songs of victory and love were sung, their lyrics carrying the memories of the battles fought and the love that had triumphed. As the night wore on, the revelry continued, the bonds forged in battle now celebrated in peace. Old friends shared stories of the war, while new friendships were formed over glasses of wine. The atmosphere was one of unity and joy, the hall of the castle a sanctuary for all who had fought for this moment. Finally, as the night began to give way to the early hours of morning, the group of heroes gathered in a small circle, their hearts full, their spirits high. They had faced the darkest of days and emerged victorious. Now, they stood as family. Jareth, ever the rogue, grinned as he looked around at his friends.
Okay, everybody, it's late. Now I leave. See you soon.
But before he could take a step, Alaric's voice rang out, a mixture of amusement and authority.
Hey, where are you going, young man? You have not forgotten your debt, have you? I spared you under one condition, that after you got out of prison, you would be my slave. You will clean my house before you sleep tonight, and tomorrow, early in the morning, you will prepare some magical ingredients for me.
Jareth groaned, his playful grin fading into a look of mock despair.
Oh, you old man,
he complained, though his tone was affectionate. Crodar and Zanim burst into laughter, the sound rich and full echoing throughout the hall. The end.